Hello designers, Patrick here, and welcome to the 4-Hour Design Business. In this short video, I'm really just going to take you through what this training's about, what you can hope to get out of it, and really just give you an understanding as to who we are and what it is that we do so that we can set the stage for everything that you're going to go through. So primarily, let's start off. This is for designers and freelancers that are just looking to generate more clients. You might be selling your time or charging, per project, like $2,000 per project, one-off or higher, and you're just looking to become far more profitable. You may be growing slow or you're not growing at all, and you're just looking for that consistent growth to get clients, dial in your offer, build proper business systems, marketing, sales, time management, and project fulfillment. And so if you were looking for any one of those things or a combination of those things, you're definitely in the right place. Now, a little bit more about me in terms of why I'm qualified to teach this. So firstly, my name is Patrick O'Connell. I've got one fiance, her name's Hannah. We've got 2 kids. We've got Bella on the left, Bailey on the right. We live in a town called Norwich, which is just a couple of hours north of London in the UK. And my real power alley or specialty zone is helping designers build profitable design business models. Okay, I don't trade crypto, don't have a drop shipping store, I don't have 37 different side hustles. This is all that I do. Okay, and I'm pretty freaking good at it. And our skill set really ranges from helping people get their first client sales all the way up to helping design businesses generate their first 7-figure years in revenue. Okay, how am I able to teach this? Well, I've been able to build my own successful design business model. Okay, I've hit as high as $150,000 per month. I sit in a sweet spot at like $70,000 to $80,000 per month currently. This is my team. Okay, I work remotely. I've got obviously my fiance and a couple of project managers. I've got people that run LinkedIn outreach and email, a guy that runs ads, guys that help me deliver my design in China, and somebody who helps with all of the content and packaging. Just to give you an idea of how the numbers work in my design business, I don't sell design services. I sell 3 separate products to my clients and customers that brings in roughly $71,000 per month. Got around $40,000 in expenses, which leaves me $34,000 in profit per month, and that comes to $405,000 profit per year. Okay, but more importantly than this and our business growth is the results that our clients have gotten in 2020. So our clients collectively generated over $20 million in revenue. Okay, and it comes through dozens of case studies we receive weekly because we're just teaching people what has worked in our business and what's worked across the board for over 360 designers in the last 5 years. And it's part of what we do, and it's really what qualifies us to teach this course. So now I just really want it to be clear and simple for you right here. This course, as mentioned, is designed to help you get better projects and move to greater levels of profitability. And so in this, what we're going to do is help you how to dial in your offer to make sure that you're really charging premium prices, and then you know what to put into your proposals. So it's easier to sell and easy to deliver. We're going to be talking about messaging. We're going to go through lead generation. We're going to talk about how to scale up so that you're not just generating most of the sales calls yourself, but you're progressing to having virtual assistants doing most of the marketing for you in the long run. We're going to be talking about websites, funnels, and marketing campaigns just for design businesses. So there's so much goodness here, hours and hours of content, all designed to help you win profitable projects and grow consistently. And it's really like a buffet, okay? So not everything is going to be necessarily relevant for you right now, but go through and see what's most relevant for you. Take notes, absorb it. This is not high-level stuff. Some of these modules are pulled straight from our membership portal for the mastermind that we currently run for 360 design businesses. So it's really good stuff. And this is the stuff that our clients have used to get incredible results and make a lot of revenue. So I'm looking forward to seeing you deep dive into this stuff and you're going through it. And if you have any questions at all, feel free to just hit us up in the Facebook group and let us know. Otherwise, I'm looking forward to hearing your feedback, and all the best. Okay, welcome to this first video called The Profitable Designer Business System. So what we're going to be covering in this video is just the idea that you need a systems mindset. So what this first video is really about is teaching you to think about business, teaching you to understand what business is all about. It's not about design work and doing great work. It's about thinking about all of the systems that go into a business model and how to think about improving them over time, and how to think about the relationship between what you need to do in order to get those systems to work. So we'll go through why you need a systems mindset, and then we're going to take you through the way that you want to think about systems engineering and how to improve your business model over time, and basically how to apply everything that we're going through here. So let me first sell you on the idea that you need a systems mindset, okay? What we're going to go through is give you a recommendation to a book as well. This is the book here. It's called Work the System, The Simple Mechanics of Making More and Working Less. This book, personally speaking, is the best book that I've ever read on business, okay? And the core fundamental value of this book is getting to the systems mindset. And it's understanding the world is just a logical system of processes, not a chaotic mess. Okay? Everything can be broken down into systems, no matter how complex they are. Weather systems, financial systems, computer systems, you're waking up in the morning and getting ready for work, that's a system. It's just a series of logical, steps and processes. Okay? Everything can be broken down into this. The business owners and the design business owners who see their business as a chaotic mess, that's what they get. But the system and business owners who see their business model as a system where they can break everything down into very simple processes and then put them back together again and create order are the ones that succeed long term. Okay, so there's a link to a free PDF copy of this book just below this video. Just go into the information section of this specific post, and you're going to be able to read through this book. And you want to read through it at least once every 6 months. By far the most important book that I've ever read on business. This is what allows me to generate $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 months by working just a few hours in the business every single week. How? By building systems, okay? The CEO of McDonald's isn't the best hamburger chef in the company. They're the person that creates and engineers the systems that allows the business model to operate. So this is why we have to go through the idea of systems, because long-term profitable design businesses aren't really created immediately and then they just exist immediately. They're developed over time, all right? It's moving towards perfection and moving towards higher levels of systems and processes that allow businesses to grow. So you want to run your business like a system of systems. And this, within our business, we're going to have our marketing system, sales system, our offer, the way that we think, what we do on a day-to-day basis. But you want to run your business like a machine. All right, just the same way that you would think about your car. All right, your car is a system that's made up of steering, the wheels, the engine, the seats, the navigation, the dashboard, right? And it's subject to an environment, the conditions on the road, whether it's foggy, whether the road's slippery, etc. You've got inputs and outputs. So the inputs are you putting your foot on the gas, you changing gears, switching on the windscreen wipers, putting fuel in the car, crashing into a pole is an input. And each of these inputs directs and impacts this system that creates different outputs. All right, so you switching on the windscreen wipers, right? That goes through the system and then the wipers start moving. Or if you don't put fuel in the car, then the car doesn't operate and the output is it doesn't move, right? So this is how you want to think about your business, is that it's just like a car. It's made up of separate systems that add together to create the design business as a whole. It operates in an environment where the marketplace, where you live, your location, your ability to get in front of the right people, how they respond to your message impacts this system. And you have inputs for your design business and you have outputs, right? And our job and responsibility is to really understand the relationship between what we need to do to get the right outputs, and then use this feedback, if we don't get the outputs we like, to change the inputs and to change the system. All right. So that's our design business as a whole. This is how you want to think about each of the systems within your business, right? They're broken down into this order, and they're in order of importance, with the most important starting at the bottom, all right? By far the most important is how you think and what you think, right? That's the most important part of any business model. Then what you do on a day-to-day basis, then what it is that you're selling, your ability to get that thing that you're selling in front of people that might buy it, your ability to sell it, and your ability to deliver. Okay? The reason most design businesses suck and don't go anywhere is because they spend 98% of their time focusing just on this system here, which is like trying to build a car with a world-class steering wheel, but an engine from a lawnmower, right? This is what most design businesses operate like. And this is there's basically nowhere to hide when you do this. When you start to identify each of the systems and perform health checks and understand, I need a sales system, I need a marketing system, I need each of these systems, there's nowhere to hide. And it allows you to develop the awareness to go, okay, look, I know I need to focus on improving this system. So what this book teaches you to do is to do this, that your task is to optimize one system after another and not careen through the day randomly, just taking care of whatever problems erupt, which is what most designers do. Your job is to not be a fire killer. Your job is to prevent fires. Okay, so our job as a business owner is to become the systems engineer that when something happens, when we get an output that we don't like, right, we use that feedback to either change the inputs or change the system so that we never get this output again. The reason most design businesses struggle is because when they get an output they don't like, they don't use that feedback to change the inputs, which is who they're reaching out to or what the offer is that they create. They're not improving their business systems as a whole. So there's no improvement here, there's no improvement here, and they keep getting the same outputs. And this is literally the definition of insanity. So we want to avoid this, and we want to be continually asking if we're not getting the outputs that we want in our business from a revenue, time spent, enjoyability of projects standpoint, profitability, for example. We got to use that feedback to change inputs to improve the systems within the business and have a massive respect for the environment, which most people don't. All right, so there is nowhere to hide when you do this, and we want to become somebody who prevents fires, not just aimlessly moves through the day in life, just continually putting out fires and not preventing where those fires have started. So this also brings up a really good point, that we just want to stop agonizing over the systems that are beyond your influence and start taking control of the ones that you can change. So perfect example of this is hearing people complain about how coronavirus has impacted their business. Right? You'll hear, the environment, coronavirus has impacted my business. But then you just very simply go, okay, well, that does produce, outputs that you might not have liked. How's your marketing looking? What kind of marketing have you been doing in the last year? Oh, we haven't. We've just been relying on word of mouth and referrals, but coronavirus has kind of reduced the amount of those referrals. Okay, well, it's less to do with the fact that there's coronavirus, and it's more to do with the fact that you lack a marketing system. Right? Or the fact that your offer's put together in a way that people still need something during coronavirus, right? So we really have to stop agonizing over things that are out of our control and truly start to become aware of the things we can control and the things that we can change. And this is why most designers' businesses fail, right? It's just this idea that they blame a lot of the systems they have no control over. And the ones they do have control over, they don't spend the time, effort, energy, and attention to fixing and improving them. All right, so please understand that your responsibility just becomes to be aware of your mind system and the way that you think, what you do on a day-to-day basis, the fact that you need a great offer to reach out to the market, the fact that you need a marketing system, the fact that you need a sales system, and you need an effective system to deliver this. All right, you need all of those 6 areas built, and understand that the first version of your system is going to be the worst version you ever make, but that's completely fine because the minute that you create a second version, it's going to be the second worst. And this is just going to improve and improve and improve, and those improvements are going to lead to a better business model. So what does this mean if we're continually improving? What does it mean by the time we get to our 20th iteration of our business system? What's it going to look like? Well, the difference between getting all of this up and running and started and continually incrementally improving is the difference between you going from where you are now to you hitting your revenue goals and going well beyond them as well. Okay, so if that's the case, and by the time that we get to the version 20 of our business and the systems within our business, then what should our strategy be? It should be just to get to version 20 as soon as we humanly can. Okay, and the way that we do this is with the idea of systems engineering. So let's go through systems engineering and how to think about how to improve your business over time. Okay, so you might be going through this training right now. I'm not telling you to make changes right now in the next week and then that's all you need to do. It's really understanding that you should be never stopping to improve your business model in each of those systems that we've talked about. So what's systems engineering? Well, it's really just the process of building quick to test, learn, and improve quickly. And it borrows many principles from lean manufacturing and prototyping. Okay, this, as a product designer, this is all we do. We build really quick, we see where things can improve, we build another version that, learns from the mistakes that we've made. And it's very common in software development as well. All right. This process emphasizes decision making from the real world results rather than speculation. So this is inspired by rapid learning and adjustment using the feedback loops to cope with complexity and risk. So feedback loop is we get an output that we don't like. We go, was it something to do with the input or is it something to do with the system or the environment? And then we make changes trying to get a better output. All right. And continually going through that feedback loop. It emphasizes getting to first working version as quick as humanly possible. So feedback can only be generated once the business is built and in the market. So with that, stakeholders, which just means you as the business owner, move to build version 1 as quick as they can, understanding it's inevitable there's going to be bugs that need to be ironed out. All right. The business is kept in a potentially operational state at all times, and we're going to show you all of the mistakes designers make when it comes to the concept of systems engineering. And you're going to see how to improve very, very quickly. But at the end of each iteration, the stakeholders and team members meet to discuss what they can improve within the systems of their business, and changes are made in real time and live. Okay, so we never take the business down. We're not inactive. You always have your systems up and running, just like a car. Always have it on the highway, and you're trying to improve the car or change parts as it's moving. You never stop. Okay, business is about momentum. So the benefits of using this systems engineering way of thinking is quicker growth process because you're always on the road. You're continually trying to change and improve the parts, which means wasted time, and risk. You get quick market feedback because you're always operational. You're reaching out to the market, you're getting feedback, you're figuring out what's not working, you're making adjustments, you're improving in real time. All right, and this is what allows you to move at exponential speed. So this is how to think about it. This is a direct quote from the book. Again, the link is just below this video. Addressing the problem and then taking the second step to fix the cause of the problem distinguishes the people who are in control from the people who are not in control, the successful from the unsuccessful. This is the difference between a successful business and a non-successful business, right? The people that literally come out of college or they work a 9-to-5 job, they get a couple of word of mouth or referral clients who never improve the business beyond that point. They're just looking for more of the same work. They're the people that don't grow. The people that grow are the ones that are like, I need to figure out how to consistently reach out to my market. They build a marketing system, and then they build a sales system, and then they build a better way to deliver, and then they improve their offer, all right? And then they invest in mentorship and coaching and learning new skills, and they're improving their mind system. These are the people that grow, not great designers who are talented, all right? So we're continually asking, where are each of these systems requiring, attention, and how do we improve these so that we can improve the outputs, all right? And in consideration to where our business is related in the environment, the market we're reaching out to, do they have money? Is our market easy to find, right? Do they have a big painful problem? This also impacts the way that we build out this system, and it impacts the inputs that we put into the business. And all of these things will impact and affect the outputs. And when we don't get the outputs that we like, we use this feedback to change things. Change the environment, we change the systems, we change the inputs. So let's go through an example here of how to use this idea, okay? And how systems engineering allows your business to improve from a numbers standpoint. So if we break down our business, this is really all business models look like from a success standpoint, all right? You've got marketing, then you have an offer that you put in front of people, you've got the ability to sell it, and this is what impacts the result that we get, right? This is basically business. Your ability to get something in front of people, for that thing to be of value to them, your ability to communicate that value in a sales situation equals your ability to succeed selling it, all right? And your ability to generate revenue. This is how you want to think about how systems engineering affects and improves your business. If you have a business where you're getting in front of 1 unit of people with an offer that's 5 units of value and a sales process that is 5 units of effectiveness, then what this will be is 1 unit multiplied by 5 equals 25 units of success, right? And what we've learned here is that each of these areas can be broken down into their own separate system. So this is the marketing system. This is our system for improving and creating a better offer or product in the market. And this is the system that we use to sell people and educate on the value. All right. If you just simply, instead of reaching out to 1 unit of people per month, you decide, okay, we're going to go to 2 units. All right. And that's the only change you make in the business. Well, now we're 2 times 5 equals 50 units of success, right? So when you're continually asking, how can we improve each of these areas? This is what allows the business to grow. It's understanding that each of these systems multiply into each other. And the reason that most design businesses don't work fundamentally is the fact they don't reach out to enough people with an offer that those people care about, and they don't effectively sell that offer. Right? So when you continually think like a systems engineer who understands that your job is to change each of those processes and improve them based on the feedback that you're getting from your environment and the results that you're getting, this is how you grow a business, right? So then we go, okay, well, let's just get the marketing to 5 units per people. All right, times 5. Here we go. Get in front of with an offer that's 5 units of great, with an ability that's, 5 units to sell, 125, right? And then multiplied by a decent amount of time, a couple of years, relentlessly trying to figure out how to get in front of the right market. And a lot of them, we start to get to a 10 value, right? We're continually using the market feedback and the sales process to improve a better offer that people want, where we're communicating that we're a return on investment instead of a cost. We get to an offer that's 10 units of value, and we get to a sales process that's 10 units of effectiveness, okay? What does this allow us to do? Exponentially grow. Why? Because each of these systems is vital to the business as a whole, all right? And I'm just giving you these numbers. There's nothing like massively accurate about these numbers. I just want to show you the relationship between when you improve systems within your business, you get a compounding exponential success effect. And most design businesses haven't figured this out, and they go spend 25 years perfecting a craft, right? Which is just one component of what's required for a business model to succeed, all right? So when you're continually thinking about each of the systems within your business and you're trying to incrementally improve them based on the environment and the results that you're getting, and you're continually improving and making changes to get better outputs, that is what allows a business to scale, is because they're improving on every front. All right. What do you think the likelihood is that Ford would be succeeding in today's day and age if they were still selling the Model T? If they've never improved their product, if they'd never evolved their marketing, if they never evolved the way that they sell the stores in the car shop, do you think they would be where they are now, or would they have got eaten alive very quickly? Right? It's about improving everything if you want to compete in the open marketplace. So that's how systems engineering affects the numbers, and that's what allows companies to scale and companies to die. All right. And this is why building fast and iterating fast is devastatingly effective. Right? When you start to see your business as a system full of systems where you're continually trying to change and evolve those systems, you start to see the numbers that we've just shown here. You start to see exponential growth because each time you improve one of the systems, you're multiplying the performance of the business and the systems as a whole. And this is what allows you to see growth that does this. Regular design businesses, they get up and running, they reach out to the marketplace, they get a couple of lucky sales through word of mouth and referral, and then they literally change no systems for 5 years. And then they wonder why they're plateauing and not experiencing any growth. Well, no shit. You haven't improved your offer. You haven't improved the sales process. You haven't improved the marketing. You're not investing in learning and trying to learn how to close a skill gap or understand more about business or entrepreneurialism. And you haven't found more effective, less time-consuming ways to deliver the work that you are doing. No wonder you're not seeing levels of success. All right? So you can see here, by continually improving each of these things, this is how every company experiences hockey stick growth, right? And it's justified through this way of thinking about systems engineering. So how do we apply this idea? Well, it's understanding first that we need each of these things here. We need a system for this. Each of these things, you need to have a process documented that you're continually trying to improve. So this is how we apply. We launch immediately, because you can't get feedback off the market without putting something in front of them to start with. So in order to start the learning process ASAP, you build your first version of the whole business, each of the systems included, as soon as you quickly can, okay? And as soon as you possibly can. Most designers, they spend months perfecting their website, wasting valuable time that could have been speaking to prospects and making sales and starting to get that early feedback to make improvements. We understand that things can break. You know, some things are going to break or not work, and that is expected, and we just expect them to. And as soon as they do, we identify the cause, we create, we iterate, and we get back in front of the market again, and we measure again. Most designers, they just simply complain if they get no results. They don't think about what they could do to adapt to the market demand and the environment they're positioned in. And then they snicker to their design peers that people just don't understand the value of design. It's just stupid, and it's just low IQ activity, right? 3, we make decisions based on real world results rather than speculation. So inspired by rapid learning and adjustment, using feedback loops to ensure that each version of our business system gets exponentially better. So like we said just before, we're continually assessing and rating the performance of each of the systems and asking ourselves how we can improve them. All right. Most designers, they copy exactly what they see in the market and their peers doing, and they literally never adjust anything once. And this is why they experience growth like this, because there's no changes to see changes in revenue. It's as simple as that. If you don't improve the business, or you don't improve the systems in the business, you don't improve the bottom line, how much money or revenue that you're generating. So, all right. 4th thing, we understand that our business is constantly evolving, because we're constantly gathering feedback from the market as to what is working and what is not. We recognize that our business evolves with this feedback. Most designers, they build one website, one model, they try 100 different ways to get clients, and then they give up. Right? 5, we adjust our business model but we never stop generating opportunity. We know that the only thing that drives our business forward is generating and conducting sales calls. Therefore, the adjustments we make to our business model are only whilst we're going through our other daily operations. So, we might be improving the offer and what it is that we say about ourselves on our website, but we never stop reaching out to the marketplace. We never stop trying to book calls. We're never stopping to deliver because we're always booking calls and closing projects. All of the changes happen in real time. Most designers, the reason they don't succeed is because they put everything on hold that generates clients, reaching out, prospecting, generating sales calls, whilst they add another couple of images to their portfolio or refresh their logo. The amount of designers I've heard saying, oh, I'm going to get into marketing once I've done my website. That's the reason that you don't have a successful business model. 6, we understand, and this is a massive one, perfection is a business killer. As business owners, we know that time spent trying to perfect our business model, website, funnel, outreach, templates, proposals, logo, all of those things, it's honestly truly wasted. Very hard to hear as a designer. But the only place that perfection is acceptable is in client fulfillment and delivery. When it comes to your business model, it's kryptonite. We understand that because we're constantly improving things anyway, and what we create today is just going to be replaced in a couple of weeks, so there's no point perfecting anything. True perfection is iteratively improving the system, one subsystem over long periods of time. Most designers spend 100 times the amount of time on the business visuals than they should, wasting their number 1 and 2 most valuable resources, time and energy, on the things that don't drive the business forward. Fucking stupid. Right? You'll see most designers rebrand themselves and adjust their website, and they'll spend 100 times more effort on those things than how do I think better entrepreneurial thoughts about how to position myself in the marketplace where I have a clear competitive advantage? How do I get smarter with effective use and investment of my time? How do I improve the offer so that people can see I'm a return on investment? How do I reach out to more people in a unique way that gets them to respond to my marketing? How do I better educate people on my value? How do I remove myself from the process and become more effective with delivery so that we become more profitable? They spend 100 times more effort on the visual stuff because that's the stuff that they love doing than the stuff that actually drives the business forward. And this is the stupidity that most of the design industry has got stuck in, and it just comes down to people listening to people that have got no idea what they're talking about. Okay? So you want to change one variable at a time. When you're going through your business model and each of the systems, you make an adjustment to one system at a time. You're not trying to adjust 1,000 different things at a time. You're making one change and then you're seeing what change that has on the business and the outputs that you're getting. And you use that feedback to dictate whether you need to change more or you can move on to something else. Okay? It's really important. It's just like a scientific experiment. You change one variable in the experiment each time to get a hypothesis and understanding for what that change means and how that relates to your business as a whole. So, really important quote here from inside the book, but it's just this. The mark of a super successful CEO, which is what you are if you own your design business, you're the chief executive operator, right? The person who executes the operations within a business, that's what it means. The mark of a super successful CEO lies in his or her ability to take diverse and sparse empirical evidence and rapidly make cold, hard decisions. This basically means successful CEOs have ability to make decisions based on just limited amount of information and trust their gut and move in the right direction and make changes to the business model. Okay, this is how to succeed. It's not about how to understand everything 100% academically and then, just cautiously take action. It's about getting a gut feel for things, understanding that you need to make changes to improve. You make the change, you see the result and the impact it has, and then you make the change again if required. All right. The leader's role is to first see the wheels of the machine and then to get those wheels turning with maximum efficiency. This is your responsibility as a business owner, not to just focus on your work and the clients will come. It's to see your business as a machine, each of the parts, and then get each part performing with maximum efficiency. This is how to build a profitable design business. All right, so get over your quest for perfection in your business and your business model. It's time to become a systems engineer. Okay guys, this is going to be a relatively quick but massively important video. Okay, and it's called the top 1% skill that you need. And this is basically the thing that just allows people to fail before they've even started trying to make effort and head in a direction, right? You can see people with amazing marketing prowess, they're super talented at what they do and the projects that they deliver. And the reason that they fail is because their money math is broken. Okay, so in this video, we're going to teach you about the fundamentals of money math and why it becomes so important. Because if your numbers don't stack up, you just can't mathematically hit your goals, all right? And it just comes down to this idea that designers think that, oh, it's hard work, it's luck, it's talent, or maybe it's a shiny tactic or a new website or a new referral plus this secret sauce that I need to figure out in order to succeed, right? And it's no different to the idea of, you know, somebody who's trying to lose weight and they're reading up on all of these different options around, should I go keto? Should I run an Atkins diet? Is it powerlifting? Is it CrossFit? Is it vegan? You know, is it yoga that I've got to do? What is the secret? Well, the thing is that the secret's been around forever and the market's massively confused about the most effective way to lose weight. But the thing is, it's been solved in the health space. How do you lose weight? It's basically this simple, right? You ignore all the noise and understand that there's a fundamental principle here. And it's the fact that if there's less calories going into your body than the calories that you burn and go out, you lose weight, right? Doesn't matter what you do here, as long as you burn more calories than you eat or consume. It's that simple. And our design business is no different, all right? It's based on very similar principles. And the reason most designers suck at consistently growing their business is because of this. It's because they don't set goals and work back for them, all right? Calories in, less than calories out. Simple, basic principle. When it comes to your design business, it's really just define your goal and then figure out how many calls you need to generate to close that many projects. That's it. Your goal, right? How many projects you need to reach that goal and how many calls. And then you focus on generating that many calls. It's that simple, right? And we call this reverse engineering. And a really good book recommendation here from Stephen Covey, but the quote is what I'm more focused on at the moment. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. This is the quote. You got to start with the end in mind. And the reason most designers struggle, right, at constantly growing their business because they haven't defined what the end is and they haven't been able to figure out what they need to do in order to move in that direction. All right. The reason that we generate these kind of results, and Dave has hit his goals, and John and Cam and Laura and Carrie move towards successful outcomes, is because they've reverse engineered what their actual goal is, and then they've broken down how many projects they need at what average project value, and they've figured out how many calls they need to close in order to get that amount of revenue, and they've figured out how many calls they need to generate in total to close that many projects. It's really that simple. And the reason most designers don't move towards success is because they don't know how many calls they need to generate. And they're not generating any calls at all. They don't spend any time doing it. So what I'm going to do is give you a link to our Money Math worksheet. There's a link just below this video for you to save your own copy. And you want to go to it now and you want to start to play around with it and learn the relationship between what it means to have a revenue goal, you know, what it means and where a project value sits, right? And then the relationship that has to how many projects you need to win, your sales rate, how many people you need to show up for the call, and really importantly, the marketing margin, right? So I'll show you the super simplest business to scale. and I'm just going to give you my business for example, right? $80,000 monthly revenue goal, right? My average project value, $35,000, which means I need 2.29 projects to close, right? My sales closing rate is 70%, which means this. I need 3% to show up. I need 3 people to show up, which means that I can spend $16,000 to get 3 people to show up, right? To close basically 2 projects to close, right? Into $80,000. The reason my business works is because I've got the marketing budget built in to my revenue model, right? If I'm charging $35,000, right, I can allocate a fifth of that money or to time, effort, energy, my VA's doing marketing for me, or spending money on ads to find these projects. So the reason my business works is because the math works. Now I'm going to take you down to the other end of the spectrum and show you why most designers struggle to hit, let's just say, like $10,000 a month. The reason that they struggle is because they charge $2,000, right, on average for a project. They want to get to consistent tens. It means most of them have a sales close rate, optimistically, of 50%, but we'll say 33%, so 1 in 3 strangers, which means they need to generate 15 calls where they might only get 80% of people to show up. So they need, in total, they need to spend the effort every month to get 19 booked calls where 15 of them show up to close 5 projects at $2,000. But here's the thing. They can only spend $2,000 of their effort or time to book 19 calls. And that just doesn't add up. Because this means that if you're not spending money on ads, which most people can't afford to because they're not charging enough in the project, it means that you need to spend $2,000 worth of your time to book these calls. This is why most businesses don't grow. It's because they're not making enough profit margin to invest a bit of their time or effort or money on ads to book the amount of calls they need in order to hit that goal. All right? So you want to play around with this thing. All business success that we've witnessed comes down to their money math being poor. It'll come down to the fact that they're not charging enough, or that they just don't or can't afford marketing. They can't afford to spend the time or the effort to get enough opportunity to close enough projects to mathematically hit their goals. All right, so play around with the columns and the green boxes and start to see the relationship between what you need to do in order to hit your goals. So I'm going to just give you a quick example here on top of this, right? Let's just say that your monthly revenue goal is $10,000 per month, right? Well, what happens if you're just able to increase, your close rate to 50% by improving an offer, right? And you can see this relates directly to the idea of systems engineering, because these are basically each part of our system. This is our marketing system to book calls. This is our sales. And this is obviously our delivery and value of the offer, right? Let's just say we can increase the close rate by 50%. And instead of, charging $2,000, we get you to charge $5,000, which is a very common transformation we help people make. Why do we work so hard to get people to charge more? Because look how much easier the math is once you move from a $2,000 average project value to a $5,000. What does it allow us to do? Well, first, $5,000, right? Average project, we need 2 of them per month, where we only need 4 people to show up and we only need 5 calls booked, which is just a tad more than 1 a week, right? The reason that this model works and the reason that we have people hitting 6 figures, it's not because they're charging, 50 people a year $2,000. It's because they're literally charging 20 people a year $5,000. And now they have the time and they've got the marketing profit margin to go, invest in a VA or paid ads or do the marketing themselves to book the right amount of calls, right? Your problem in your business will come down to the existing math. And the most important thing you can do is fix the math first and be continually trying to work at improving the math. How can you increase the close rate? How can you increase the amount of people that say they want to call and get them on the phone? How can you increase the value of what it is that you're charging, because the more that you can charge, the bigger the amount of revenue you generate, right? So download this Google Doc. It's by far the most important Google Doc in this whole training. And it literally diagnoses why people win and people lose. Everybody here, the reason they win is because when you look at their business math, it makes sense. The people that don't win, their business math doesn't make sense. That's it for this video, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to this video called How to Think Like a 7-Figure Designer. Okay, so what we've learned up until this point is that our business is basically just a group of systems and our job just becomes to improve those systems. Okay, well, what we're going to be learning about here massively ties into this, and it's so counterintuitive as to how most designers think. All right, I've invested over $250,000 in training, mentorship, coaching, and skilling up in areas that I lacked in order to move forwards in my business. All right. And what I learned through all of this is that how you think and how you approach yourself as the vehicle that makes all of these changes and improves these things is the difference between winning and losing. All right. If you can't think the right way and get your body right to execute your daily stuff, to improve your offer, to improve your marketing, your sales, and your delivery, then the business just won't work. Okay, so here's what we're going to cover in this video. We're going to go through what it really takes to win, all right, and get you hyper aware of where you need to be in order to move towards your defined level of success. We're going to go through your body, your ability to master time, master focus, and really get to the depth of why it is that you're doing all of this. Okay, so let's start with what it takes to win, because most designers just don't understand. They think that it's just down to tactics. I just need marketing process. I need a marketing funnel. I need to know what that messaging template is that's going to allow me to succeed. Or I just need to know what that response is, to a sales objection. I just need this really cool response like you see everybody on YouTube talking about, right? Success has nothing to do with the tactics, all right? When I'm working with students, I'm not focused on anything that doesn't have anything to do with this. Output and efficiency. How can we get a designer to come into the program, increase their output where it matters, and improve the efficiency of that output? That's it, right? So let's just quickly go through the early curse for a lot of designers, because they have early success, but this early success really jades their understanding how to get long-term success, right? What happens when most designers get a couple of projects from word of mouth and referrals? Well, they end up getting some results by being the best option for a lot of people in their direct immediate market. But this develops a massive blindness because they never really learned how to work and get the projects, which means that they've got poor life habits and productivity when it comes to their design business, because they're led to believe that they can just wait for an opportunity to appear in their lap. It means they've got very little understanding or self, or where to maximize their self return on investment. They've got very poor focus on what's really important, and they've got a massively distracted business. And if they've survived in any way, shape, or form, it's generally just because they've overcame it with raw talent. All right? But this is how I want you to think about it. Imagine you're a basketball player raising through the ranks. You've got into college ball, and how did you do that? Well, it's just simply by being better than high schoolers. And the reason you're able to do that is because you're just physically and mentally better, right? You might have been 2 inches taller than all of your high school competitors, and you just had a bit more focus than most of your high school, opposition. But here's the thing. Now you want to go pro. And the problem is everybody is really, really good, and being really, really good at this level is really, really hard. And if you want to get to the 0.01%, you must be able to beat the NBA players head to head to win in the end. But here's the problem. Every step that you take towards the open marketplace where you're competing against everybody in that marketplace, right? And you're not just trying to reach out to somebody that you know secondhand through a mate. You're reaching out to strangers. You're competing against competition that are not only as smart as you, They're massively optimized in their design business, right? The reason that there's these pentagram companies, big branding agencies, the reason that there's multiple 7-figure design businesses out there is not because of just great work. It's everything. It's the hyper optimization around the systems. It's the actual CEOs and the people that own the businesses working twice the amount that you currently work with 10 times the amount of focus. All right. So you got to understand that every step that you make out into the marketplace, and the bigger you want to grow your business, right? You're no longer trying to beat high school kids. You're literally trying to beat the Kobe Bryant of your space. So the reason why Kobe was the best, and I'm not a big basketball fan, but I think it's a really good analogy, is that he takes every single tiny advantage to complement his raw talent. Like every single tiny fucking advantage. So if you think you're going to go out into the open marketplace and just sell design services and charge $10,000 and you're just going to be fine and out-compete with minimal to no effort, right? It's just not going to work unless you take every tiny little advantage. Because the real difference is the real winners in business, in every space where people are trying to go in and compete, they're smarter than everyone. They're more organized, they're more focused, they think clearer, they have more energy, they have extremely disciplined work habits, and they're just generally not fucking around, right? The more money you try to make in your business, the higher the level the competition for that money, right? And for most designers earning less than $10,000 per month, right, they're just trying to be successful by any means possible without doing the hard stuff or sacrificing. They're like, well, how do I make $10,000 by, or go from $10,000 to $30,000 by just working 40 hours a week and doing what I love 98% of the time? That's why they don't get there, right? Because it's not going to work if you try to enter a marketplace where you're competing against somebody like me or who's somebody who thinks and acts like me. You can't win without a crystal clear head, without a serious work discipline, without energy, without clear focus, without extreme efficiency. You just won't. Because I'm here, I'm prepared to learn more, I'm prepared to do more than you, I'm prepared to focus more and make more sacrifices, and I'm going to be more effective with my output. And this is how anybody who's successful or makes serious money thinks, right? So you got to understand that breaking into the open marketplace is the hardest thing and the hardest challenge in business. Why? For the same reason that you can easily get word of mouth or referral clients, right? The reason you get them so easy is because somebody already knows you, likes you, and trusts you. So the minute that you start running out of word of mouth and referral clients, because most people don't have the network to support a long-term profitable business just through word of mouth and referrals, the minute you jump into another pool or you start reaching out to strangers, what are you doing? You're reaching out to somebody that probably already knows, likes, and trusts a designer of their own. And then why should they work with you when they can just go to the person that they have an established relationship with? That is the hardest thing to do on the planet. But the minute that you crack it, then you have a massively profitable and prosperous business model where there's a lot of opportunity. But in order to do that and justify how you're a better option than the competitor is the key. And it takes everything that we're going to go through in this video right now. So you need to stop thinking that you can play pro ball on raw talent. The skills and the understanding that have got you a couple of freelance projects or that have got you to $5,000 or $10,000 per month, they're not going to be the skills that are going to get you to $30,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or $200,000 per month. It's just simple, all right? Because everybody has raw talent now. The separator is who optimizes that talent and really does something effectively with that output, all right? So yes, you have to be fucking smart. But you got to understand that everybody who loses, they lose here. It's not in their design skills, experience, their sales and marketing, the responses to the objectives. It's not these little tidbits of information. It's literally this idea here, right? You have two people, right? This is a clock representing 24 hours of time, right? And here's another one, right? If you've got somebody here, like person A, and person A works 8 hours per day on their business. They rock up hungover, right? They've got distractions all through the day. They take a 45-minute lunch break with their friends, right? They go on YouTube for a couple of hours and then they do a little slither of business development at the end of the day and trying to improve their systems and processes, right? This person has no chance against somebody over here who literally wakes up at 6 o'clock in the morning and they work till 10 o'clock at night. And through this entire time, they're hyper-focused, right? They're hyper-optimized around their body and understanding their energy, right? They're focusing on only the right tasks, right? No distractions. If you're going up against this person here, who's literally working 10 to 12 hours per day, where everything is hyper-focused on the exact right thing they need to be working on all the right systems and processes in their business to make sure ultimately that they're delivering a way better product that delivers a way better result for their best customers. If you've got designer B over here spending 10 hours per day doing this, and you've got designer A literally spending 45 minutes per day doing this guy literally moves at more than 10 times the speed. And this is the person that you're competing against, right? So if you can't get your body right, if you can't, sacrifice your time, be working on the right things, eliminate all the distractions and have hyper focus and build a strong purpose around why your business is moving in a particular direction and why your business exists to start with, you just have no chance against this person over here, okay? Because these are the people that make all the money in the marketplace, not just the design space, okay? So we have to start with body because your body is the actual vehicle that allows all the stuff to work, all right? Because if your body's right and you have more energy, it means you have more output, all right? And when you've got more energy, you have a greater IQ. If you're not hungover and you haven't been eating KFC and being on sugar highs for the last 24 hours before you get to work, you're going to be smarter than somebody that's eaten correctly, who's got the right amount of sleep, who's got the right diet. All right. So long term, your business equals the high impactful work that you do. And you literally can't do much of this with a poor mind. So you're just simply not going to perform or win if you're operating at half the capacity all of the time. Okay. You can work technically, but you're not going to be able to do anything great because a business at the end of the day is just all of the decisions that the owner of the business has made over time. And those decisions have to be super smart, right? When it comes to how each of the systems is built in the business model. So if I spend more time in an energetic, clear, creative, focused state of mind, I'm going to outthink you and win. I don't care who you are, all right? And you have the opportunity to do the same. So there's three major areas that you have to think about when it comes to your body, right? And this is so super important. I know it's hard for you to believe. You're watching something on how to grow a design business. This is where to hyper optimize, right? This is how I got to 7 figures, is by mastering this stuff, right? We'll take you through the strategies later, but if you don't get this right, the strategies won't work. So the first thing you want to be aware of is inflammation and brain fog. All right, brain fog is caused by inflammation in the body. And inflammation just means your body fighting garbage stuff that shouldn't be there. Brain fog just equals get by work, which means nothing hyper creative and focused that's going to solve the real problems in the business and allow the business model to grow. All right. So think about allergy tests, go search allergy tests. All right. Go take them and figure out if there's anything that you have sensitivities to and then avoid those foods. Remove all crap. Sugars, all of that stuff massively impacts brain fog. All right, take excessive amounts of inflammatory fighters. They can really help. Meditation's really good because stress leads to poor decisions. And you got to understand that get by work is not going to cut it. It's just not progressing if you want to move towards the Kobe Bryants of the design space. All right, number 2, nutrient absorption. So a lot of the times people's real issue is that they're just not getting the right nutrients to their brain, and then your brain's not going to work. All right, it's just not going to think creatively and at a high enough level to solve the real problems in your business that'll allow the system to change and improve. All right, so take a nutrient deficiency test. Just Google search that. Try to find one. They're all really good. You'll find even the paid ads in Google. They're really good suggestions because eating the wrong foods and the wrong nutrients that your body has sensitivity to massively slows you down and can make you feel really lethargic, okay? Couple of recommendations, things that I've tried myself that have really helped. Fasting till noon which I do 5 days per week, keeps me hyper focused. And there's way more balances that we can get into, but like 90% of what you need is literally here. Figure out what foods that you've got sensitivities to, avoid them, just get rid of all the alcohol, all the sugar, or massively minimize those things. And you're going to be operating at a higher IQ every single day. The third is maximizing sleep recovery. All right. So this is massively essential to clearing out inflammation and mental acuity, right? You're just screwed if you have bad sleep. And most people are bankrupt in this area. Why? Because they get to bed too late, right? Their preparation for bed's terrible. They eat too much food just before they go to bed, so their body's not actually replenishing and restoring cells, right? And they go to bed, watching their phone or looking at a screen, which means they don't settle correctly, which means they get to bed 45 minutes later than they could, and that adds up over time. So you got to understand that there's 4 phases of sleep. There's awake, light. Light sleep does very little. Right, REM is when we start to recharge our mind, and deep is the most restorative. And most people don't push into the REM and deep sleep because they're doing the wrong things from a habit standpoint, right? So the first thing you can do with this is just identify your sleep type. Feel free to go have a look at this here, click this link or type this link into Google and identify your sleep type and figure out what type of sleeper that you are based on the chronotypes, and then match your circadian rhythm, which is basically your body's sleep clock, which helps you figure out when your most productive time states are throughout the day so that you can protect these times and get your real energetic creative work done. All right. And then really awesome hack, just get good at falling asleep at certain times with ease. So prepare, set an alarm to go to bed, not to wake up, to go to bed so that you're getting to bed at the exact same time, and you're massively going to improve the output from your body. All right. The next one is time. Because like we've shown here before, the person who spends more time on the right thing wins, right? If you've got somebody over here spending 1 hour per day on the right things, and you've got somebody spending 10 hours per day, this person's literally moving at 10 times the speed, all right? It's just really that simple. The reason that people succeed is because they spend more time, basically focusing on the right things, all right? So time mastery, how to get really good at time mastery is how to make serious sacrifices. Okay, so again, we've just gone through that 2 people comparison. You can see here, if you've got Gary over here, designer A, who's got all these activities throughout the day, catching up with his friends, reading design blogs, all of these distractions, putting out fires in his business, a client wants another JPEG, blah, 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 and they spend 1 hour doing the things that are going to push the business forward, against somebody who's hyper-focused, makes all the sacrifices of not interrupting their day, not watching YouTube, not scrolling through Facebook, and they're spending 10 hours on those right things, they win. It's just that simple. It's because the second person has just taken the sacrifices. All right? And this is how you want to think about it. All right, there's a game called NBA Hang Time. Again, I only know this because I've got friends that used to play this at school, but what NBA Hang Time allows you to do, if a player gets in the zone and makes a few 3-pointer shots, then you enter fire mode. And for 5 minutes, I think it is, or like a minute and a half, 90 seconds, I think it is. Every time you pass that player the ball and they shoot from less than halfway, they score, right? So what does it become? The game just becomes get the ball, to the player that's in fire mode, because we want to take advantage of the fact that they're in the zone. That's how you have to think about your day, right? You have to take advantage of yourself being in the zone, because when you're in the zone, that's when the most progress is going to be made. All right. So this is how to become lethal in business. You should really just spend time doing 3 things: work, recovering from work, and then the things that are absolutely most important to you. Your family, your girlfriend, your wife, your kids, your husband, and then like 1 or 2 hobbies, right? That's it. Your life is short and the results that you get from your time are extremely limited. And if you want more of what you love, you must become way better at removing stuff. Too many people spend too much time doing shit that doesn't contribute to their long-term goals, and that's why they don't reach their long-term goals. All right. So we're going to take you through the idea of time auditing and how to really remove these things and become hyper aware of them in future videos. So feel free to look forward to that, and we'll take you through the process of that. But we're going to show you how to really document where you spend most of your time, and then how to allocate where to cut things that just aren't contributing to your goals. And it really just comes down to understanding this. If you do not sacrifice, the things that are important to you will be the sacrifice, right? If you're not prepared to sacrifice for the growth of your design business, the growth of your design business will be the thing that you sacrifice. All right. So literally most things can be eliminated. You just got to ask yourself, how much is your time worth per hour, right? You want to figure out how much you want to make per month, right? And then you got to figure out what the hourly rate is for that. And then ask yourself how much of your time is spent on stuff that doesn't have that return on investment of that hourly rate, right? From an emotional standpoint, from a monetary standpoint. And then ask yourself, if you're spending too much time on things that have no ROI and emotional, or financial return, why the fuck are you doing it, right? So you want to figure out what you want, which we're going to cover a bit later on, and then only include that in your life. TV, social media, cleaning, cooking, laundry bills, dealing with the plumber, making your bed, getting groceries. These things aren't you moving towards your design business, all right? These things will rob you of everything you care about, whether it's success or you enjoying your success. So if you're doing less than 20K per month, simple hack, remove all the bullshit. Social media, TV, replace it with building the systems and improving the systems in your business. That'll be enough to move well beyond this, all right? If that's not something that you can look back at and attribute to your life, right? Cut it, break it, or destroy it. Then this one is super important. Prepare all critical life items in one time frame. So you want to collect all of these things and batch them and do them in one foul swoop per week or per month. Your bills, laundry, grocery shopping, contractors, etc. And a massive hack, change your phone number, right? Your phone is the biggest contributor to loss of focus and moving towards your goals, right? Biggest hack I've ever had is just moving to another country where I had to change my number and nobody knew my number except my fiance. Massive productivity boost, all right? So focus on an epic routine. We're going to show you how to build one of those. Same clothes laid out the day before, right? Food ready at a certain time. Remove all wasteful time, all right? Walks to places, inefficient breaks. Getting coffee. If you get more than 2 coffees per day and you have to walk to get it, God, that time just burnt, all right? And then the sleep items that we discussed. If you're above $20,000 per month, get a house manager. Get a virtual assistant. Every aspect of your life should be managed by someone else if you're doing over 20K a month. I don't manage any of that stuff, right? Use the equivalent of like care.com. This is in the United States. If you're in the UK or Australia or somebody else, find the equivalent of that. Get a maid. We've got a cleaner. Get either a home chef or get a chef to prepare you meals and deliver them. This is what we do. We don't spend any time grocery shopping, preparing meals. We just literally put the dishes in the dishwasher, right? Massive optimization. This is how you need to think about it. The scary math. If you're spending 3 to 4 hours per day on stuff that you don't really need to be doing, that's not contributing towards your goals, or it's dumb wasted time, that's 24 hours a week, it's 4 days a month, it's 48 days per year in total, right? Ask yourself, would you rather take an 8-week vacation from your family or do the fucking dishes and watch something that you don't really enjoy, or scroll on a news feed and not really get anything out of it, right? It adds up. Imagine if you take that 48 days a year and it's all spent on focusing on solving the problems that allow you to get better systems in your business, right? And this ties insanely into focus, because the less time spent thinking about life and all of its distractions, and the more time you spend figuring out ideas and thinking about growing your business and solving the problems in each of the systems, the better you do. The person who thinks about their business the most is probably going to have the best business, all right? That's literally it. If you've got lots of distractions, then your head's getting full of other ideas, and that drags you away from the things that are really important. So that brings us on to focus, because focus equals brain power, and it's super hard to focus. And focus is an exponential power, because the longer that you spend focusing, the better your ability to problem solve. So if you're literally focusing on one task over time, then the effectiveness of your decision making exponentially increases like this. And what most people realize is when you get to here, this is what feels like the zone. You know, that feeling of just, oh, where did the time go? I got so much done. I didn't get distracted. Nobody bugged me. I was just in the zone. It's because you were in this state, which is hyper effective problem solving and just nailing through work. So focus is an exponential power, all right? And it's every rock star's superpower. They asked Bill Gates and Warren Buffett were at a dinner party together. I think Bill Gates' mum hosted it. And she asked them both in front of everybody, could you write one word on this piece of paper and tell us what the one thing, the one trait of yours that you think has contributed to the most success? They literally both wrote the word focus when they revealed it to each other. All right, it's every superstar or rock star's superpower. And the reason that most people don't succeed and move towards their goals quicker is because 99% of people are focus bankrupt. All right, and they spend most of their time in type 1 thinking instead of type 2 thinking. So most people spend most of their time in type 1 thinking, which is they focus on something for a little while, they get distracted, and then they shift to something else and they're considering something else and they're balancing multiple things. So they're continually bouncing between, item A, B, C, D, E, F, and type 1 thinking is continually bouncing between these things and being aware of all of these things at the same time, right? But the progress that's made in bouncing from thing A to thing B means that you're never really progressing in each of these things because you're trying to spin too many plates at once, right? This is type 1 thinking. Type 2 thinking is where you literally go, no, A, and I'm just on that until I nail it. And this is where you enter the zone, right? Because you're only focused on one thing. You understand it at a deeper level. You get clearer on the fundamentals of it, and it allows you to do the work or solve the problem or come up with the creative solution to address that thing. All right. Most people don't spend enough time in type 2 thinking, and it's because they don't have the focus, and it's because their life and their business model has too many distractions built into it. So you got to understand that switching tasks kills focus, right? Lack of focus leads to poor and slow work, and discipline leads to higher focus. Thus, higher IQ, better work, and more creativity. The big obvious pains, all right, is stupid friends who do stupid things, gossip, massive waste of time, partying and drinking. Just get rid of them, or massively reduce them as close as you can to zero. Biggest business hacks ever. TV, social media, video games, anything that has instant gratification hooks, because it's going to bring your willpower down. Excessive family time, right? Multiple businesses and projects. Oh, the amount of time that you speak to somebody and they're like, I just don't understand why my design business isn't growing. And it turns out that it's one of 4 businesses they've got going. Wonder why, right? Less is best. And we'll go through this more. If it detracts you from your focus on your goals, just remove it or keep it and lose your goals. The people, the Kobe Bryants in your space, have literally made every sacrifice known to man to get their ultimate goal. They've paid the price, all right? Negative social influences, all right, disrupts your ego. And time management should really have all these things locked out. And this is what we're going to go through in the next couple of videos, is how to structure and manage your day and your time. All right. So high performance environments. This is how to create high performance environments. All right. I'm not going to read through these individually because it takes too long, but either screenshot them or pause them and hyper optimize where you work with all of these things to massively increase the output in your workspace. All right. You can see there's a lot of amazing suggestions here, right? You might only have to implement half of these to get massive impact and turn your workspace and where you do most of your creative, problem solving in your business into the zone space. Okay. Most of these is really just about removing distractions. All right. To be honest, if there's alcohol in my house, right, and there's chocolate, I'll become a fat alcoholic. But if I just remove those options and there's never any alcohol in the house and there's never any chocolate, I never need it. Okay, so focus is less about like a monk-like discipline to focus, and it's more about removing all the distractions so that you can't run into them. All right, so a couple of good suggestions to go on top of this around some great pieces of software. Facebook Purity here. It's a piece of Chrome extension that you can put into Facebook and it removes the feed, right? So that you never get distracted by the feed. Momentum Dash replaces like the Google home screen so that Google doesn't show you all of your recent search history, and then that, takes you to like a baseball website that you frequently visit. So that's a massive hyper optimization. And then just Google search remove recommendations on YouTube. Okay, so a lot of people get stuck in YouTube wormholes. Go get a Chrome extension that literally just shows the video that you went onto YouTube for, and you don't get distracted. Is this robotic? Absolutely. And you must be like, I don't want to turn into a lifeless droid that's devoid of personality. It's a bit robotic, but it's also the key to maximizing the things that you love and the things that you want to grow. All right. You can be natural, but you're just going to get less of what you love and less of what you want to do in your life. And this is what this is all about. It's engineering the perfect life. Okay. It's the sacrifices that are going to pay off long term, and the outcome of the results you get long term and how that's going to impact your life long term. All right. So when you nail these things, and like we've shown before, when you get your body right, when you make the sacrifices around your time and eliminate anything that isn't getting you towards your number one business objective, and you remove all the distractions so that you're hyper focused, right? Anything that you focus on, any problem, any system within your design business, right? You're going to become designer B, where every problem that you focus on is just going to melt because you got the brain power and the capacity to solve it and creatively solve it and move on to the next thing and just keep moving forwards. Cool. So the most important kicker to all of this is your purpose, right? Because everything that we've gone through in this video, believe it or not, this is the key. If you don't get the output and efficiency right, I don't care who you are, you're not going to win. You can be the best designer in the world. If you don't have the output and efficiency to be continually moving and improving each of the systems in your business, you won't outperform somebody who's just half-ass at it, right? So it all comes down to output and efficiency. And there's a lot of pain in business, right? There's a lot of pain in solving these problems. And building a business is hard. And building a design business is hard. And there's going to be a lot of pain, and there's going to be a lot of times where there's unenjoyable things, but this is what success is all about. And in order to continually wake up in the morning and put yourself into painful situations, you need to develop a super well-defined purpose as to why the fuck you're doing all of this, right? Mine, why do I continually, move towards my goals? It's because I understand what my life why is. I've got 2 kids. I want them to have the best opportunities in life, just like I have. My parents busted their ass off for me to have the best opportunities. I want my kids to have the same. But I met a British girl, and now I'm based in Australia, and she was based in the UK. We live together and we bounce between countries whenever one of us feels homesick. It means the costs associated to having houses in 2 countries and then continually flying the family backwards and forwards and then bringing family over means that an everyday wage is just not going to cut it for me. The reason my business succeeds is because my relationship with my family fails if I don't get my business to work. That's the reason I succeed, is because I've backed myself into a situation where I need to make $2-3 million per year, right? And now I want to build on top of that. And the reason I want to get to 10 is because I want to impact, 10,000 designers around the world and help them double, triple their average project values and help them build financial freedom. The reason I have the energy to stay focused and make all the sacrifices is because I've defined my life why. Right? And both of my businesses have their own separate whys. So Profitable Designer, I just mentioned, my design business is really about helping people with cool ideas, with entrepreneurial drive, turn it into something that becomes their main source of income. That's why I do everything that I do, right? And your businesses won't succeed if you don't build the purpose for them, right? Anything with weak purpose won't get focused on. So your business needs to be the one thing that you need to do. And if your business motivation is just to make money, it just won't succeed, because money is a very hollow goal. You need a reason and a justification for that money. And businesses that don't have a why cannot grow to be anything that special, because the owner or the founder just doesn't have the motivation to stick at it day in, day out, because it's not connected enough to their sense of identity and their overall purpose. So you need to have a grand vision to maximize output and efficiency. And what we're going to do here is give you the ability to extract that. All right, this is called the Purpose Worksheet, and this is a massively powerful tool. All right, this tool here, it's derived off the exercise called Self-Authoring by Jordan B. Peterson. A few of you might know him, the book publisher, and Daniel Higgins and Robert O'Phil. All right, feel free to have a look at the link there. I think it costs like $12 to go through this process, but I've derived my own version of this, like with the same structure. All credit goes to these guys. But go through this process of really defining what your ideal future looks like, defining what you want your life to be, how your business plays an integral role in this, and figure out what the actual motivation is for you to even move in the direction of having and growing and succeeding in your own design business. All right. The minute you fill this worksheet out, I guarantee you'll be 10 times more likely to hit your goals. Every single person I take through this process and every design business I work with say that this single document gives them 10 times the power and motivation to keep implementing. Why? Because when you make your goals super visible and super clear, like we discussed with raw math as well, then you dramatically increase the likelihood that they occur. Okay, so go fill this out in detail, follow the instructions, and now you have something massively powerful to work towards, because it's basically what you want out of your life. And you can now see how your design business ties into that as well. All right, so take the time to go through that, and feel free to let us know in the group, what it is that you want to move towards and what is your ultimate overall purpose. And just keep it to 4 hours to do. Don't take more than 4 hours. Really important exercise, because you want to just rough draft it out. But the most important part about it is it's teaching you how to think about what you want in your life, so that when you come into contact or into field of vision of something that you also want to add to it, you add it at a later date, and it's constantly evolving. All right. These tools are really about teaching you how to think, right, as much as they are teaching you what to do. So don't take more than 4 hours to do this. So wrapping this video up, it's really this simple. If you want to succeed, don't worry about all the strategies and the tactics and all the shiny objects that the rest of the design space is stuck focusing on. Get your bloody body right? Focus your time. Remove all of the things that are a waste of time. Remove all of the distractions and get super clear on why the fuck you are doing any of this. If you do this and multiply these into each other, you are guaranteed to win, even if you don't get taught any strategies. Even if nobody shows you how to improve a product, because you're going to have too much time and too much focus that you're going to define the problem and solve the problem, because you've got the purpose, right? This is where it's all won. Out of all the money I've spent in like high level, high ticket programs with, multiple 7-figure and 8-figure entrepreneurs, the key is always the fundamentals, which is output and efficiency, right? Output and efficiency, to be continually doing this, putting our business up and running, putting it into the marketplace, seeing how the market react to it. All of the inputs we put into this business, are we getting the right outputs? If not, how do we use that feedback to solve the problem and spend the time, focus, and energy on changing the inputs and the system so that we get what we want, and going through thousands and thousands of cycles and just continually trying to improve each of these. Step by step, mind, then day, then offer, then marketing, then sales, then delivery, and then go through them again and go through them again. And then each part continually adds up. And like you've seen, the exponential nature of the business improving just happens. It's just a matter of time. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. Massively important. This is how to think like a 7-figure designer. If you don't get this right, honestly, everything else that I'm going to teach you is massively secondary. All right, you get this right, I guarantee you'll win without any other information. All right, but then I'm going to give you some additional stuff on top of this to turn your fire mode and your zone into a hyper productive, hyper efficient zone. So we'll see you on the next video. Hey guys, welcome to this video called How to Engineer the Perfect Day Forever. So why we have this video and why it's so important is because once we've figured out how to optimize our body, how to maximize the amount of time that we spend in our business, how to get hyper focused and make sure that we've built the purpose so that we're continually moving towards solving all the problems and improving all of these systems that's going to push us towards design profitability and growth, what becomes the next important thing is how we structure our day so that we're moving towards progressing in each of these areas and systems. Because at the end of the day, all your business is who you think, what you think and who you are and what you do daily, right? And the actions that you take and then the actions of the people within the business that you've built. So what we need to do is make sure that we're structuring our day so that we're doing everything that we need to move forwards long-term in our business. And the reason that most designers don't is because they ignore things that are required to succeed long-term. Or they get too busy delivering work for 10 hours a day and they do 1 minute of sales training or sales improvement. They do no marketing and they never figure out how to improve their offer. It's just very simple monkey math, right? If you do everything that you need to move forwards every day that's required for the business to succeed, you'll win, right? So this is really just an extension of what we're talking about in the last video, all right? The last video when it came to thinking like a 7-figure designer is just really teaching you how to think like a hyper successful person so that we can now go execute on everything that we deem important. So here's what we're going to cover in this video. We're going to go through what day engineering is and how to think about it. Then we're going to go through what daily mind practices to go through. We'll quickly go through marketing because we're going to cover that in a later video. We're going to go through the offer later videos. Same with sales. We'll go through finance and why we need to do it every day. Then delivery very quickly. Auditing, which is massively important. The idea of how we really figure out where we're spending most of our time and how to really audit and improve our systems. And then we're just going to bring it all together. So we're going to start with day engineering. And the reason that we want to start with this is because most designers suffer from too much freedom. Like most designers, they love variation. Variation is what they love about design. It's taking all of these different components and doing something unique and creative with it. But the problem with this when it comes to business is that most designers have too much freedom and they have too much variation when it comes to their business model. So when you give yourself freedom from set activities, you invite distractions to dictate your day. And this is generally how this works, is that most designers just put fires out all day. So feel free to just make a mental note if this sounds like you, where you wake up at 8 a.m., right? You eat some breakfast, blah, blah, blah. You get to the office, you open up your laptop or your studio and you start work. And the first thing that you do is check an email from a client who needs something urgently. And then bang, 6 hours lost, right? 6 hours lost, not based on what you had intended for the day, right? The reason most designers don't move towards success at a quicker speed is literally because they don't have structured systems and processes for what actions to be performing throughout the day. So most designers end up spending most of the day putting out fires and then missing out on the things that are going to push the business forward. Improving sales, improving the offer, getting a good understanding for the relationship between your activities and the money that's coming in, improving delivery, figuring out where you're spending a lot of time wasted, and then getting in front of people consistently, right? It's super simple to see why most designers don't succeed. It's because they spend most of their time doing everything but the things that are going to push them forward. So you need to have consistency over time. All right. And this is basically day engineering theory. All right. If we're going to prove that these things here, right, if we understand that we need marketing long term, we need to be always thinking about improving our offer. We need to always be trying to improve our sales. We need to understand and be on top of our finances. We need to be improving delivery, and we need to be continually refining our time. If those things are going to be required long term for the business to move forwards, well, let's just do each of them a little bit every single day, multiplied by every day in our design career, right? We're going to succeed, right? So why not just tackle them every single day? Where most designers will go, oh, I'm too busy on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So Friday, I'm going to do a bit of marketing. They get to Friday. Oh, I don't really like marketing. I'll skip it and I'll do it next week, right? The reason people don't succeed is because there's no consistency in the systems of their output and efficiency, which means that we're not building momentum. And if you're not building momentum and you're not building towards better systems in each of these areas, you're not growing. So if you're not doing them daily, you're not moving in the right direction, okay? So this is why we've built this day engineering sheet. You're going to see a link for this just below this video. And this is what allows you to engineer your day, weeks, months, and years, okay? So we've got a dashboard here. What you can do is use this. You want to be focusing on one big business building project at a time, right? So this might be improving your sales system, improving your marketing, improving your offer, your website. This is where you kind of plan your big one project activity on your business model. And then what we do is we break down the things that we want to be doing every day, right? And here's just an indicator of these. I'm just going to quickly copy these. So these are each of the individual days within the month for each month, right? This is the day. This is where you put all of the things you do every single day, for example. Email broadcast might be something that you do every single week, once a week. So you list all of your daily activities here. You list your weekly activities here. So like Monday, we'll do an email broadcast, and Thursday, we might do a podcast. I'm just, giving you some examples. And every single month, we might do the finance corporate rating, which I'm going to show you how to do later on. And we might do the time auditing activity, which I'm going to show you. And we might do day engineering, which is overlooking all of our daily, weekly, and monthly systems. Okay. Then what you do every single day, the day before, and we're going to show you how to do this a bit later on, is if we are, January 1, all we need to do is to figure out, before New Year's Eve, hypothetically, we would come here and go, okay, well, these are the things I need to do every day to move forwards. So I'll come to January, I'll paste those things in. From a weekly standpoint, what do I need to get done? Okay, this. Okay, cool. I'm going to punch this in. I need to do my email broadcast, and I might just bring this back here like so. And then from a monthly standpoint, nothing on the first or nothing early in the month. Okay, so then this just literally becomes the hit list of the things that we need to achieve for the day. Okay, and then we might have one big project, and it might be the fact that, okay, for the next, 3 days, let's go this. For the next 5 days or 6 days of my work days, I'm going to focus on rebuilding. Right? And then we say, okay, well, that's what we're going to focus on. And you can put as many long-term system improvements, but this is where you're building a better business model. All right. This dashboard is for building a better business model. So then what we do is we come back to the day and we say, the other thing we're going to do is rebuild the website. So you can see what we're doing. And the reason we call this, I'm just going to, right, is now what we're doing is we're doing everything long term that it's going to allow our business to move towards higher levels of success. So the reason we call it day engineering, because we're literally sitting here as a CEO looking at ourselves as an employee and saying what needs to be implemented to move towards our long-term goals, right? So the reason we call it day engineering is because we're engineering our days, our weeks, and our months. And every month, all you need to do is come back through here and assess if I'm moving towards my goals, have the numbers been good, and we can look at what we did for that month, all of the individual activities, and see what we did and what we didn't do. And that's going to allow us to see what adjustments we need to make to our day engineering to either add or minus activities that aren't contributing towards us moving towards our goals. Right? So day engineering becomes the time management tool, massively a powerful tool. It's the most important tool I have in my business because I can see if I have record months, what I was doing for that month that allowed it to be a record month. Or if I have a terrible month, what are the mistakes and what activities didn't lead to return on investment? Okay, so that's the day engineering sheet. We are going to go through that in more detail a bit later on in this video, but in between, we're just going to populate each of the other additional activities that you want to be doing daily so that you've got one big list of things to be doing every single day. And that brings us on to the first activity that we want to go through absolutely every day because it's by far the most important and it comes down to how we think. Okay, so a really awesome recommended book here is called Psycho-Cybernetics. And this book is really just based around the idea that we become what we think about. All right, I highly recommend, this is probably the best non-business based book that I've read. This is another really good one that kind of backs up the idea here around the idea that we become what we think about. Because if you're continually defining what it is that you want to move towards and you're continually reminding yourself of the stuff that you want to obtain and the person that you want to become, sounds crazy, might sound crackpot to you, well, guess what? You become that person. The people that just believe that I am who I am now are the people that don't change. The people that improve are the ones that say, this is who I want to become and this is who I am becoming. Okay, so these books are really good at hitting that point home because the best motivator in the world is the ability to create your own dream life. All right. If you are continually every single day, hopping up and putting yourself through the pain of building your own successful design business, the one thing that's going to keep you motivated is the life that you're creating and what the success in that business allows you to do in your life. So the best motivator is going to be keeping and continually reminding yourself of why you are doing all of this. All right, because there's basically two types of people. All right, the first type of person is the person that thinks that life just happens to them, okay? And the person who just thinks that life happens to them and they're just an active participant in this big experiment where God or life just dishes out these circumstances, these are the people that don't grow. The people that don't understand that you're in control of your life, they're the ones that don't take on the responsibility to change their life. Okay, the people, and this is the second type of person, the person who understands they are the creator of everything and they start to bear responsibility for their entire life and understand that they can shape the direction that their life go in. These are the people that succeed. Okay, the people crazy enough to think that their world can change are the people that end up changing their world. All right, so please understand, and this is the most important lesson from both of these books, super powerful books, is that you become what you think about. If you just think, this is, my life, people don't value they don't value really great design and my skill set, and I'm just going to be stuck, at $5,000 in a 9-to-5 job, and that's just what's going to happen. Well, that's probably what'll happen with your life because you become what you think about. But the minute you start saying, no, I'm destined for something bigger, I understand I'm moving towards something greater, and you consistently remind yourself of that, your brain starts to take action on the things that are going to allow that thing to come to fruition, right? When you ever have bought a car, You started with a fleeting thought about, I think this car is starting to get a bit dirty. It's not performing as well. It'd be kind of cool to have a new car. And then you think about it a bit more and you're like, yeah, what would I need in a car? I'd need this, this, and this. And then you're like, oh, I think, this particular make and model, the Volkswagen Polo is good. And then you're like, yeah, I want a Polo. And then out of nowhere, what happens? You end up with one in your garage. Why? Because you kept thinking about it and you thought about it for so long that it physically manifested itself. And this, to a lot of people, they might feel like this is a crazy concept here and I'm getting all hocus and pocus, but this is just how the world works, right? It's the most important principle in life is the fact that you become what you think about. So what does that mean? It means that we have the ability to stack rocks in our favor. Okay, if we're continually stacking rocks in our favor, then we're literally, manipulating the dice in our favor as well. So basically, this is our design business table, right? And we have a balance beam like so, right? And there's a bucket on both ends of these. You can choose whether you have negative thoughts, right? You can put negative thoughts in or positive thoughts. What I'm saying here and what activity I'm going to give you here and what worksheet is saying the more we stack positive thoughts about the direction that we're moving and what it is that we want to achieve, the heavier this side becomes and the more likely that this thing moves forward. And I'm not saying you can't have negative thoughts, but as long as you're having more positive thoughts than negative thoughts, you will move forwards at that rate where you're outnumbering with positive thoughts. Okay, so the more positive thoughts that you have, the quicker and more likely it is that you're going to achieve what you want to achieve. And the more positive thoughts that you have, the more action you take, which means you're going to see results from that reality and experience your new reality becoming, right? Which means that when you start getting, results from the actions you take, you start to adjust your beliefs and actions accordingly based on those actions. And it changes your understanding of who you're becoming, right? Which then allows you to then take more action based on those new beliefs and then see and experience the change from those actions and how that changes the way that you perceive the world. And this is what creates this big momentum building spiral of people moving towards success. This is also the same process in reverse that takes people from normally functioning human beings to committing suicide. Right? It's just this idea of stacking rocks on either the positive or negative side of the spectrum and then building momentum in a positive or negative direction. Well, if you now understand that we can stack the rocks, why not take advantage of this? Because guess what? Your brain doesn't know the difference between something that happens in real life and something imagined. So how can we use this information to load the dice in our favor? If the more we think about something increases the likelihood that it comes to fruition and manifests, well, why don't we just use this? And this is what exactly this objective sheet is for. And this becomes a powerful mental tool because what this is, it's documentation of who you are and what you want to become and the success that you're moving towards. So basically everything in this document you can pull out of the purpose worksheet that you've just done in the previous videos. But this just becomes your reminder around who you're becoming, the most important things to be aware of mentally, the principles that you want to operate by, and just basically who you want to become. And what better way to start the day, and this is something that we recommend all of our students in our mastermind program do, is they focus on who they want to become because this is the best provider of motivation to keep implementing, to focus, to dedicate and sacrifice the time on the things that are going to allow the business to succeed. Okay, so I'm just going to walk you through each of these sections. You have got the ability to save your own copy of this and make adjustments, but I'm just going to walk you through it overall. You want to take the time to customize it to you, and I'm just going to show you what each page means and how to use it. So the first page is just a general kind of information page that really just reiterates a couple of really good points from the books that I've just mentioned earlier. And what they do is they really set the tone for the importance of reading through the subjective document every day. Okay, so it's easy to forget the power of this way of thinking and the power of this tool. So this first page just justifies why we do this every day. and why it's so super powerful. Next page is really just about focusing on some key principles that motivate you to move in the right direction. So I've just put a few of the examples of the principles that I like to look after and over every single day. So feel free to adjust and edit these. The next page is really focusing on the daily ritual. So understanding how this objective document fits into your purpose and how we want to think about it every single day. Then some emphasis on focusing on the long term and being dedicated to the long-term cause and investing in the long term instead of what most people do and focus on short-term gains. Okay. Then you want to change the identity page so that it reflects, the character traits and the things that you want to move towards and achieve and obtain yourself. So you can see here I've got particular characters you might be familiar with, and it's really just the character traits I admire about these people and how I want those in my own existence, and the ability for the kind of house I want, the lifestyle, where we travel to, and the kind of different traits and character traits from each of these different people. Okay, then the legacy to date page is really a trophy captain. All right, this is where you want to collect all of your big wins to keep reaffirming and stacking the rocks in your favor that you're building momentum and you're heading in the right direction. So here, my example is really just the fact of me booking consistent calls with design prospects to really bang home the idea that I'm in high demand and that I'm a really profitable designer where people really, value my opinion and they see me as a high value contributor. Then we've got the story page, and this is really where you start developing and writing the script for your own story. Okay, so this is an example of when I just started moving into and focusing on my own design business. But what I did is I brought all the information in from the past to create the narrative, and then I've started to lay out the direction I'm heading in. And looking at this every day and looking at what the story's panning out to be increases the likelihood that that's what actually happens as long as we take the action. So I find that to be a really powerful tool. This is the manifesto page. So this is really a description of who I am, basically, and who I'm becoming. So you want to get as detailed as you possibly can with this, because this is what really, the more detail that you put into this, the greater your chances of becoming exactly that. So you want to come through and you want to figure out how you want to define yourself moving forwards and who it is that you're becoming. This goes into more specifics, the identity page. So really what character traits, your appearance, your achievements, your mentors, and the way that you brand yourself. Then we get into the detailed breakdown of what it is that we want to achieve within 6 and 18-month timeframes. Okay, you can build more timeframes than this if you like. The most important thing, is that you have goals that you're moving towards, that you're trying to achieve. Because if we keep looking at these goals and who we want to become, then our brain just starts optimizing around those things and starts forcing us to do the activities that are going to move us in this direction. Like I said, with purchasing the car, the more you think about it, the more likely you are to buy it. And that's why advertising and marketing works, because it's reminding people of the thoughts that they're already having and just giving them more attention and time. Then what we've got is affirmations. So affirmations is really just that idea of stacking more positive thoughts on top of each other. So I've given you 5 pages of the affirmations that I read every day and who I'm becoming, and feel free to edit these, minus some, add some to it, adjust them. But the real idea here is that you read these and you imagine yourself as this person that's already achieved these things and try to feel the emotions attached to reading these things out and imagining and envisioning that you already are these things. And that's what really stacks the rocks on our side. Okay, this is why affirmations are so powerful. And that's basically an entire fly through of how to use the objective document. A super, super powerful tool. So powerful that that's how we start the day. So that's the objective document. Go through, save your own copy, start building out yours, build it super rough, see it as a document that you're continually trying to improve day after day, every single day, and just customize it based on who you are inevitably going to become. So the next daily activity is going to be marketing. And marketing is very simple. Obviously, we're only going to cover this for 20 seconds here because we've got an entire video dedicated to marketing and how we go about that, which you're going to find in future videos so that we can move on to that a bit later on in this program. The offer is exactly the same as well, but we want to be continually dedicating time every single day to thinking about what constitutes a good offer and continually trying to improve our offer as a system as well. Exactly the same with sales. We've got a video built specifically for that, but I'm just putting in these things here to emphasize these are part of our daily practices. As to is finance, which is what we're going to go through right now. So this is where most people go wrong with finances. Most people start making money with their business, but they just don't keep things clean and organized. And they have receipts everywhere, expenses on personal and business accounts, and no idea what their profit is. Most people don't know how accounting works and they misjudge their true earnings and their taxes, etc., which can be super, super dangerous. You know, getting in trouble for accidentally avoiding tax can be a massive, massive penalty. Most people leave accounting until the last minute when they're forced to file taxes, and the time that it takes them, you know, sometimes 2 to 3 weeks to figure everything out. But the problem is it's massively irresponsible, but it's also massively stressful and time consuming if you're dedicating 2 to 3 weeks every tax time to file everything. So most people believe that all the magic is in selling and marketing of the things and it's not in the financial management. And it's not true, because the smartest and most successful business people, they master both. Most people spend the money they make on personal expenses like cars, TV, alcohol, vacations. And while this may give you short-term satisfaction, it will just never deliver you long-term gain. So there's just a much smarter way to live. And that's what we're going to go through here. We're just going to go through the financial basics when it comes to company accounts, cards, and receipts. So let's start with the basics so that we can get those up and set up correctly and then move on to some more advanced stuff. So basics, make sure you register your business officially and operate as a company, not an individual. This is what you want to move towards because there's way too many tax advantages and financial advantages to having a company instead of being an individual paying individual tax. Have 2 separate bank accounts, a personal checking and savings and a business checking and savings. Have 2 separate debit credit cards, a personal card and a business card. Put all your business expenses on the business card and all the personal on the personal, pretty straightforward. Whenever you sign up for anything business related, use your business email and just keep your business email for, business related purchases. Anything personal, use a personal email, right? Store all your receipts in a receipt folder. Keep all of your physical business receipts and store them in a dedicated drawer because you'll need them. And just keep it simple and minimal. You know, it's just easier to have one of everything. One card, one account, one merchant, one email. The less the better, the less work to do consistently. So, some simple discipline rules to live by financially each day. Now that we've got the basics covered. All right, so let's talk about financial discipline. This is really important, okay? Because at the end of the day, all a business is a machine that's supposed to develop and build revenue and profit, all right? If you're not on top of your finances every day, then you're ignoring the key metric that makes the justification for why the business exists to start with, right? So you check your bank account every day and always keep a realistic view of your financial position. You keep all your business receipts and store them in an email folder or drawer. When you make money, you just let it sit in the business account. You don't move it or spend it. You learn to see money as a war chest that's there to help you make even more money, not buy things, okay? Don't waste money. Money there is supposed to be saved there because the bigger your war chest, okay, the more money you have and the more cash you have on hand, the more aggressive the moves that can be made. So poor people buy fancy cars so that they look rich. Smart people reinvest the money back into their business. Why? Because that's the best place to multiply it, is where you're already multiplying effort and time. So keep track of your monthly income and your expenses at all times so that you can forecast things and know your true financial position so that you can make better decisions and investments. Okay, so the way that we do this, I'm just going to show you this spreadsheet. This is the finance spreadsheet that we've given you as an attachment. Feel free to save your own copy of this so that you can track your monthly income and expenses, as well as forecast and keep track of your cash flows. So we're going to go to this document now. This is what it looks like here, and I'm going to walk you through each step of this. And like everything that we're going to go through in this video, you're going to find the link to this just below this video in the information section of this post. But basically, this can be broken down. Our finance worksheet can be broken down into 4 areas. So the first is our 2000 or like our annual cash flows, where we're looking at the breakdown of cash flows for each individual month. Then we go into the individual line items. Okay, I'm going to go through these individually shortly. Business expenses and personal expenses. So the 2021 cash flows, this one here, this is really just giving us a 10,000 foot view of how we're going financially for the month. Okay, so every project, what you do basically when we're coming up, let's say we're in June, we're starting with July, you start to get an idea and develop what you expect to bring in from a sales and revenue standpoint. Okay, then what we do at the end of the year, we obviously collate and start adding up what we actually got. Okay, what we do then to get, that's for the income. For the expenses, what we do is we come to this page here and we start listing out each of our expenses and what they cost from each component of our business, right? And this is going to add up to a total amount. And then what you do is you populate your ongoing expenses here, because we're going to be pretty accurate about what our ongoing expected expenses are. Okay. And then once we combine that with our expectations around the revenue we're going to generate, we're now projecting what we think the next month's performance is going to be. And then what we do is we start coming to the line items. So every single day we come here and everything that comes into the bank account and out of the bank account, we record. And I'm going to explain why this is so important very, very shortly when we talk about corporate rating. Okay, so the daily workflow is we come in, first time we use this sheet, we populate all of our business expenses, our monthly recurring ones, so that we get an idea of what's going to come out guaranteed every month. You can feel free to keep a personal one as well, okay, but that should be for a separate account. It's just to keep an understanding of where you're spending money consistently, okay? Because if you're consistently aware of where you're spending money, right, then things that you don't need, you'll kill, and you'll just get rid of, and you can save a lot of money just doing that by just not spending money on stupid things that you forgot about, and a lot of monthly subscriptions. So we list out our business expenses. You can do your personal expenses, right? And that gives us an understanding of what our expected, expenses are going to be for the month. Every single day, at the start of the month, you'll create what you think is the projected revenue. And at the end of the month, you will collect what the actual revenue was, what the actual expenses were in total. And the way that we'll get to those numbers is because every single day, we're tracking every transaction that comes in and out of the account. This might seem like a lot of work. It literally takes no more than 5 minutes. Why? Because most design businesses don't have that many expenses. When you do, 100K to like seven figures, you're only talking like a handful of expenses per day. So it's a super, super simple process to go through. And I'm going to explain why very shortly, but you should be able to see here that if you're consistently trying to predict what you're going to earn for that month, and then you see what you've actually earned, you start to develop an understanding for the relationship between what you need to do to generate revenue, and you've got an understanding of the business as a whole from a financial perspective. And this is so key to when it comes to making decisions. So you wouldn't believe how many times I ask people like, what's monthly revenue look like? And they don't know. Well, that's why they're not succeeding, because they don't even know what the speed limit is on the car, or what speed the car's going. No wonder they're going to crash. Okay. So that's just a broad kind of overview of how to use the finance sheet, but this is literally an every single day activity. Okay. So this is what you want to do every single day. Finance sheet workflow, like I said, you fill in your recurring business and personal expenses. You track your first month's line items. You use this information to forecast next month. You then track the second month's line items, right? Or the first month's actual line items. And then you compare your expected versus actual for the second month, and you're consistently repeating. And this is what's going to allow you to more accurately forecast in the future. And you're going to start to see the relationship between the marketing and sales efforts and the money coming in. And that's where the real consistency in a business model comes from. So let's talk about the really super powerful way now to use this finance sheet. And this is called corporate rating your own company. Because now that you've got your financial basics, daily discipline, and financial tracking in place, it's now time to corporate raid your own business. But, what the hell does that mean? What do you mean by corporate raid? So corporate raiding is when somebody buys huge amounts of shares in a public company and then gains voting rights so that they can influence the board decisions and the directions of the company. Corporate raiders such as Carl Icahn spend their time looking for flabby businesses that are poorly managed, have too much expense, or are not aggressive enough with growth. And they simply just buy up shares in the company from the stock market at the current share price, and then they start dictating management decisions to lift the performance and up the business. When the performance lifts, the share prices increase, and then they generally sell the company at a profit. Okay, so we want to look at our business the same way through the eyes of a corporate raider. We want to make sure that it's not too flabby in any areas where we need to start trimming. Okay, so it becomes your responsibility to just continually look at where your business is spending too much money on stuff that doesn't matter and doesn't contribute towards generating more revenue. And here's how we do that. So most designers get lazy with their business and they let expenses and complexity stack up over time. And this means that the business gets flabby, inefficient, and not driven to its full potential, and it's just bound to happen. So we want to keep track of all the financials in our business using our finance sheet provided, and we've just gone through where you can access that, just the link below this video. And this will show you all expenses, income, and the month-to-month performance. So every few months, you want to spend 1 to 2 days going over your business financials in every detail, looking for any areas that you can trim expense and make more efficient. And you do this with your personal expenses too. So another thing to look for is assets, all right? Assets are things that your business own that are worth money. And this could be things like cars, TVs, stereos, computers, electronics, all of that. And you'll want to always review what assets you and your business own, that if they're not being used, to liquidate them and use them as cash to feed income generating activities so that you can make more money. This is how people become rich, right? They reduce their expenses on things that aren't assets, and they spend more money buying assets that make them more money. That's how to become rich, right? You want to do the same thing in your own business. So the mindset shift here is, instead of seeing your business as a tool that makes you money, learn to see it as a tool to make money so that it can make more money, right? The reason that I'm super tight on life expenses and we operate on a $60,000 a year salary, even though my business, both businesses do 7 figures, is because the best place I could be spending the money is reinvesting it back into the business to grow, right? That's the best way to be thinking about money, is that you put it back into the business if the business is generating profits so that it makes more profits. So you cycle the funds around and through the feedback loop, and that's how you scale up. All right, and this is why it's so important to build a team and to run into paid ads, because this is how we better invest the money that we make. So let's just go through a very simple software stack, and these are the tools that really help with this. So now that you've got a sound understanding of how to manage your business financials, it's time to see the software stack that we can use to do our accounting and finances efficiently. All right, so let's have a look. So simple for cash flow, budget forecasts, just use the finance sheet that you've got a link to below here. Super powerful tool. All right, gives you the ability to see a 10,000 foot view look of what the business is up to and how it's performing. Accounting software, 2 really good options. You've got QuickBooks or Xero. And for receipt management, there's an app called Shoebox that just very simply, you take a photo and then it just uploads and saves all the details of the image. All right, some final notes about accounting and finance. Most designers ignore this stuff and think it's not that important. And I've seen too many people make great money and waste it all only to end up at the bottom again. Don't think like this. Make a commitment to keeping accurate financials for your business at all times and start training yourself so that you can apply the daily discipline taught in this video. So the mindset shift here is, instead of seeing your business as a tool to make money, learn to see it as a tool to make money so that you can make more money, and then you reinvest the funds through a feedback loop, and this is how you scale up. So one book that's well worth the read is this book here. It's called Accounting Made Simple by a guy called Mike Piper. So I highly recommend that book. It's about $15 on Amazon. Just teaches you all the basics of accounting. So when it comes to file your taxes and produce financial statements, I just simply recommend hiring an accountant to help you with everything. Just search for somebody local or ask a friend for a referral. Okay, it just makes the whole process so much easier, because you can easily waste, hundreds of hours in accounting and finance. If you're going to do it yourself, it's just easier to get a professional that understands your situation. All right, so that's finance. Delivery, again, is not something that we're going to cover in this program. That's probably the area that you are the strongest with. But then what you will do, and we'll take you through more information about this at the end of this video when we wrap up, but you want to focus on, staging out the time that you spend delivering the actual work that you win. We'll show you how to do that shortly. Then we come on to a really powerful idea about auditing. Okay, so auditing is massively important, like we said, because most designers don't spend enough time doing the things that are going to push the business forward. So I'm just going to quickly paint the context and sell you the idea of why we should be time auditing every 60 days to just see where we're spending and investing time. Because only 3 things drive continual revenue. All right. The first one's generating calls. The second one is doing calls. And the third one is building a better product or service so that we can charge more and more effectively deliver. These are the only things that drive revenue. And you might be asking, you're always super, super busy. Your hair's always on fire. You don't feel like you've got any time spare in the day or the week, and you get to the weekend and you work 6 hours on a Saturday and 4 hours still, and barely any family time, And most designers are in the same situation. They're like, well, how am I so busy all the time, but I'm completely broke? Well, it comes down to this. They just focus on the wrong activities. They spend most of their time here, perfecting their portfolio, adjusting their website, rebranding, writing blog articles, shooting video content, posting in design blogs, reading about design. Basically, they're doing everything that doesn't include getting in contact with people that may become better paying clients and improving their offer so they got something more valuable to sell, right? So what I'm going to do is provide you with our auditing sheet, and this is going to allow you to see how valuable each of these activities that you might be doing are, so that you can focus on improving, the net value of where you invest your time. Okay, so this is the auditing sheet. What I've done is I've just broken some very common activities into what they are worth per hour, so that you can gauge how valuable different activities are. Okay, so we're going to use this auditing sheet in a second. We use this to track where you're spending most of your time. But very simply, if you spend 100% of your time here, you'll have a business where you earn reflective to $100 per hour, right? If you spend the most of your time here, you'll have a business that's more than 7 figures. The reason most designers don't make more than a standard wage is because their time invested is an aggregate of these 4 areas here, where 80% of their time is doing all of this stuff. It's not generating calls, it's not closing calls, and it's not improving their product. Simple, right? So when you focus on doing those things, you generate more revenue. When you start building the machine that allows those things to happen without you, that's when you start moving towards the 7-figure run rate. Okay, so that's the auditing sheet. And what we're going to do is just take you through how we use this. So how do we see where our time has been spent? Well, the way that we do this is with every couple of months, you want to do this exercise. So we call it the 100 units of energy exercise. And this is really just a powerful exercise you do monthly. I'd say, once every couple of months is more than fine to see where your time goes. How it works for 7 days, what you do is every 30 minutes, you set an alarm on your phone. And then when the alarm goes off, you write down on a piece of paper, what it is that you were doing when that alarm went off. And you do that every 30 minutes. And then at the end of the 7 days, you categorize each into the columns of the spreadsheet that we've just shown you there, and you calculate how much time went into each column. All right? Then you sacrifice every activity that isn't directly connected to your goal, eliminate it completely. And I don't really care about your feelings. If you want to win, that's why you've probably signed up to have a look and go through this program, then make the sacrifice. If you still want to hold on to the little things that aren't contributing towards your growth, right, and the things that aren't up this higher end here, then you're doing detrimental things towards the growth of your business. All right? You might be thinking, I can't eliminate this. At the end of the day, that's a bullshit thought. You can, you just don't want to and you're scared. You've just created a little lie in your head that says it's necessary and that you or your business needs it, and I can tell you that you don't. All right, this is what I've been talking about with time sacrifice and eliminating distractions. The reason most people don't grow successful businesses is because they're too distracted and they don't do the things that actually gets results. And you might be thinking, I spent way too much time with my family. I can't eliminate my family, can I? Well, no, not your partner, not your family, or not your health. You obviously still need those things. You need sleep, exercise, and healthy relationships. But you've got to be okay with the idea that if you want to move quicker, this area will have to shrink a bit, okay? Because there is big sacrifices necessary in order to grow. And this is just the underlining message here, is that everything that doesn't drive continual revenue, get rid of it, right? If you're spending any time doing anything here, right, then you're moving backwards. If I spend any of my time here, I'm moving backwards. I can't make more money by doing that, right? This is the only way I can make more money, is by hiring people, building systems and processes, running paid advertising, and building the machine that delivers the value and that delivers the revenue, and engineering the business model, right? This is why I earn, well, not this, but roughly probably $850 per hour. It's because most of my activities are high value activities. All right. So you want to figure out where you're spending most of your time, and then that'll predict your bank balance. Super powerful tool. Okay. So that's the auditing tool, and anything that your client doesn't need as well, eliminate it. So you remove everything that's not continually driving revenue and everything that your client doesn't need, and that's it. You're going to be left with the tasks that are going to allow you to move forwards, and that's what this program's about. It's really about showing you how to be spending your time and investing it the best. So bringing it all together, how to build an effective and focused day is you use your day engineering spreadsheet religiously. You read your objective first thing when you start your day and before you go to sleep. This literally takes you 5 minutes, right? Marketing outreach every single day, 30 minutes. No excuses, 5 days a week. This is how you grow a business, all right? You develop and spend 5 minutes on your offer using the training that we're going to provide you every day for 10 minutes. You go through your finances every day for 5 minutes, and then you get into the delivery. So you break your work into 2 to 3 hour chunks if you've got multiple projects at a time, but no less, no jumping between thousands of different projects. Because like we said, you're not getting into type 2 thinking. You're not getting into hyper focus and the zone. Then you set time for client and prospect communication every day, 20 to 30 minutes, better at the end of the day. And then what you do is you plan tomorrow today. You spend 5 minutes doing that every single day. All right, I'm just going to show you what we mean there. So when you come over to the day engineering, you get to the end of the day and you might have done all of these things. You mark them as yellow, for example, and then you plan tomorrow today. So if we get to Sunday, on Monday, we'll go, okay, let's have a look. I'm just going to create some more cells here like so. And we're going to go, okay, it's Monday. What daily things do I have to do? Here they are. Cool. Come back. There we go. What weekly things on a Monday? Okay, email broadcast. Cool. There we go. What monthly things have to be done? Let's just say that this is the 8th. Okay, there's nothing really that I have to do on the 8th. So that's fine. And you do that the day before, and now not only do you sleep better, but you go to bed knowing that you've got direction and you know how to implement the entire next day because you've engineered the day. That's why we call it day engineering. Now you've got a game plan that if you just simply follow the game plan, you're moving towards your design business goals. And then you just repeat that every day. And that's how to win, right? It's super, super simple. We're obviously going to take you through the marketing outreach, for example, a bit later on. You can see it's 90 minutes there. We say 30 minutes is a very good starting point. And that's why we call it the 4-hour design business, because 4 hours per week is all that's required from everything outside of project delivery to move towards a much more profitable design business model. Okay, so then the thing we do, like I just showed you there, highlight the activity yellow once you've achieved it and move on to the next one. So once you get through each individual activity, just check it off like so, and then just select it and then move on to the next one. So just to give you an idea here, product development is basically offer development. Okay, so it's you just figuring out, how do I build a better offer? How do I solve a better problem for my marketplace? We're going to go into more detail about that in future videos. Okay, then what you do is you give yourself a mark out of 100 for focus. So you ask yourself, how distracted did I get throughout the day, right? Did I go on Facebook a few times? Did I get distracted? Did I waste too much time at a coffee shop with a mate who wanted to catch up? And you give yourself a mark out of 100. And this is going to allow you to consistently aim towards moving towards 100% focus, okay? And that's when you realize that you'll be able to do far, far more. You'll be able to get done, what takes you 8 hours standard in 4 hours because you're just focusing and you've got the systems and processes and you don't have to think about what you need to do because you've automated the process of what you need to be doing every single day, okay? Then every couple of months, do an audit. Okay, so like you can see here, when we go to the monthly systems, we're just reminding ourselves to do an audit. All right, and this is when we also review what changes could I make to my day engineering, my day systems, my week and my month systems. And you can see that we've put corporate rating and finance in there once a month as well. Okay, so that's how you want to think. These tools are really, as much as they're like take action, these tools that I'm giving you, they're teaching you how to think about your business, okay? This one's teaching you how to think about, manufacturing your day and your activities. This one's about how to think about finances. This is about how to think about investing your time. Cool. So that's how we use that. Some additional tips. Use a calendar religiously. If you fail to plan, you just become part of somebody else's plan. Right? Eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the same time each day. Just makes things so much easier. Exercise at the same day. And then reward yourself when you hit tougher milestones throughout the day and make sure that you create the day that you want to have. Okay, so we don't have to become completely like a corporate droid here or like a robot, but let's just say outreach for you is something new that you're not entirely used to. Then what you want to do is reward yourself after outreach by potentially putting a coffee break here. Right? So you reward yourself. And then maybe after you've got through offer development and finance in your first project, then you say, look, I'm going to watch 20 minutes of YouTube whilst I'm eating lunch. So you might say, so what you want to be aware of is that you want to engineer the day that you want, right? If you're force feeding yourself to do only things that you're not looking forward to and you've got nothing to look forward to throughout the day, it's not going to be consistent. So feel free to give yourself rewards once you've chipped away at things and you're going to find you're going to be more motivated to get through. So we're using the objective document to make sure that our motivation is at its highest point. And then we're giving ourselves rewards through to make sure that we get everything done that we need to do. And you might even do one at the end of the day as well. Okay, so there's some really cool additional tips. And the reason that we do this is that it just allows everything to happen, right? Owning a business and running a business is hard work and it requires a lot of different activities and a lot of awareness about a lot of different ideas. And whether you like it or not, there needs to be an awareness and an approach for everything and actions in all of those areas, or you just don't succeed. Okay, so this is something that I literally religiously do every single day myself. I'm just going to show you mine here. And this is something that I always have up as my first tab. But this is all of my key projects, right? You're going to see here everything that I've been going through. Okay, so I list out everything yellow that I've successfully done, right? And basically everything's in order of importance. So you can see there's things that I don't get to every single day, but the important thing is I'm aware of what I need to be doing and I'm getting all the important things done. So you can see the marketing's happening. I'm looking through my objective. I'm going through my game plan and I'm building and making adjustments to the front end of my business. And that's why the business grows. Okay. So the day engineering sheet becomes such a powerful tool because you're just basically engineering how your business should act and perform. All right. So once you do that and you start following your own instructions every day, the routine becomes completely automatic. And once you ingrain a routine like this daily, it just happens daily. And the minute that you start consistently doing things differently every day, you end up with a business that deserves better results. And that's where growth comes from. So you'll get to the point where you don't need to think about it and you just won't need that much willpower because it becomes your default operation. And your body starts to sync and it learns. Okay, so this is really a simple way of thinking, but the more you consistently do it, your body just starts to get into that pattern and it builds these habits and renders them and cements them in. And that's when you'll start to see some serious success because your body's saying, expect to wake up here, expect to exercise here, expect to start working here, expect to do finances here. So your body prepares you for routine. And without a routine, your body has no idea and you just get a chemical imbalance and you're trying to do things at different times and your body's not optimizing around what it's used to from a pattern standpoint. So that's it. That's how to engineer the perfect day forever, guys. You want to go use this day engineering spreadsheet, all right? And you want to start using it as the thinking tool as to how you take action. And I guarantee this tool by itself, you're going to see some massive improvement. All right, so go use it. Use the objective document daily, finance daily, auditing, every 1 to 2 months. That's it for this video, guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Okay, guys, welcome to this video called How to Build Your Specialist Offer and Funnel. And this is where we're starting to now define who we are, what our business does, and what problem we solve for our marketplace, and the funnel that leads people from becoming aware of who we are all the way through to them wanting to book a call and find out more. Okay, so we're now at the point now where we've taken care of, how we need to think like a 7-figure design business owner. We've understood and we now know how to structure our day so that we're doing everything required long-term for the business to succeed. Now, we have to be aware of what we need to look for so that we're continually improving and evolving our offer over time. So this is how you want to think about your offer, just to give you an idea. Okay, is that you have your offer, you have your existing business, right? Which is, all of the people that come to you organically, right? Well, what we're trying to do is figure out long-term how to position ourselves, right? So that we're continually finding the best opportunities, okay? So feel free to just keep your existing positioning as a designer selling design services. That's completely fine. But what we want to start to do is build an awareness around what changes we make. And we're going to show you how you can set your website up on a subdomain of your existing website so that you can kind of, phase across to this new way of thinking later on. Okay, but this is basically how this works. You've got your existing, organic lead flow coming to you, and they're just coming to your existing business positioning and your existing offer, that's completely fine. But what we're going to do over time is we're going to be continually looking for a better offer that we're going to be improving over time. And then we're going to be proactively, getting in front of opportunities that are going to be more receptive to this offer. So basically, your business model right now looks like just this left half of the equation. What you want to be moving towards long term or short term is doing both of these things. Still making standard design offers, using this training and using the way that we go about building an offer to create better offers for your existing organic lead flow. But then when we start proactively marketing, we're only proactively marketing towards one built specialist offer that we're going to show you how to use here. Okay, so you can use this training in two ways. One, to improve the offer and the quality of the offer that you put in front of your existing organic lead flow to your existing business model. And then two, building a much better offer around proactive marketing. So specifically going after a specialist type of market with a specialist offer, which is where we start to see like average project values come in, better profitability, etc., etc. So that's how you want to think about what it is that we're going to go through here in this training. So here's what we're going to cover in this video. So we're going to go through how to think about your design offer. And then we're going to go through 3 really important laws that you need to understand if you're to succeed in business at all. So the business law, specializing law, perspective law. Then we'll go through how to build out your offer and how to think about your offer long term, okay? What you want to be aware of when it comes to constructing an offer for your clients and opportunities, and how to position yourself long term when you start to market. And then we'll go through how to build your funnel, which is basically just your website and your socials. So this is how you want to think about your design offer, okay? It really is, like I said just before, it's 2 businesses running in parallel, all right? You have your existing business with your existing lead flow, which is, your word of mouth and referrals, right? You're going to use this offer training to build these people. This is the first way. Use this offer training to build better offers for these people, And then the second way is you're going to be building the ultimate specialist offer so that when you start proactively marketing, you're only reaching out to a specific group of people, solving a specific problem with a specific offer. Okay, so you can use this training to not only improve your existing projects, right, but then to proactively hunt far better opportunities. And long term, the idea here is that these projects become so much bigger, easier to deliver, and more profitable that you just focus on pursuing these. And this is how the math improves over time. Okay, so that's what you want to understand, is that you use this training to see that you can use everything that you're going to learn about how to build an offer running in parallel. So with your existing business model for the leads you've got now, and trying to build an offer that you proactively start marketing with, which we're going to show you how to do from a marketing standpoint in the next few videos. So let's get stuck into business law. This is a super important law. To be honest, all 3 of these laws are super important if you want to have any sort of success in business, and most people don't understand them, okay? Because every design project ever can be broken down to this equation. This is literally why purchases happen, okay? Every purchase can be broken down into this equation as well, and it's how you want to think about projects and opportunities moving forwards. This format will also allow you to see why designers are successful and unsuccessful. We're just going to be able to break down why most designers don't make any money and why some very few make a heap of it. All right. And this format will allow you to see why money really exchanges hands. Because the minute that you understand why money exchanges hands, you can use that and start molding your business around the proven laws that allow money to exchange hands. And this is literally how to make money. So this is how value is created as well. It's really this simple. It's this cause and effect relationship of people have problems, right? And because they've got problems, it means they're looking to solve this problem or move towards a result. So people are trying to move from here to here, and people buy stuff that they believe can make, in combination with the problem. So this offer They see mixes with this problem and it allows them to do this, right? This is literally business law. It's the only reason that money exchanges hands is because people think, me here, want to get here. And this is like caveman thinking. Me here, want to get here. Me think that if I combine my situation with this thing that I could buy, me get there. This is literally why money exchanges hands. All right. And it can also be reduced to the following. So, this graphic basically reduces to this. Problem times offer should equal result. If somebody's got a problem and they think they could multiply that problem in their situation with a particular offer and it'll lead to the result, people will buy. That's just how money exchanges hands. Okay, so let's break down each of these areas here. So the problem is really the discomfort the client experiences that leads them to take action to find a solution, right? Or it's the awareness of the fact that they could be moving in a direction and they don't know how to get there themselves. Okay, so this is how to think about the problem. Their experience. So people only spend money on problems that they experience, not problems that you think they might have. And you'll see a lot of people be like, a designer will be like, your website design's so bad. And they're like, well, no, it's not, because it's doing its job. And, this is where all of our calls or our opportunity come from. And the designer's like, but it doesn't adhere to all these design principles. Well, the thing is if the customer doesn't perceive the problem, they're not going to spend money on it, right? Then the desire to solve the problem, right? And then the urgency to solve the problem as well. And you can see that the reason that most designers don't position themselves correctly is because A, they don't know this rule, right? The law of business. But then the problem that they think the customer has, it's not the problem the customer experiences. There's no desire to solve it. It's not urgent, right? And this means that the business model is going to be built on poor foundations. The offer. So the offer is the promised service, product, solution, information, expertise, whatever is required that's provided by the business, which in this situation is you. And it's designed to solve the problem and contribute towards the desired result of the niche. So it's really people in this problem should be able to multiply by the offer, and that's what gets them the result. Okay, so it should be super minimal in terms of time and resources and repeatable as possible. Okay, so the bare minimum required to get people the greatest result possible. That's how you want to think about it. And this becomes what you want to create in the customer's head, is that they feel like they've got this specific problem, and then when they come across your offer, they combine them, and then this chemical reaction just explodes in their head where they see, holy crap, I can see how if these two things combine, my situation and what it is that you're trying to offer, that I'm going to get to the result that I want. Okay, and that's what brings us to the result. So the result is when the client completes the service, uses the product, implements the solution, or uses the information or the expertise provided by you, that they achieve the desired event. Okay, so the result is the end situation or state after the problem collides with the offer. And the result should be the solution to the problem the client has, and it should be as profound and as valuable as possible in the least amount of time possible. So this is how you need to think about the result. It needs to be measurable, right? It has to be measurable. The reason why most design businesses don't make any money is because the result that they're delivering is unmeasurable, good-looking stuff. If you try to sell aesthetic and look and feel, you will have to charge based on a competitive hourly rate. If you start selling offers, design offers that solve a problem, that deliver a measurable, tangible result that the customer cares about, you can charge based on the value of the result. Right? So measurable means metrics. It means, can we tell how successful it has been using metrics that the customer values or events that the customer values? Okay. So let's just have a look at some examples with this framework in mind. Okay. So why would a designer struggle to charge more than $200 to a client that owns a cookie store looking for a logo? Well, here's the thing. Right? The problem is the fact that they need a logo for their cookie store. The offer is great design. And what's the best potential result that the cookie store owner could get from a logo redesign? When they're only open for 2 weeks on a Saturday, 2 hours on a Saturday, could it be the difference between selling 1 and 2 more cookies? Potentially. Well, what does 1 or 2 more cookies, cost? Or like, what's the value on that? It's like another, let's be super exorbitant and say it's another $10 on sales, right? This is why in this situation, designers struggle to charge more than $200 for a logo, right? It has nothing to do with the quality of their work. It has everything to do with the fact that the value of the result for the person with the problem is only very small, right? The market dictates what something costs and what the opportunity cost is. And this is why people can barely charge their mates for their small little businesses, because the value of the outcome that you're contributing towards is so minimal, right? All the responsibility you're taking to get them to a greater result is minimal, right? So that's one example. Next example. You're helping a $3 million a year e-commerce business looking for a new website, right? They're looking for a new website. Their problem is that their existing website doesn't work. They're $3 million a year, right? They think that it could be optimized. They're looking for someone to come in and build a new website, optimize that website so that it performs better, so that they can hit $4 million per year, right? This transformation here is worth $1 million to them. This is why they will come and hire a web design agency, where the web design agency could easily charge $50,000 for their work. Why? Because the offer is potentially contributing towards a transformation that's going to be worth $1 million to the customer, right? Look over here. What's the transformation worth? The possible transformation, a couple more cookie sales, right? Well, over here, the website doing $3 and $4 million, that jump is $1 million. It makes sense to spend a 20th of that, right? To get help to get over here. This is how value is created, right? It has everything to do with the problem the customer has, the situation they're in, and the result that they're trying to move towards, and your likelihood that you can get them to a measurable outcome, all right? So that's why somebody could do a website for a cookie stall and only make $200 from it, but the exact same skill set can be applied to another situation and you can charge $50K, right? And this is how people make money. Let's go again. A fresh female entrepreneur looking for a Facebook business page banner, okay? Well, somebody who's just starting up, right? And they want a Facebook banner, that's their problem, pretty small problem, right? Your offer is to build them a banner, and the result that they can get from that is unmeasurable, and people might like the banner and say, oh, I love your banner, but there's no measurable result. This is why this is probably a $100 activity. Sorry, I nearly put 1,000 there. That's why. It's because the transformation is only worth, and it's very unmeasurable. So you have to charge based on an hourly rate instead of charging based on return on investment, because the transition is so low, right? I'm just going to keep smacking out these examples because it just allows you to very quickly see, how value and how money's really created. A $50 million a year mining machinery company looking to revamp their sales presentation they use to pitch their $2 million machines to companies. Okay, so this is a real example from a guy called Chris in our training program. And I'm going to show you why he was able to charge 50 grand for his web and branding project, right? The company makes $50 million per year. They sell $2 million machines, so they sell 25 of them a year, right? And they wanted their sales presentation adjusted to better communicate the value of their $2 million machines, right? Have a look at this. The problem is the fact that they don't think their sales presentation is strong enough, right? So we'll put sales presentation is across, the offer is to come in, revamp the sales presentation in the hope that they can, sell 1 to 5 more machines a year, right? And this, the value of this is $2 to $10 million per year. The transformation here, if they can make it, is worth $2 to $10 million. This is why Chris was able to charge $50K for the project. Why? Has nothing to do with his experience, his skill set, his knowledge, his craft, the fact that he's won awards, and it has everything to do with the size of the problem and the value of the transformation, right? And again, your friend's wedding invites, well, the reason you can only charge, $100 or $200 is because it's like the cookie stall thing. It's not a big problem. Doesn't matter how good your offer is. The result that you're delivering is unmeasurable. And this is the reason that you can only charge more than $100 for it, right? And last one, a Wall Street finance professional looking to renovate their outdated living room, right? So if somebody makes, $300,000, $400,000 per year, and their problem is they're ashamed of their house and they can't invite people over because they think that their living room's substandard in comparison to all of their friends who make, $500 to $1 million per year. This is a far bigger problem than two teachers who want to do their lounge room, right? Because they're not hanging out in a social circle where they really need to impress people because the majority of the people that they hang out with don't have the money, right? So you can see how the same problem that somebody with a bit more money has in comparison to, let's say, just a teacher, allows the value of the transformation to be far different, right? Because these people want to have people over, they want to entertain, they want to invite, 20 people over at a time and have like lavish parties and entertain in their house. The value of the transformation is far greater for the person with the higher amount of income, all right? And the pain is higher because they're not able to use their house and they're continually going to other people's houses and people think it's weird or they feel ashamed that they can't invite people around. So the exact same offer, instead of to a family that have a combined income of, let's say, $90,000, a family that has a combined income of $1 million, the problem is far greater. And this offer here, you can charge multiples more for, right? So this is how to view the problem offer result equation. All right. So it has nothing and less to do with the quality of your offer. And it has everything to do with the pain of the problem and the value of the result or the transformation. So what does this really tell us? What does this equation tell us? It tells us that two designers can do the same amount of work or deliver the same kind of project and get paid completely different amounts. And we've just proven this. One designer can deliver the same kind of projects to two types of clients and get paid completely different amounts, right? It tells us that there's no correlation between quality of offer and design, experience, awards, portfolio, and the amount of money and amount of value that can be created in any situation, right? It also shows us that time has nothing to do with value holistically, which is why it makes it such a terrible charging metric, because people don't care about how long stuff takes if you get the right result, right? What this equation most importantly tells us is that value is down to two things. It's the size of the problem and the value of the result. And the reason that most designers don't make money is because they're not solving problems that are worth a fuck. It's just as simple as that, right? The reason my design business works, the reason that all of our students' design businesses work, is because they position themselves in situations where 99% of the problems they solve are high value situations where the result of solving it is a massive transformation for the client and they get paid according to the value of that result. It's really that simple. All right. This guy's pretty famous. You've probably heard of him, right? This is his direct quote. You get paid in direct proportion to the difficulty of the problems you solve, right? It just justifies why most designers are broke. It's because they spend the majority of their time positioned around the aggregate of all of the wide array of problems they solve, 95% of them low value. So you get it, right? It's just a simple equation: problem times offer equals result. That's business law. And that's by far the most important law, because that's what governs the transference of money, right? If you don't respect that law, you're not going anywhere. This becomes the second most important law, and this is the specializing law. So why, as designers, we have to become specialists? Why should we specialize? Why become a specialist? All right, this is why. Because the designer who chases two rabbits catches none. And what you got to understand is that most designers, chasing two rabbits is best case scenario, because most designers work with 1,000 different types of clients in 1,000 different type of problems, delivering 1,000 different types of offers. And it's stupid, because every time you face a different client and solve a different problem, you're chasing multiple rabbits, when it's just easier to focus on the biggest, juiciest rabbit. All right? Specialists earn more money, they get more respect, and they have more fun. Perfect example. Who do you think makes more out of a GP and a brain surgeon? It's the brain surgeon. Why? Because the way they position and define themselves and the problem they solve means that every single time their expertise or their skills are being used, they're doing it in a matter of life or death situation. This is why they get paid multiples more than a GP. Because 95% of the people that the GP sees have got a cough, they've got a headache, or they're just over worrying about something, right? So their average transaction value is super, super low. And these guys have to be super, super busy all the time just to make a fraction of what these guys can make in literally five hours a day, or 5 hours a week, sorry. So the reason you want to become a specialist is because your marketing is more powerful, your conversations are more meaningful, and it's much easier to get clients when you know exactly who you should be talking to, right? Perfect example of this, right? Perfect example of this is why you watching this training, right? Why aren't you watching the training from 10,000 other grow your generic business gurus out there? It's because I'm specializing in designers and I'm a designer myself, and you associate to that, right? That's the major reason that you're listening to me. And it's the exact same with the idea that if you're sitting in a crowded train station, how are you going to get the best attention from people? Is it by shouting, "Hey, everybody"? No, right? If you're trying to get just the attention of Gary, who's on the other side of the platform, and his name's Gary Smith, right? What's your best marketing message for him? Is it, "Hey, everybody," or "Hey, guys," or is it, "Hey, Gary," or is it, "Hey, Gary Smith," standing right there? Which one is he going to pay attention to the most? "Hey, Gary Smith." Why? Because the message is built specifically for him. This is why we call people names, and this is why we say people's name to get their attention, right? When you say, "Hey, everybody," to everybody in a crowded train station, they just think you're crazy. But this is what most designers do in the open marketplace when they generalize. They have a message that literally nobody listens to or pays attention to because it's not built for anybody. And then the next reason that you want to become a specialist is it's impossible to become the best of the world in multiple things, but it's surprisingly easy to become the best in the world at something specific for someone specific, okay? Could I be the best business training on the planet for any type of business? Hell no. Can I be the best business training for designers looking to charge more and become more profitable? Absolutely. And I already am, and it's because I've defined my specialization. Same with my design business. I'm the best at taking people from idea to product to manufacturing into retail in the world, right? And it's because I specialize in a very small space, but I'm the best in that space. And I'm the best in the space, most importantly, because I've defined the space and own it myself. So we want to specialize in one problem we can solve for the market, where there is enough opportunity for us to succeed solving it alone and nothing else. This is the key to making big money. So the reason that most designers really struggle to make any money is because they fall victim to these positioning mistakes. But firstly, I need to warn you first because this has become a major bottleneck for designers and it really doesn't have to be. So don't fall victim to these mistakes. Defining your specialization around anything but a problem. So what do most designers do when they try to niche down and specialize? I specialize in helping lawyers with their branding. No problem. You're not talking about the problem that you help with, right? There's no point defining yourself by industry. It's stupid because you can argue just as well, if you just focus on branding for accountants, wouldn't it be better for me to go to somebody who's a generalist branding designer who can bring outside perspective? That's just as strong of a case for that. But when you start focusing on the problem's the thing that people have the affinity to. So, next mistake is thinking that you're stuck with your positioning choice for life. So you got to understand that your offer and your business model should be completely fluid and always updating and evolving, just like we've gone through with systems engineering, right? Most designers think that they're building their branding and they literally have to marry it. You don't. Next mistake, not being able to decide on one segment of the market to move forward with and constantly juggling options. It's so silly. Constantly, what about this? What about this? What about this? And never actually moving forwards and implementing on one choice. Okay. Next mistake, feeling like you have nothing to give and that you can't generate value for your market segment. All right. It's silly. Solve problems, right? Copying what other people are doing instead of figuring out specialization for yourself based on your market observations. You see too many designers do this. I want to be a rock star designer. I'm going to see what other people are doing and then I'm going to copy them, but I'm going to make a little bit of an adjustment so that I can justify ever so slightly that I'm a tad different and I'm going to price myself a bit less expensive to them and I'm going to position myself as a little bit more design for a little bit less price. And it's a very stupid position. All right. Next mistake, being too afraid of what to know what to do and just fit in. And most people do this. They're afraid of what to do and then they just fit in and conform to how the market does it, which is stupid because 95% of designers don't make any money. So you don't want to copy anybody, right? If you're copying what's popular opinion, you're going to make what's popular, which is less than $5,000 a month. That's a fact, right? Very few designers are profitable and it's because they copy everybody who sucks. So seriously, it doesn't matter whether you pick the right or wrong specialization in the beginning, okay? Because you can evolve it over time. And this is what systems engineering is about. So let me tell you the story of how I got started and how things evolved for me, all right? So I tried to get freelance projects whilst I was working, full-time job. I got a handful of them here, bit of side, pocket money, but barely passed. I quit my job and then tried to start helping people launch their Kickstarter campaigns, but I failed. Why? Because nobody really had the problem. I just wanted to do it. Right? I moved to London, tried to start a product design business, failed because I was still trying to sell design. I moved back to Melbourne and worked full-time in design whilst generating some product design clients because I started to figure out what their problem was. It was the fact that they needed design and they also wanted to manufacture in China, which I had experience with. So I built a bit of momentum there. That evolved to me quitting my job and focusing on it full-time and only helping people that wanted to bring products to market themselves because I knew how to close the gap of Chinese manufacturing and I had experience starting conversations with retail buyers. And that evolved into helping people with every step of the process required to get up and running. So you can see I'm saying no to a lot of people here by specializing, but everybody that I'm working with is a high value project because I'm solving a bigger problem. And that evolved into just creating the look of the product, then connecting them to highly skilled manufactured and coaching clients on how to do the things themselves, right? So that's the journey I've gone through here. And you can see this is super specific, right? It still requires design expertise, but what's more important is the intellectual property that allows them to get a result. That's what people buy. So the key is that you have to start because I screwed around for ages, right? But you can see that there's a transformation from broad to specific and you just have to start. And it's super important and you're super lucky that you can get information like this because it took me, 8 years to learn this. And it doesn't matter where that is, because you just have to get started, because you'll never know things for sure until you get into motion and start getting real feedback. Most designers trying to academically solve everything, but everything sounds great in theory and very few things sound great in practice. Okay? So where your specialization lies is here. It's the converging of these three circles. It's the skills that you have and can acquire. So this is what you know. It's the industries that you know, the people, the business models that you've got exposure to, and most importantly, the market's needs and desires. You need to overlap with this red circle, because this is where the money is, right? This is why it's the most important element. Because if you don't overlap your skills and your understanding of industry with where the market's needs and desires are, which means where they're experiencing problems they're willing to invest in, you never make any money. This is why most designers don't make money, no matter how good they are, no matter how good their understanding of industry is, because they haven't figured out how to overlap it with where the market's prepared to invest. All right, this is where I focus, right? Is where is the market spending money? What problems do they have that nobody's helping them solve? This is why my business is profitable. This is why profitable design is profitable, right? This is where you have to focus, right? You have to start with where the money is and then work back to what problem and how does it overlap with how I can provide assistance, right? But I'm going to remind you once again, don't fall victim to these positioning mistakes, all right? Defining your specialization around anything but a problem, that you're stuck with that position choice for life, right? Not being able to decide on one segment of the market to move forwards with, right? Feeling like you've got nothing to give and you can't generate value for the market segment. The minute you uncover a big problem opportunity where the market has a problem where they can't find solutions, that'll provide you with the desire and the drive to increase the amount of skills and knowledge you have and acquire that skill and knowledge, right? That's what I did. I saw the opportunity in helping people, manufacture in China. So I learned what I needed to do to close that gap. And then I learned what I needed to do to close the gap of getting them into retail, because I saw the opportunity was big. So you have to grow. You have to become a better product solution for your customers to make more money, okay? Next positioning mistake, copying what other people are doing. Don't do it. It's stupid. And when you're copying somebody, you're only copying what you see on their website. And most businesses barely use their website as an integral part of their marketing process. All right. So it's like trying to create a high-speed racing car by copying the red color of the Ferrari, right? You don't know what's under the bonnet. And it's the under the bonnet details that allow the car to perform. It's how they deal with their clients. It's what they deliver. It's not what you see on the freaking website most of the time. Right? Last positioning mistake, being too afraid to do what you know you should be doing. And so you just fit in and conform with how the market does it. Okay? There's no money in conforming. All right? Competition is for losers. Competition is for losers. So let's move on to the final law. And this one, okay, it's the third most important law, but you still need it and you still need to understand it. And it's probably the one that's the easiest forgotten about for most designers, okay? So this idea can still be literally the difference between winning and losing, and it is a lot of the time. All right, so we're just going to recap the equation. It's problem times offer equals result. All right? People only spend money on problems they think they have, and they'll spend money on offers they think that if they combine with their problem, they'll get a result. All right, but here is the kicker. Listen very closely. People only spend money on the exact problems they define in their head, not the problems you think they have. So what do most designers do? They'll see a potential client here, and the designer will be over here, and they'll look in this direction and go, hey, your design's terrible on your site, or your branding sucks, or anything about any of their design assets. They just need so much improvement. You've got such a big problem. And here's this potential client sitting here with a business that's growing, right? Because what you see isn't how the actual business is performing a lot of the time. And they'll be like, no, I don't. I don't have that problem, right? And this is what most designers do, is they use their very narrow bandwidth of making assessments on the performance of other businesses based on the assets they produce and they have experience around delivering, and they make calls on their potential clients saying, oh, your website sucks. But here's the thing. You can't see whether that website sucks or not. A lot of the ugliest design deliverables I've ever seen are connected to businesses absolutely killing it, and with quantum exponential growth. So designers don't understand a lot of the time that the problem that they define in the market isn't a problem that exists in the customer's mind. And if it doesn't exist in the customer's mind, there's no value in the solution, right? It is the potential customer that dictates value, right? Not you. Your job is to figure out what they determine to be valuable by figuring out what problems they actually have in their head and experience themselves, and try to build products and solutions that fit in with what they determine to be valuable. All right? You don't dictate value. So when you hear a designer say, the market just doesn't, my clients just don't understand the value of good design, that's a designer who's stuck in their own stupid pig-headed brain, talking about things from their perspective in their reality. But guess what? Nobody cares about your reality, because you don't make money based on your reality. You make money by understanding other people's reality, beliefs, problems, and what they value, and respecting their situation, their perspective, right? And this is just the idea of relativity. Right? Relativity, it's just the idea that everything's in reference to the eye of the beholder, right? The person with the money is the one that dictates what is valuable and what is not valuable, not you, not the open marketplace. So most designers start here at point one and try to jam something and go, hey, look, you got a problem. Whereas the market are over here at point two and they're going, this is what I dictate value to be. Well, the smart thing to do is to forget about what you think and start figuring out what your best customers think and what they value and where their problems are, and understand their situation better than themselves. So this is by far the easiest way that most designers screw up, and this is what most designers do. They spend too much time in the echo chamber of the design industry talking about the value of great design, but they don't realize that everybody that they're getting confirmation bias off is another designer trying to sell design the same way, and they all just bitch and moan to each other when people don't get the value of what they do. It's because people don't see the value in it at all, and there is no value in it. And you've got to understand that the transference of money is the communication that something is valuable. So if you're not making money in your business, you don't have something valuable. It's that simple. That's what money is. It's a measure of value, not your academic understanding of it. So why it doesn't work is simply because value is derived from the person with the checkbook, right? And like we've said before, value is about providing transformations from problems to results or problems to outcomes. So that's why it doesn't work. So the way to do it right is to leave your own point of frame or frame of reference and understand that you need to leave what you care about, what you value, and focus on who your best clients are and what problems they're coming into contact with, and help them solve the problems that they assign value to solving, right? That's how to do it right. So a perfect example of this is the mechanic example, right? So you could be a mechanic over here. All right, I'm going to basically draw this again. This is the car owner, right? This is the mechanic. And if the mechanic, with their love for the craft and their shifters, is talking And they're like, their experience of fixing the car is, I use this particular spanner, I use this particular type of nut, and I unmount the engine bay. Well, that message doesn't make sense to the car owner, right? Even though it's technically correct, because all the car owner experiences, from their experience using their eyes, is my car won't start, right? So talking about all the technicalities and the ins and outs of the spanner, the nuts, and, unmounting the engine bay doesn't matter to the customer, because the problem that the customer experiences is my car won't start. So the mechanic that goes out and positions themselves around the spanners they use or the nuts they use or the process of unmounting the engine bay isn't going to do as well as the mechanic who understands that the real message should be how to get your car back on the road, or we get your car back on the road in less than 30 minutes. Why? Because that's what they want based on the problem that they experience, right? Most designers focus on the technical stuff and they forget about the practical application from the perspective of the customer that leads them to invest in the problem that they're aware of, right? This is why most designers suck at marketing, right? Airline example. Again, this is why airlines do so well, and effective airline marketing looks like this, right? Effective airline marketing is never like, look at our plane, it's, this is a terrible plane, sorry. Look at our plane, it's like this many tons, we've got this kind of seats, this is the kind of food that you can eat on the plane, and this is the dimensions of the toilet cubicle. Why do none of the ads focus on that stuff, right? Because the airline understand that that's their perspective, and that's their point of view, and that's their reality. What they understand is, because most airlines are successful airlines because they understand marketing and they have marketing departments. The marketing departments understand that the only reason that people purchase the plane and the ticket on the plane is because they want to get to the beach, they want to go on holidays, and they want to sip cocktails, and they want to explore new cities. And this is exactly why all the advertising content for the airlines is all of these things: beach, holidays, sipping cocktails, and exploring new cities. Get it? This is how to effectively position yourself and market yourself. It's based on the problem or the transformation that the customer wants, right? Airlines understand that they're selling the vehicle, right? But people buy the destination. Same here. Bad mechanics try to sell the vehicle, which is their skill set, their tools. Good mechanic marketing is selling what the customer wants to experience, right? Same with you. Don't sell your design services. Don't sell your bullshit process. Nobody cares. Sell what the customer wants to experience, which is the results, and it's the solution to the problem that they experience. All right. Airbnb, exactly the same. Do they talk about the fact that they're a technology company with a hyper complex Excel spreadsheet that allows them to geographically put all of these accommodation spaces all around the world? Do they talk about the technical complexity from their perspective? No. Their positioning on their website is literally feel at home anywhere in the world. Why? Because that's the customer experience. Super, super important. All right. And I'm just going to give you the link to a YouTube video just below this video as well. And I'm just going to bring up this window again. But this is probably one of the best videos I've seen when it comes to the point of perspective law. Go watch this video, right? I'm going to upload a link to this just below the video for you to have a look at. But this explains exactly how you need to think about your marketing and business strategy. And he basically just talks about the idea that you must start with the customer experience and move back to the technology. And he basically explains why Apple's the best company in the world and why they grew so quick, and explains why they're the biggest company in the world with the biggest market cap up until this point, all bar Tesla and Amazon, is because they focus on the customer experience. and then work back to what's required to get that customer experience. They got surpassed by Amazon by a guy who talks about nothing but customer experience. All right? There's a theme here. And it's really just the idea that you must respect the perspective law, because it's not about you, it's about what the customer experiences. All right? And that brings us on now to building out our offer. So now that we understand how we need to think about the offer, and we understand the three most important laws when it comes to positioning ourselves and what it is that we do in our business, we can start building the thing out. So what we're going to do and cover in this section is really just combine the business law and the specializing law. All right, then we're going to go through building out your first offer and then how we improve the offer over time. So combining the business law and specializing law. Okay, and this is the science of why we combine. So if you remember, basically what we realized and identified was that, and where was it here? Basically, the bigger the problem that the customer has, right? Remember through the cookie stall scenario, the $3 million e-commerce company trying to get to $4 million, the female entrepreneur getting a Facebook banner done. What we saw that was the direct relationship between how much value was being created and the problem that the customer or the client had. Okay? Well, the science of why we combine the idea of business law and specialization law is, like you can see, and if I zoom out with each of these scenarios, that each of these scenarios we can assign a different value of how big the project is. Okay, so this might be a $100 project. This here, a $50,000 project, which was Chris, the guy that closed the $50,000 project for the farming machinery companies, the mining machinery company, sorry. $50,000 project here. This was a $200 project, right? Well, here's the thing. Just like the brain surgeon specializes in only operations where the value of the outcome is the difference between life and death, why not just position ourselves around situations where every single time we reach out to a client and help a client solve a problem, that problem is high value, right? This is why you specialize. You just try to do more of what has proven to work. Well, if you spend more time solving bigger problems, then you're going to make more money than somebody who goes and does a logo for a cookie stall, goes and then does some Facebook banners for an entrepreneur, and then every now and then only, goes and helps a $3 million e-commerce company, right? Why not just spend all of your time trying to get good projects, right? This is all the idea is. So when you combine like both of these things, the business law and specializing law, you're basically understanding where the big projects are based on the big problems that people are willing to invest in. And then you're specializing in only helping those people so that every problem you solve is high value. And this is what increases your average project value. And this is what allows people to see you as a specialist. And this is what allows your marketing message to be stickier because you're built specifically for these people with a high value problem. And this is what increases your average project value. Right? The reason most designers don't make money is because 98% of the projects they work on, they're solving a shitty problem. So if you spend 100% of your time working on the 2% of the projects that bring in most of the revenue, you make multiples more money. It's just that simple. So that's why we combine. And that's all business is trying to figure out, and this is why there's systems, is because people are just repeating what works. Figure out what has worked for you, client to client, and focus on just helping more of those clients and getting more of those clients. Because now you're focusing on where the market has needs and desires, right? So let's figure out, based on who you've worked with the past, right? And fill out this sheet. There's a link below this video, all right? What are the niches or groups that you've worked with? What are the skill sets that you currently have? For each of these individual groups of people or niche of person, feel free to just put individual clients here. What problem did each of them have? And then which problem or desire was the biggest out of each of those, right? Draw it down and represent it like this. What was the problem? What were they trying to get out of it, right? And then ask yourself, Do you currently have the skills and knowledge to solve the whole problem, right? If you do, fantastic, you can move on. If not, is there a way to figure out how to solve more of the problem, right? And then if there is, then make a list of what the things are that you can do, right? It's super, super simple. All you need to do is just focus, right? Understand that what this worksheet is all about is really identifying where's the smartest place and what's the best, biggest problem that we could potentially specialize around. So when we say niche, this is us trying to define our specialization, and it's the problem that we want to specialize in, not the industry. So figure out what problem each of these people had, because that's going to dictate where the money is and where the real opportunity is. So fill out this niche sheet. Okay, it's super simple. And basically the objective of this sheet is teaching you how to think about how to narrow your focus around who you're going to proactively go after long term. So that's the niche sheet. So once we've done that and we've figured out where the best opportunity is for us consistently based on the biggest problem that we've solved in the past. And remember that this niche sheet's really teaching you how to think about every opportunity that you expose yourself to moving forward as well. We can go on to the offer sheet, which is now teaching us how to think about, once we've identified the biggest problem that we can solve, that we think more people have, how do we go put just a very basic design services offer together? And you're going to find the offer sheet just below this video as well, a link to that. Save your own copy and then go through, fill out what is the niche, what's their problem, and the problem's the thing that defines the niche. What's their result? What's the least amount of minimal steps that you could help with from a design standpoint? Then, based on this bigger problem and the biggest problem you could find, what could you charge for the offer? Then, this is what dictates how you explain who it is that you are and what you do and the result that you provide when it comes to proactively marketing yourself with our new set of positioning, right? And then you've got your offer. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. This is the smartest, most effective way to communicate your design value, by just focusing on solving big problems. Okay, so that's how you build your niche and your offer. It's super simple, and it's just based on the idea of focusing around where you've historically found the market's biggest needs and desires. And if you're just getting started, then it's just about where you think the potential biggest problem, the biggest market's needs and desires are in the marketplace, and proactively reaching out to people. But all of your existing clients and lead flow should point you in the direction of at least a good starting point. Okay, so remember, you're not going to have all the answers for this, but the idea here, again, is this quote, that you just want to take the information you've got and start making decisions off it. Okay, so the mark of a super successful CEO lies in his or her ability to take diverse and sparse empirical evidence and rapidly just make cold, hard decisions. So, how do we improve our offer over time? And this is the most important thing to understand, is that you're not supposed to nail the offer first time. It improves over time. So remember the business law? Well, we use that as our compass when we make changes to our business positioning and offer. So we're looking to solve the biggest problem we can solve for the market. By contributing towards the biggest problem we can find, we're able to put our skills and experience in the place where they'll be valued the most. And this is why we specialize, so that every time we put our skills and experience somewhere, they're valued the most. Then our offer just has to communicate what we can do for them, significantly, and how it significantly, contributes towards their ability to get a great result. All right. So all we do is we establish who we're helping, the problem, right? What it is that we think they want to move towards, and they want to, what result they want to achieve in the transformation. And then we position ourselves and our skills and our services as the offer that can help them go from here to here. And then we come up with our first version of it. We reach out to the market, we get feedback, and we make adjustments to the problem and the result. And we keep reaching out to people and seeing what the response is like, continually making improvements and new versions to the problem and the result. And the minute that we're starting to build some serious traction, right, we start to change the offer and improve and fine-tune the offer through reaching out to people and speaking to people. And this is how to improve an offer and build a really powerful business, right? So each of these changes represents the systems engineering that we've been speaking about in the systems video, all right? And this is, you can see why businesses grow and businesses plateau, and it comes down to building a better product and offer and delivering a better result for the marketplace, right? So what do we use to guide the improvements we make to our offer moving forwards? Well, it's understanding the more you look to innovate and evolve, the quicker, faster, and greater you'll succeed. All right. So again, this quote is by far the most important thing, is that you're not going to know all the answers right now, but it's teaching you of what to be aware of and how to think about how to position yourself and how to think about putting your offer together. So that's what brings us on to building out your funnel now. So like we've said before, this is how you want to think about how you build out your funnel. So you might have an existing, business at the moment. You might have an existing website like we showed here. And I'm going to zoom in on this guy, right? You've got your existing website here. This is your existing business. This is your website, right? And this is your organic lead flow. Well, that's completely fine. What you can do is still use the offer and niche worksheets and that way of thinking to build better offers for the people that you're in contact with now. But the new business, right, that we're trying to focus on proactively moving forward, so the new business venture should have its own separate website, which is what our software allows you to do on like a subdomain. So you might, say hi.yourdomain.com, for example, right? And this one specializes, this is the website funnel. This one specializes on the direction that you think it's smartest to niche and the offer that market's looking for. And this is where our marketing efforts go towards, right? So if you're worried about changing things to, too quickly from the way they are, you create a subdomain running parallel where we put all of our marketing efforts to. Why? Because it makes sense that all of our marketing efforts get rewarded at the highest rate by focusing on trying to solve the biggest problem over and over and over again, instead of reaching out to everybody doing everything. Okay. And that's the reason that most design businesses don't work as generalists. Okay. So that's how you want to think about building out your funnel. You want to have your existing website set up like so. You have your website funnel built up the way we're going to show you how to do, and your Facebook and whatever social media profiles connected to pointing people to this as well. So that's how you want to think about when it comes to building out your funnel. And now I'm just going to take you through just a couple of really simple concepts as to why most designers don't get online bookings. All right. The simplest reason they don't get online bookings is because they do no marketing. If you don't get in front of new people, you're not going to get traffic and you're not going to book calls. It's really that simple, right? That's why we teach you, marketing processes. The second reason is that designers see their website as a design tool instead of a marketing tool. Most designers see their website as an opportunity to show how good of a designer they are, when their website should be the marketing tool that's engineered to get people to book a call. All right. You'll notice that my website template that I give you, which is the same website that's generated $2.5 million worth of revenue. Have a look at this. Super simple. It pushes people to do one thing: register their interest so that I can reach out to them and start a conversation. Okay. It's a marketing tool to get the right person with the right problem to put their hand up and say, I'm interested in an offer, right? This is why I get leads and this is why I get bookings through my website, because it's a marketing tool that sells the value of speaking to me. Look at this. I sell the value of a conversation. This is why I get calls. All right. The next reason designers don't get any online bookings is because their website is not a straight line slide. Okay. So most websites you go to, there's 1,000 different things that you can do when you visit the homepage. So you get to the homepage and then there's 1,000 different buttons heading in a million directions. And out of those million directions, people could go clicking on different work, clicking on all these catchy little moving illustrated buttons and going into portfolios. Only one of those directions goes to booking a call. This is why most designers don't get calls, is because 99% of the intent of the website is to push people anywhere but to booking a call, right? Why do we get leads? Why do people in our mastermind get leads? It's because their website is optimized around giving people nothing to do but register their interest so that we can follow up with them, right? In exchange for their email. Or we're pointing them to, if you're ready to talk about, your product idea, in my situation, based on my problem, we're pushing them to book a time. So there's nothing to do on this website bar give us your email address to show that you're interested, or book a time so that we can chat right now. And this is why I get leads, and this is why I get calls booked. It's that simple. Because when you look at this website, you get to the homepage, and it's this. Option 1, book a call. Here's the value of booking a call. Option 2, download ebook, right? Both of which give me somebody's contact details so that I can follow up, right? This is why I get so many leads. This is why I get so many calls, because I'm not just following the design space blindly. I'm using marketing principles because I see my website as a marketing tool, not a design tool, right? Super simple concept. Most people don't get it right. Then the next reason most designers don't get online bookings, because they're not selling the value of taking the next step. So why should somebody waste 45 minutes of their time speaking to you? If you don't talk about why they should invest the time to chat, you're not going to get many chats. That's why I get a lot of chats, is because I'm selling the value of a conversation with me, so that people go, if I could just pick this guy's brains for 45 minutes, I feel like I'm going to get so much closer to my goal and the result of solving my problem and moving towards the result of getting my product idea into market, right? That's why I get calls, is because I sell the value of the next step. That's why I get people to give me their email address and register that they're interested, because they get a 32-page ebook that sells the value of doing so. Most website designers get no online bookings because of all of these reasons, but most importantly, they don't get call bookings because you're not selling the value of the call booking. People are busy. If you're speaking to a business or a business owner who makes 7 figures a year, their time's worth $580 an hour. Why should they invest $580 of their dollars listening to you talking about the value of great design? They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about the problem they want to solve and the value of the result that they can get. Okay? So at this point, now what we can do is go through the software training in your library. So you would have noticed when you signed up to the 4-Hour Design Business that you also got access to our software platform, where we provide you with this exact website template. Okay, so if I come back here, you'll notice inside your Profitable Designer software portal, we have provided you with both the ebook funnel and the website video funnel, so that you can just connect your domain up. The instructions for that are going to be in the software training. Okay, so all you've got to do is go back to library when you click on your icon in the training portal, which is just above where you're watching this now, and go access the software training. We'll put a link just below this video as well. Okay, and you install this, and basically this is what it looks like, each of the pages that I've taken you through, and we show you how to adjust everything, adjust all the SEO details, and obviously connect your domain up. And this becomes the page and the website that you run in direct parallel with your existing business until you're generating more opportunity through this. And then it just makes sense that this is the only thing that you've got. Okay, so you can go do that now. This is the perfect time to start familiarizing yourself with the software. I highly recommend using the software because it takes the leads and puts them straight into the CRM, which you'll see in the software training. But if you don't want to use the software, that's more than fine. But you just want to copy the same website structure. Okay, so the architectural setup of that website is really simple. It's just the same as this, right? There's a homepage that sells the value of taking the next step. The about page just gives a bit more context and sells the value of the next step. The contact page gives people the ability to book a call right now. The booking page sells the value of a call with the software, okay? And then the download ebook page sells the value again of getting the ebook so that we can follow up with somebody. And then there's obviously privacy and terms. So that's the architecture. The reason why it works and why it works for our mastermind students and why it'll work for you is because instead of just having a website that exists, you're going to market people so there's going to be traffic pointing towards it. The reason it's going to work is because it's a marketing tool, not a design tool. The reason it's going to work is because there's nothing else to do but book a call or download the ebook. Right? The reason it's going to work is because you're selling the value of taking the next step if you get the niche right and you get the offer and the problem right. Okay? So when it comes to building out your social profiles, this is what you want to do. Okay? So basically the idea is once you've set up the website like so, like I said, you build out this new niche-based and offer website, whether it be using our free software or whatever you like, Squarespace, etc. Then what you do is, because the majority of your traffic is going to either come from a social media platform or email, we want to adjust either our email footer or our social media profile so that it provides a link back to these things and communicates that there's, a match between who we say we are here and what it says on the website that you're building out. Okay, so the way that we do that is by simply following these instructions. So this applies to all platforms. Okay, what we will do is cover which platform you should specifically focus on in the next video. But you want a professional headshot, professional banner. You want to explain, who you are and what you do based on what it is that we showed in the offer. All right, this down here, this is how you explain who you are and what you do, right? And then you want to curate content and make it appropriate from both a personal and professional level. So Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, it's all the same process. I'm just going to give you an example of one of our super successful clients here, Carrie. Okay, professional shot photo, professional banner, right? Explains how she helps people, the problem that she solves, and then there's just a link back to her website. Super, super simple. And then curated content that shows and demonstrates that she's an authority in her space. And this is obviously something that we do to take it to the next level in our mastermind. We show you how to take this entire strategy to the next level and build content that people connect with and gets them to take action. Okay, so that is the simple walkthrough of how to build a specialist offer and funnel. Okay, based on some pretty simple ideas around understanding, the laws of business, the laws of specializing, why we combine those two, and how it's super important to understand that it's about the customer experience and then working back with the idea of the perspective law. So that's it for this video, guys, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to this video called Marketing, How to Create Opportunities. So now we've been through Mind, we've been through how to structure our day and include all of this so that we're moving towards our goals every single day. We now know how to think about an offer more importantly than anything, and always be looking out for a better offer and opportunity and better niche and better problem to solve. It's time to start reaching out to the market and learning how to generate opportunities. So this is what we'll cover in this video. We'll go through the importance of marketing, okay, for reasons other than just getting calls and closing clients, We'll go through how we book calls, which platform is going to be best for you, and then a quick introduction as to the simplest way, not the most effective, but the simplest to get started to generate opportunities, okay? This is one area where our mastermind goes into 10 times the amount of detail because there's much more effective marketing strategies, but they're a tad more complicated. So let's get stuck in. So the importance, all right, here's what we're going to go through here when it comes to the importance, why outreach is the most important thing in your business, where most designers fail when it comes to outreach, and the rules. So this is why outreach is the most important thing in your business, because firstly, there's only two things that generate sales. Those are generating calls and conducting them. Therefore, the most important activity you can execute on every day is serving impressions and getting in front of people to book calls. Everything else that you focus on is a waste of time at this phase because you're not creating opportunities for new projects. And the biggest difference between successful and unsuccessful designers early is their ability to consistently outreach to the market. The second major point is that real market feedback is what builds success. So you can't build a powerful offer without real market feedback because the market dictates what they're going to spend money on, not you. The quicker you start outreaching, the quicker you can speak to as many people in your space as you can, the quicker you can find where their problems are, the quicker you can build an offer and a solution that they desire. The more market feedback, the more successful your business, your offer, and the more that it's built on real demand, not just your assumptions or what you would like to do. And most designers make this mistake of just assuming that the market needs design services or something that they love doing without it converging with a problem. So all great businesses are built on the notion of uncovering a big problem in the marketplace, not by starting and saying, what I love doing. This what I love doing is unfortunately where most designers start, and their inability to achieve overlap with where the market's prepared to spend real money is why most real struggle. So outreach quickly helps you navigate towards an offer that people are willing to invest in because they're telling you themselves. So real market feedback is what builds success, not your academic understanding of where theoretically people might need design. So when we say outreach, we mean contacting potential clients. All right? We don't mean asking your friends or your network for their thoughts. The only feedback that you should care about and value is credit card details because everything else is unconfirmable rumor. All right? So the reason that people succeed is because they're continually reaching out and implementing to the marketplace. They've got all systems in their business model up and running, and it's the real market feedback that allows them to improve the marketing process, the offer, the sales process, the delivery process, because it's based on the demand of the market. The reason most design businesses plateau like this is because they don't make changes based on what the market says. So the third reason is that good habits equal long-term opportunity. So it's what people do, that determines their worth. And the difference between a broke and profitable designer is their habits around serving impressions. Building the habit of outreach to the market daily is the most important skill you can develop for long-term success because you'll always have prospects in your pipeline if you're serving impressions and if it's deeply ingrained in your rituals. So like I've already stated, it is the one thing that's going to allow you to succeed. It's just building this strong habit around serving impressions every day and increasing the amount of people that you serve impressions to every month. So if you can reach out to 50 people per day, this is nearly 20,000 people a year that you're getting in front of. How many people have you been serving? And this is a question to you. How many people have you been getting in front of up until this point? And can you see the power in just reaching out to at least 50 people for the rest of your career? How many people are you going to get in front of? Okay, it is the one skill that's getting in your way. So the fourth reason is that consistency creates exponential results. So more important than sales early on is just developing the habit of reaching out to people. Because if you don't get many responses initially, constantly serving impressions means speaking to more people, which means greater feedback leads to uncovering better problems to be solving if you know what to look for from a niche and an offer standpoint, which leads to better offers, better responses from prospects, and ultimately more sales because of real market feedback, you're exponentially moving towards a better business model as a whole. All right? Or you're moving towards a completely new opportunity altogether because you now know what an opportunity looks like. All right. This is why people see hockey stick growth. It's because of the little micro pivots they make in their business model and systems over time based on where they see the opportunity, which they get much smarter at spotting because they know what they're looking for and they're seeing a bigger and wider slice of the market because they're speaking to more people. All right. This is how all growth and success happens, is just consistent iterative changes to the overall game plan and the systems that you have until you just hit exponential growth. Okay, Warren Buffett did it. It was learning how to best invest their money and getting smarter and just getting stronger and stronger understanding of the principles they use to guide their decisions. That's what creates exponential growth, and it's going to be no different to you. Okay, so this is where most designers fail when it comes to outreach. First, they get distracted with everything but generating opportunities, no calls, no sales. It's as simple as that. They never get enough real market feedback, so their offer never moves away for just an idea for a design business. They leave serving impressions to only when they're desperate, so bad habits focus on areas that aren't providing thrusts. So what most people will do is they'll wait, they'll have a really busy couple of months full of project work, but they're not doing any serving impressions to get ready for the next opportunity that's coming next month. They never stick at it for long enough to form ingrained habits, which means they never do enough of it. They don't adjust and improve their offer and their positioning when they're moving. They don't track their results or determine the return on investment for their marketing efforts. And they just, because of this, they don't know what a successful campaign looks like. All right, so these are the rules for outreach and generating opportunities. So the first rule, you just got to start today. Don't care what you think. All you need to do is launch today. And first, you find your first ideal client in a niche, their problem, and their offer. You'll learn very quickly how to build this in the next video so that you can literally just start today. But you might be asking, but what about my website? Don't I have to adjust my branding and start rebuilding and changing everything, online? No, just adjust the description on your homepage. You might be like, well, what about my portfolio? The thing is, it's not important. What is more important is to find the right prospect to talk to that has the problem that you solve. Because the minute that you've found a good problem where people are willing to invest, then you start building online assets, your marketing and your portfolio to reflect that you're the solution to that problem. Most designers just get the sequence wrong. So understand that 90% of our mastermind students close their first clients using just the offer that I've learned you how to build in the last video and just one of the strategies that we're about to go through. Outreach rule number 2, just don't stop. If at any stage you stop consistently serving impressions, you're going to lose momentum and you'll have to start again from scratch. And you're going to understand that great businesses are built on momentum. And the opportunities and the clients will come. You just need to stick to the process. Speak to your market, learn what they're willing to spend money on with you, and continue improving and evolving your offer. All right, it's about the evolution of making changes and adjustments. That's what allows the success, okay? Like we've said before, if Ford just produced their first Model T for 120 years in a row, they would be out of business. Why? Because the competition are continually evolving and improving their car models every single year. This is what allows growth, but for some reason, design businesses don't think they have to change anything, and they think that they're going to improve, and this is why they plateau and experience no growth. Outreach rule number 3, at least 30 minutes a day. No explanation needed. It's going to take you a while to get used to the process, but after 4 weeks, you'll be 10 times more efficient and effective at it. Okay, this is the most important rule, right? No explanation needed. Number 4, acceleration mandatory. So when you improve at the daily process of outreach, don't spend less time hitting the same numbers. Go for the same amount of time, but try to get more volume done. So after even a month, you'll find that you can move at 5 to 10 times the speed that you do in the first week, not to mention a lot of the hacks that we'll take you through. Outreach rule number 5, every spare second. So we've already identified that everything outside of generating calls and conducting them is a pure waste of time. So every minute in the day that you're not delivering design work that's been paid for in advance, you should be serving impressions. This might seem like a daunting task, but that's just because it's new. Take action, you'll get into the groove quickly. So every person you speak to gets you one person closer to your next client and project. Fact. Okay, so how do we book calls? This is the 10,000 foot view look at it. All right, so using social platforms and email to find our ideal prospects based on your niche and your offer. We reach out to people there, connect with them. We start a human conversation. We ask questions that qualifies whilst building rapport. If somebody is a good fit and they're qualified, we pitch them the value of a call where they book a call in the calendar and then we can run through a sales call with them. Okay. During this entire process, because we're reaching out using our email address or our social platform profiles, people have the opportunity as well, and this happens, 30-40% of the time, your calls will come from people. During this process, they'll go check you out, whilst you're away from your computer or you're asleep. They'll check out your profile, they'll see what you're about, they'll go check out your website where you sell the value of a call or the value of taking the next step, and they'll go book a call themselves. Okay, so this is how you want to think about how to get clients. So which platform is going to be best suited for you? Well, rule of thumb, the platform you can clearly find your prospects hanging out on is the best place. So once you've defined the problem it is that you solve and the specific market that runs into that problem, right, where you can clearly find your prospects hanging out is going to be the best place to start. So what I'm going to provide you with here is just a guide, but testing will tell in time. So when it comes to picking the best strategy, Facebook B2B, which we'll go through the strategy, is better for small-time entrepreneurs and people just getting started. LinkedIn B2B is better for brick and mortar businesses. Email is also good for brick and mortar businesses and small-time entrepreneurs. Facebook B2B strategy, B2C strategy, is going to be better for the kind of visual delivery. So like interior design, landscapes, and architecture. LinkedIn B2C strategy is going to be for high net worth individuals. And Instagram is really good fit again for those more visually biased people. So interior, landscape, and architecture. And of course, there's other options. Feel free to, if you find a platform that has a really good mix of your ideal opportunities, you can take the same style of thinking. So how do we create opportunities? Well, we're going to go through and each of those 6 now, and this is the simplest approach, across the board. So we're giving you just the most basic, simplest way to start here. This only represents probably 10% of what we go through in our mastermind training because it's just the simplest and easiest to get up running and integrate with our software. Okay, so initially, your goal is just to start conversations. That is all you're trying to do when it comes to marketing. Not even talk about the problem that you solve. You just want to start conversations and just start conversations with humans. So Facebook B2B is going to be the first strategy. And this is really, like we said, for more like small businesses and starting entrepreneurs. But what you want to do is use the Facebook search bar to find groups and communities, ideally 10 to 30 that overlap with your niche market. Remembering that there's going to be both indirect and direct groups where you'll find your prospects. And once you connect with a highly qualified prospect, feel free to go stalk their profile for more group ideas. So to find ideal Facebook groups, it's as simple as just going over to Facebook and thinking about, if you're targeting entrepreneurs, what kind of entrepreneurs, you're just searching the terms that you would use to identify them. So if you were going after accountants, for example, you just type in accountants and you'll just search groups like so, and it'll bring up different groups. Okay, so you can do this for any demographic, really, really simple, or you can do things for your local area. So what's really good for architects, for interior designers, and more visual-based people and landscape designers as well, is your local community groups. So you might just type Norwich Community, for example, which is where I live. And there's a community page here, notice board, the Norwich and near community. Okay, so here's a big audience of potentially, let's have a look at this, 16,000 people that are going to be located near me, which is where we can start creating content and reaching out to people. And, for example, like accountants, I'm just using this as an example. There's so many ways that you can use this, right? You can come here and you can see that there's just a group of everybody that's hyper qualified for the problem that you've defined that you can sell. Okay, now I'm just going to show you a really cool hack here as well. I'm just going to bring up this. What you'll notice is you can go to people's individual profiles when you connect to somebody that's a good fit and you start a conversation and you see that they're qualified. You can go to their profile and see what groups they're part of. Okay, you can click this and it'll tell you the other groups they're hanging out with, and they'll be great for the group ideas. So you want to observe the rules in the groups because many people make the mistake of disobeying the group rules, okay, and getting kicked out of really fruitful groups where there's lots of opportunity. So you'll notice in my group, for example, if I come here and I go to our group, for example, people are going to have rules. Okay, you want to follow the rules and make sure you work within the guidelines because you'll get kicked out really quickly. Okay. Then what you do is step 3, you go to the members section once you've been accepted to the group. And what you do, you go like this and you go members, right, to bring up the members list. And then you bring up the list that says members with things in common. Okay. So you're going to see that there's say members with things in common here. You expand this list and then you start reaching out and connecting and friending people in this list. Okay. These are the people that you reach out to and connect with a friend. And to do this, using your profile picture and the short bio that comes up, you'll notice that there's a short bio. When you hover over like this, that'll explain who they are and what it is that they do. You make a decision on whether you think they're going to be a worthwhile person and fit for your services. So if so, you add them as a friend and you repeat until you hit your daily outreach goal, no more than 40 per day. Then what you do is wait for everybody to accept your request. And when people accept your request, you send human conversation starters to those who accept those requests. Okay, so you're going to see that you've got this attached, each of the different stages of the conversation to go from stranger to booking a time. We've given you this document here, and you can use these example conversation starters to reach out and start conversations with people based on situations. Our only goal here is to start just a standard conversation. When somebody responds, then what we do is we come over here, we add them, and you'll notice this here. If somebody responds, then we add them as an opportunity into our software. Okay, so let's just say, for example, we go here and we will go this guy here. All right, this is my developer. We've got a good chat going on with this guy. We're going to add, we'll open in Messenger, for example, and we will go here. And once somebody responds to us, and whilst we're in the Facebook Messenger page like so, and we've got Syed's details up, we can hit our Chrome extension, which you should go watch the software training, right? We can just add, if we don't have his email or his phone number, we can just add in a random phone number, it doesn't matter, and this will add him to our pipeline. Okay, so for everybody that responds, we add them as an opportunity like so. You're going to notice if we don't have a phone number in there, it's going to come up as an error. So we just need to put a phone number there for the moment, right? And then that's going to directly add Syed to our pipeline. So that's how we generate and start conversations, okay? Very, very simple. That's how we create opportunities using that strategy. Okay, LinkedIn is pretty much the same. You use the search bar to find prospects that overlap with your niche market. So this is LinkedIn B2B. Remember that there's both direct and indirect searches, right, to get good quality list of people. So again, an example of this might be coming to here and just, again, accountants, right? And you're going to get a list of accountants that are in your particular space. So we go jobs, we go people, and this will bring up everybody that's an accountant, that you're connected to, and the people that you aren't, you connect to them. You want to connect to like 40 per day. Anybody that responds, once anybody that accepts your connection, then you want to reach out to them and start a human conversation starter using the templates that we just went through. And I'm just going to give you an example of this. So if I open this up, let's open up Messenger. So you got to open up Messenger and we go to Jennifer like so. And if we're on this page where we've got Jennifer's profile up, right, we hit this here and it's going to automatically bring in all of her information. Again, we can just enter a bogus phone number because we don't have that at the moment. And you're going to notice here that it brings up the custom link directly to her chat. So if we add her as an opportunity here and we come back, you can see that we can directly click this link here and she's been created. And whenever we need to reach back out to her and continue the conversation, we can copy paste this thread and it's going to bring us directly back to her chat. So what this software does is it just helps us manage all of our leads and all of the opportunities in our pipeline and quickly reach back out to these people. And when we succeed at, achieving the next objective, we can just drag them from left to right. And this is how we push people down our pipeline. Okay, so LinkedIn's exactly the same. You just use the search bar to connect to ideal people, all right? And if somebody accepts the request and then they respond to your human conversation starter, you add them as an opportunity and continue the conversation. Okay, email. We use and identify prospects using the following strategies. So we can use Google Search and Google Map results for people in your niche and location to bring up a list of results. So just Google people is super, super simple, right? You can find ideal people and businesses using the same process that we've just gone through in Facebook and LinkedIn, okay? Because people will say, where their business is located, and you can click on the information page and get their details up there. If you can't find the person's email, use or try to use Snovio email finder extension. Okay, so this is it here. You can download this extension, and what it allows you to do is basically come in, and I might just quickly see if I've got this guy available here. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, here it is, email finder. Okay, so we add this guy here to the bottom line, and you're going to notice that if you just click this extension, it's going to tell you, if we come to Profitable Designer, so snov.io is where you get this from. All right, we go to Profitable Designer, look what happens here. This software scans the site and it gives you the email address associated to it. So all you got to do is log in and it'll reveal those, and you get like 200 credits per month, which is plenty to get started, and then it's super inexpensive. But you can go to anybody's website, hit this button, and it'll extract their email address so that you can reach out to them. Okay, so then what you do is you send them an email using the conversation template that we've provided you here. We've given you one of the email conversation templates to start with, where you ask a question, really simple. And what you do is if the prospect responds, right, to your email, then you add them as an opportunity. So you might go to your email, you've sent somebody out an email, they respond, then what you would do if that person's name was, Trish White, for example, you would obviously have this is just an example. Then we would just add them to the pipeline like so. And the cool thing is because we've got their email address, we will be able to directly message them through the software once you've connected your information. So you'll be able to reach out to them directly through the software. Okay, so super, super simple. Email is a very simple strategy, right? Once you've figured out your offer. So Facebook B2C, like we said, is more built for people that are like in interior landscape and architecture. What you really do here is you join groups and communities like we've already shown. You observe the rules in the groups. But because it's hard to individually identify B2C prospects, what we do is we post content into these groups as a way to get people to identify with our problem, our offer, or our result. So the key here is to get the right balance between the audience, the problem that you help solve, or the result that you help contribute towards, and get people to engage in your content and making sure that we adhere to their rules. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is get people to engage in conversations, related to the problems that you can help with. So I've provided just a couple of very simple content swipe files here, and you'll notice that they're basically just offering value, these posts, but you want to post in groups, providing actionable value. We're going to teach you how to create really powerful content in a few videos anyway, but you want to get good at doing this. You want to make sure, step number 4, that there's no visible call to action. So you're not trying to get people to book a call. Your only objective is to do this: get likes, shares, and comments, because anybody who likes, shares, or comments your posts in these groups, you add them as a friend. And if they accept your friend request, you send a human conversation starter, just like we've shown, with these conversation templates. And if they respond, we add them as an opportunity, which we can, do so. If it's Facebook Messenger, we can come here, pre-populated. We can add them as an opportunity into our pipeline. And this is how we build a pipeline of opportunities where we can push people from left to right. Okay, so that's Facebook B2C. LinkedIn B2C is exactly the same, just with LinkedIn groups and communities. Okay, so to find LinkedIn groups and communities, all you've got to do is come over to accountants. We're just using this as an example, and go groups. And you're going to find different groups. I was in the wrong one. It was in posts and not groups. So here you go. You can see all of these different groups where there's people hanging out that all share the same interests. You can do this for any niche or space. This is going to be a better strategy for, you know, people that are targeting brick and mortar businesses or high net worth individuals. Okay, you post in the groups the same way you do with Facebook. All right, with the only intent to get people to like, comment, or share. And anybody that does, you send them a connection request. Anybody who accepts the connection request, you send them a conversation starter using these templates here, right? The ones that we've given you some examples to. And when they respond, you add them, you know, let's just say we come back to Messenger and we'll say, there we go. Let's just say this is a lead. We come here, Dan's information gets automatically updated, including the link that we can come back and message him on. Okay, and he can get added to the pipeline, and we're just building a bigger list and a bigger list of people that we're connecting to, we're friends with. We can post content on our LinkedIn and our Facebook feed, and these people are going to see future content from us as well. So we're just building a big platform of people who are becoming aware of us. So that's LinkedIn B2C, and then Instagram's pretty much the same. Okay, so you just use the Instagram search bar to find suitable profiles that overlap with your niche market. Remembering that, again, there's going to be both indirect and direct profiles to where you'll find your prospects. And once you, again, you know, this is just a really good hack. Once you connect with a highly qualified prospect, stalk their profile and see what other profiles to follow and where to get ideas for that. So once you get to a profile that you think's ideal, click on the followers button to bring up a list of followers on that profile, and then just using their profile picture and their short bio, make a call on whether they're a good potential fit for your services. If so, follow them. So then what you do is you post content on your feed as a way to get people to self-identify with the problem, offer, and result. And the key here is to get the right balance between the audience, the problem that you help solve, or the result that you contribute towards. So as you're continually adding people to follow you, they're following you back. Anytime you post content that's related to the problem that you solve, anybody who likes, shares, or comments, send them a human conversation starter in Instagram. And if the prospect responds, add them as an opportunity into the software the same way. So this is obviously something you cannot do on your phone, but you're going to be able to find that you can do this by just logging into Instagram. Okay, if you come over to your messages like so, and we go here, we're going to be able to add people like so into our pipeline, and you're going to get the link directly back to that message and conversation feeds. So we can use this one as an example as well, and this might. Right, add this as an opportunity. And this person gets updated as well. Okay, so here is 6 different strategies. There's going to be one that's going to be most suited to you based on this. Use this as a guide, but the best way to figure it out is to test. Okay, again, we've given you access to the conversation templates, just a few ideas about how you can start conversations and the situations and what to say and how to respond. And we're going to cover more of this when it comes to nurturing opportunities in the next video, but you've got the link to that just below this video. And we've just given you a couple of content ideas with the content swipe file to give you just some direction on how you can produce content that creates engagements, making sure that you respect the rules of the groups that you're posting in. You can be way looser when it comes to your own profile, okay? But we're going to discuss content generation in the future videos as well. We're going to give you just the general structure and a really cool tool to start developing good content, okay? When you post content and you're adding more people as a friend or as a follower on social media and you're posting content on your wall, it's technically and literally free advertising. Most designers don't understand this. They don't know how to use it. We're going to show you how to best utilize it. So that's it for this video, guys, on how to create opportunities and fill your pipeline. We'll see you in the next video where we start to nurture these opportunities. Okay guys, welcome to this video called Marketing, How to Now Nurture Your Opportunities. So we've just gone through in the previous video, now that we've figured out how to really think the right way, we've figured out how to structure our day so that we're working on our offer, we know what our offer looks like, we've started to reach out to people that we think could be receptive to our offer because we think they've got the problem that we can solve, and we've started to create opportunities. What this video now is doing is taking you through the next phase to this, which is how to nurture those opportunities and get them to book calls. Okay, so here's what we're going to cover in this video. We're going to go through the next step. Once we've started a human conversation and we have an opportunity on the table, we're going to go through qualifying, then going through pitching the value of the call, how to get people to book a call in our calendar, some following up fundamentals, and then troubleshooting. Okay, so how to identify where you can improve with your very basic marketing campaign that we're providing you in this training. So we'll start with qualifying conversations. And really, once you have started a human conversation with somebody, they're technically an opportunity in our pipeline. Okay, so once we've started a human conversation, there's a bit of rapport, and once we've built that rapport and you're getting more than short questions or short responses from people, no matter what platform you're on, you can move into qualifying conversation. And this is where we start to ask questions that allow us to identify whether the prospect is going to be a good fit to pitch a call to. But before we start moving into pure qualifying questions, we need to transition from our initial conversation into more of a qualifying conversation. And the way that we do this is with a bridging question. Okay, so for ideas and templates for your bridging questions, refer to the conversation template. So I'm just going to show you what we're talking about here. Okay, we are moving from starting a conversation with somebody, right? We're moving from a human conversation to getting them to respond, and we're building rapport. So out of 10 people that you reach out to, that you start a conversation with, you should be able to get 20% of these people to respond, all right? And we should be able to get 50% of people that respond. We should be able to ask them the questions that allows them to move to pitching a call. But to get people from a flowing human conversation to a qualifying conversation, we need to do this, okay? Because we're going to be having just a general chit chat with people. They've seen our profile. They've got some sort of interest. That's why they're willing to speak with us, right? We need to be able to move them to qualifying conversation. And the way that we do this, and you're going to see why we call it this, is with a bridging question, right? Which kind of bridges the gap and gets the topic of conversation to start talking more about the problem that we can solve, okay? So you're going to see here that we give you some examples of bridging questions based on different scenarios, but basically it's just a really human way to start moving the topic of conversation more to what it is that we do and how we can potentially help. So here's just a few really simple examples that you can use, but you're going to find using and starting to test and create your own is where you're going to see the most momentum and success. So now that we have done this and we've successfully, if you are able to successfully bridge people into a full qualifying conversation, then you move through each of the questions you need to ask to in order to gauge whether the prospect is qualified. So you use conversation templates for the structure, and we're going to give you some ideas, but really it's important to note that we still want this conversation to be more enjoyable. So you don't want it to just be very clinical, like you're going to the doctors. So make sure that the questions you ask are a good mix between enjoyable chat and asking, business or situation related things. This is a good mix, like 30% human, 70% qualifying. The art of this and the mastery comes from just continually doing through practice. Okay. So we've given you just a few ideas around what kind of questions to ask, but this is going to be completely dependent on who you are and what you do, your design skill set, the problem you solve, and what your individual best criteria is to determine whether somebody's a good fit. Okay? If you've been able to successfully qualify your prospect, right, and you've identified whether they're either qualified or unqualified, drag them into the qualifying conversation column of the software. Okay, so all you need to do is come back over here. When you've successfully, for example, you've been speaking to Jennifer and you've built a bit of rapport and you're able to move her further down the funnel, okay, then we can do that. Now we've pushed her into the next stage, and then what we'll do is we'll take, when we get to the next section, you'll see how we keep moving people from pitch the call to book the call and then get them into the sales process. Okay, so let's just say, for example, we were able to successfully ask the qualifying conversation. We could figure out whether she's a good fit or not. That means we did a good job and we can drag her here. And let's just say we did this for C-Ed as well. But there was 2 people that weren't interested to continue the conversation. This is how we get to this. Okay, so the next step is really to pitch the value of the call. If somebody is a good fit and they've followed all the hoops, you've built rapport, you've asked the questions, they're a good fit, it's time to pitch the value of the call. So once and only once that you've qualified the prospect and they seem like they could be a good fit for a call, it's time to pitch the call. The reason most designers can't generate a healthy amount of calls is because they are selling design when they should be selling the value of hopping on the phone. So you would have noticed with the way that our website is structured, we tell people what the value of the call is. That's why it's easy to book calls. So the pitch for your call should be so good that even if the prospect gets to the end of the call and they don't feel like it's a good fit, they still feel like they've gained something out of the experience. Okay, so for ideas and templates on how to sell the value of the call, just refer to the conversation template here, where we give you just a couple of ideas about how to pitch this, right? Really simple. And if you've been able to qualify the prospect and they're qualified for a call, and you pitched the call, then what you do is you drag that person into the pitch call. Okay, so you might have 4 people for the day that you have successfully achieved qualifying. And then what you would do is you would come over here and you would drag a couple of them over here to pitch call like so, which means that we pitched a call with them. So you can see we're tracking all of our efforts and we're going to see the relationship between how many opportunities we need to create to start enough qualifying conversations, to pitch enough calls, to book enough calls, to close enough calls. Okay, this is what gives you predictability in the business model. Then, next step is book a call in the calendar. So, if they agree and they think it's a good idea, you've got 2 options. The first is to provide them with your booking link where they can go pick a time and enter their details. Okay, so our software has inbuilt booking software as well to schedule appointments. They'll also get automatically updated in the software, right? As long as you've got their email there. If you don't have their email there, I might create a duplicate, and that's okay. You might just remove one of them, but they'll get automatically pushed to here so that you know that there is a call booked, for example. Okay. The other option is that you can just get their information and ask for their information for them, and you can go to your appointment page and enter their details for them. Either way, they're going to get confirmation emails and reminder emails leading up to the call to increase the likelihood that they jump on that. And the prospect will be automatically moved to the book call column, using the software via the automation. Okay, so we've got this set up. You'll notice if we go to triggers, people, when they book a call, if we've got their details, they'll be upgraded to the next step in the phase. Okay, so that's how we use the marketing, but we'll come back to the opportunities. Okay, so super simple. You can see here our job is to, once we pitch a call and they're keen and they want to book a call, we move them across like so. Then that brings us basically to the idea of following up, because what this video is about is really just nurturing people from an opportunity to booking a call. So if we pitch a call and people aren't interested or it's not the right time, you want to be aware that you have to follow up. Okay, the fortune is in the follow-up, and that's why people say that, because 30 to 50% of the revenue in your business will come from nurturing process and the follow-up. Okay, and this becomes one of the most important features of our software, right? And your goal here is just to reignite the conversation. So all you want to do is reach back out to people and go, how are you looking with this? You know, what's news today? I've been thinking of you. Here's a link to something. But this is a really good follow-up structure, right? You want to follow up one day. You want to reach back out after one day. After 3 days, you reach back out. And this is one day after you last spoke to them. This is 3 days after you last spoke to them if they don't respond to this. This is 7 days after you last spoke to them if they didn't respond. And this is 30 days. Okay. So what we do is we can come back, and you're going to notice you just leave people where they currently are based on the stage in the pipeline. And you can just make a note to reach back out on, you know, like so, and save. Super simple. And now what you can do is you come back to all of the leads that you do have, and you see if there's something you need to do with that lead. And it's like, oh, cool, it's the 11th, so I'm going to reach back out. And once you've done that, you reach back out. If you don't get a response, you put another note there to reach out to them again in a few days. Okay, so you can see this is how we can manage our pipeline and keep pushing people from left to right. So that is following up, really simple process. Then it comes down to troubleshooting. Okay, so I've given you the link. You're going to see a link to this download just below this video. And this is how to troubleshoot your campaigns. Okay, so what you're looking for here is we're trying to meet each of these KPIs here. Okay, so the way that you calculate these KPIs is by looking at each of them, and I'm going to zoom in so that it's just a bit easier to see, right? But what we're trying to do is out of 100 people, all right, that responds, so out of 100 people that respond to our initial message, we're trying to start a human conversation with 20% of them. So if we connect to and then send a message out to 100 people and 100 responds, we're trying to build some rapport and get 20% of these people to reply to us and build a bit of engagement. So once we start a human conversation, right, and we want to achieve like a proper conversation has been established 20% of the time, which means 1 in 5. Okay, so if you're able to move people from here to here, then that means you've successfully been able to do this. And the way that we figure out whether we're hitting our percentages is by making assessments based on a month's worth of data. Okay, what this is going to allow us to do is see how many people in total we've started conversations with, right? How many qualifying conversations have come from all of these people, how many calls we've been able to pitch, how many successful booked calls, okay? And these are the ratios that you're trying to achieve for each stage of this process, okay? And you might find that your numbers are less than this, but you're still booking a good amount of calls, then it's completely fine to keep moving on. But what this troubleshooting document does is it's really trying to show you how to diagnose what stage of the process you need to focus more attention on to either connect with people, get them to respond from, you know, our conversation starters, achieve a human conversation, ask the right questions, pitch call, book call, okay? This document allows you to diagnose where you need to improve your campaign, okay? So depending on what part is broken, you're trying to fix them from left to right. So follow the instructions. You know, you might find that your qualifying conversation percentage is not 50% or it's nowhere near. Then you just literally come to this step and you read how to fix this and follow the instructions until it is in KPI. And then you just keep fixing each KPI and making adjustments based on the instructions until your marketing and nurturing process is a well-oiled machine. And this is what's going to allow you to book calls. Okay, so that's it. This is literally how to take opportunities and nurture these opportunities and get people to book calls for your design services. Okay, so that's it for this video. In the next video, we're going to start going through how to create content for those people that need to be posting content in groups, and even those people that are using the strategies where we just connect with people and start conversations. Posting meaningful and engaging content on your Facebook wall, your LinkedIn wall, or your Instagram wall is going to be a really powerful way to juice more opportunity from the platform of people that you're building out. So look forward to seeing you on the next video, guys, and we'll speak soon. Okay guys, welcome to this video called Marketing, Create Content Like an Authority. So now we're into our third marketing video here. The first really was about how to generate opportunities depending on what strategy is best for your business and your situation and the problem you solve. The second video was really about how to nurture those opportunities. The third video is really about how to create content. This is going to become immediately useful for those people that rely on content, you know, the B2C strategies that we discussed before, but everybody should have an everyday content generation process set up once they've booked a couple of calls, because you'll squeeze so much more opportunity out of your social media profiles. Okay, so this is what we're going to cover in this video: when to create content. We'll explain what content creation is. We'll go through the science of how it generates clients. We'll discuss the importance of creating content and why it is so important. We'll break down the components to powerful and engaging content. We'll finish and show you how to finish with a booking to call pitch, which you will want to do quite a bit, especially on your profile. All right, your profile, whether it's your Instagram profile, your Facebook, or your LinkedIn profile, becomes your best marketing asset. And then we'll go through your daily creating content process. Okay, so when to create content. Like we said, immediately, if Facebook B2C or LinkedIn B2C is your ideal starting strategy, we covered this in the first marketing video when we talked about creating opportunity. You will need this. It becomes an integral part of posting into groups. Okay. Otherwise, if you're any of the other strategies, wait until you've booked at least 10 sales calls using that strategy before you get into creating content, because then your content will be really powerful. You'll know what to talk about because you know what problems get people to respond. So what is creating content? It's just the process of creating and posting content on our visible channels: Facebook, LinkedIn profile, blog, Instagram. We create content. The content we create, is built specifically for our audience to engage with. Content can come in a wide variety of different mediums: text, images, videos, memes, animations, and a range of topics. You know, the problem the market has: thought leadership, client success stories, testimonials, personal and family, and process insights and quotes. Okay, so best way to think about posting content: it's the ability to earn the attention of your market and prospects without using ads or automation. Okay, so it's the ability to advertise for free. The more people you connect with, the more people that will see your stuff. So why create it? Because we are posting content, we're seen as the thought leaders and authority in a particular market, which lowers the long-term barrier for people to see us as a go-to option if they have the problem we can solve, right? By posting content regularly in our channels, we're taking advantage of our platform's ability to put content in front of our connections and friends, which is literally free advertising. Because every time we create content, we're creating another opportunity for people to engage or get in contact with us. If we get people to like or comment our content, we know that we've sparked interest, and then we can follow up and continue towards a sales conversation, or get people to get directly in contact with us who want to speak with us. All right. You're setting booby traps every time somebody sees you pop up. All right. Because the more content we produce, the better we understand what our market's real problem is, the better we understand what messages they respond to, the more powerful each of our organic outreach methods that we've just taught you become, and the more powerful the advertising. Okay, the wins are literally coming from everywhere. So the reason most designers fail when it comes to this, because they never create any content at all. The content that they do produce has nothing to do with what their target market values, which comes down to the perspective law that we've already talked about. They fail because they don't understand how to create engaging content in the first place. They're not thinking about a long-term game plan with posting content, and they're not realizing that it takes a bit of time to find a voice, at least 50 pieces of content to get the ball rolling. Here's the really cool thing. If you learn how to produce really powerful content, the minute it gets a lot of engagement, you just run some money behind it and turn it into an ad. Easiest way to profitably advertise. Okay, so the science of how it generates clients. All right, so the first piece of this is understanding the Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram algorithms and how they work. So these social media platforms realize that the most important factor is that the user has the best possible experience at all times. Otherwise, people don't stay on the platform and they can't make money in the advertising space because it's limited. All right. Therefore, Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram are always looking to put content in front of each individual that they think they'll positively engage with to keep them on the platform as long as possible. This means that any user or anyone that the user connects with on each platform is going to get their content put in front of them because they're a new connection, and the platform understands that the engagement with a new friend or connection is likely to be high. So every person that you connect to using any of the strategies, anytime they engage with a post, they are telling the algorithm to put more stuff in front of me from that person. All right. So if you're continually connecting with more people and producing content at the same time, you're advertising for free. Right? Each time a user engages with a post, liking, commenting, or taking longer to scroll over it, the platform records this engagement and then prioritizes the source, which is you, the creator, and will show you content more often to the user. All right? It'll just keep showing your content. This is why it becomes such a powerful thing to understand. Then the second part to this, like the science of how it generates clients. So the first is understanding that social media platforms want to work with us to get our stuff in front of people the minute that they start engaging. But here's the second component. Aggravation of the problem leads to action. So like we've already established, problems and the desire to fix problems is what allows money to circulate in the economy. Most successful businesses build products and services to help people solve their most painful problems and help them achieve the desired outcome. So the presence of a problem is what provides a prospect to actively seek out a solution and buy a product or a service. And the more painful the problem, the more energy that will be spent actively looking for or pursuing a solution. Perfect example, somebody throws an axe into your back. It massively hurts. Do you go along and just keep watching TV or cook dinner or go out to your mate's house and have a few beers? No. You head straight to the hospital and try to get a solution to the problem. The more painful the problem, the more likely people are putting all of their energy into solving it. All right. So by creating content that aggravates, and identifies a solution, I've got identify twice there, sorry about that, to a particular problem, you create a new avenue for your prospects to move through to find a solution to the problem. All right, so the deeper the pain is communicated in the content, the greater the likelihood of the user doing something about it. This is basically how to win at advertising 101. All right, to aggravate the problem, because it's the problem that leads people to take action. This is why most designers don't generate opportunities and don't get big projects, because they're not overlapping their skills with where the market has problems. So, multiplied by that, the more points of contact, the more opportunities. So each time your prospect makes contact with you or your content, the likelihood that they take action increases. So by creating a multitude of content, different types, you increase the likelihood of creating a knockout piece of content that sparks the major interest that eventually gets your prospect to take action and book a call. So by continually coming up in the prospect feeds, you become omnipresent, where you create the illusion to your prospects that you're absolutely everywhere. Okay, so that's why. And you can see the science of how it works, because the social media platforms are working in our favor. If people engage with our content, it is guaranteed they're going to keep seeing a lot of our content. So the minute you connect with more people, you're connected to more people in your network, and you post content and your content improves, your marketing capacity massively exemplifies and accelerates. So the importance of creating good content. The first is that you're developing a voice as an authority. When you start creating content that educates people and changes the way they think about something, they see you as the leader at that particular topic. And then when you show thought leadership, people see you as the authority. Then the power of compounding. All right, it's really just the idea that the more content you generate, the better you get an understanding of your market because you're seeing what they're responding to, the better your ability to adjust your offer and build a marketing message and offer that highly resonates with your specific market, the better you get at creating content that your market engages with, the more that you're seen as an authority in your space, the higher the volume of the engagement of your content, and the greater the amount of conversations that you can start and have started with you. So content plays a massive role because at the end of the day, everything that we've gone through in this program shows you that it's really about the perfect mix of all these things, right? Marketing is the ability to put a message in front of people where they positively respond, right? If you don't do this, nothing above here works, right? If you don't do this, you don't get calls. And if you don't get calls, you don't get sales and you can't deliver anything, right? So this becomes a massive bottleneck. You need to understand how to market if you are a business owner, right? Every successful business owner, anybody who owns a successful company that's highly profitable, they know how to market, they know how to sell. Okay, so the more content that you produce, the better the compounding efforts and success, because content creation and getting it in front of people is how you understand what the market wants and how you make adjustments to your offer and your product based on market feedback. So let's break down powerful content and engaging content. There's a few different mediums of content. So you've got text, long and short form, you've got images, you've got quotes, video, infographics, and blog posts are the most basic ones. Okay, so your different mediums are like different pickup lines. You don't want to use the same ones over and over. You want to create like a cadence of variation, on a timeline. All right, so the different types of content within the different types of forms is long and short form, text, story-based, client success stories, testimonials from your clients that are happy about the problem you solve for them, a day in your life, so giving people a bit of a look as to, what it is that you do day to day for your clients and the value that you bring, just quotes around the problem you solve, memes related to the problem you solve, and just some personal and family posts to really just show people that you're human, because at the end of the day, social media is a social platform. People want to speak to humans. All right. So long and short form is really just the idea that it's longer text. These are the most engaging posts that you can do on any platform. And there's three things that every long form post needs: entertainment factor, solving a painful problem, most importantly, providing actionable value. Okay, your job and responsibility is to provide actionable value, because then out of the roar of reciprocating, people are likely to respond, like, comment, and share. And this starts another potential conversation. So there's a few different ways to think about this. There's different ways. There's training style, where the topic of conversation will be how to do this so that you can see Y result. Informational, so you're kind of demonstrating thought leadership, how Y can be affecting Z and how you can fix it. Diagnosis, why you're not seeing X result. Buzzwordy, 3 ways that you can get X in record time. And contradictory, so slamming methods that people commonly use and what you should do instead. And hint, you just want to solve the most painful problems for people. Don't just throw information at them. Okay, so what you want to do is entertain. You want to prod at the painful problem that you help solve and provide some sort of actionable value, so that the law of reciprocity is activated and people want to reach out and be like, thank you so much for that post. It was really helpful. I really liked it. I commented, I shared. And then that just gives you the ability to generate another opportunity that we can lead down our pipeline. All right. Another amazing piece of content is client success stories, right? So just basically showing results that your prospect clients desire. All right. If you've got clients that want to successfully fund a Kickstarter campaign and you've done it and you show an example, what better marketing content to show them? All right, video testimonials, right? Showing video testimonials from the past and existing clients quickly validates your message and your value, right? Nothing better than video testimonials. Day in the life posts. So these give you the ability and the opportunity to show people into your daily work environment. And it really just helps paint a picture of what engagement could look like with you if they were to move forwards. Quotes is a really simple one. It's just a short tidbit of information that sparks micro interest, and it's just more about getting your name and face in front of your market. Then memes, exactly the same kind of function. And then personal and family posts to basically just show that you're a human being and that people can connect with you on another dimension other than just being professional. So what you want to do with this is start experimenting and posting a couple or 2 or 3 posts per week. And when you start to post consistently and you get great engagement from your posts, all you need to do is create related offshoots. So if you have a post about a particular problem where you're providing a specific piece of actionable advice and you get a great response, then what you want to do is try to retweak it and speak about it from another perspective and really just create another derivative of it. And this is how you can guarantee that you're going to keep generating great engagement with your content. All right, so the key to powerful and engaging content, be concise. When you're creating content, you should keep your information short, sweet, and to the point. Run on sentences or information that is overwhelming, isn't engaging, and it's boring and hard to follow. Use visuals. Obviously graphics are an awesome way to increase engagement and get readers hooked. So by choosing powerful graphics, you may be able to convey the idea much easier than you could just with text. Recycle winners, like we just said before on the previous slide. Okay, when you find a piece of content that people highly engage with, then it's silly not to use it again in some other way. So you want to continually repurpose the content in another form and release it back into your stream next week. And you're going to find there's going to be particular pieces of content that just keep hitting it and hitting it and hitting it. You want to continually reinvent it and recirculate it again. All right, then a call to action. So only on your own wall, on your Instagram wall, on your own LinkedIn page wall, or your Facebook wall, never in other groups because you'll get kicked out really quickly, right? 1 in every 4 pieces, roughly, of content that you create on your wall should have a call to action at the end of each post and have a short sentence or paragraph telling readers what it is that you want them to do, and then give them the appropriate tools such as a link to do so. So it's really just asking people if they want to know more to go book a call. Here's the value of a call, which we'll show you through shortly. So again, the key to powerful and engaging content is to demonstrate leadership by posting strong stances, demonstrate authority by creating content for others, superiority, become trusted, be honest, call the bullshit on the market. It's really refreshing and people see you as a thought leader. Become likable, show that you're a human, be relatable. Become authoritative, take a strong stance on the market issues or go the opposite way. Create a curiosity, so get people interested in reading to the end. Create scarcity, so make people feel like you're in high demand. And create approachability, train them to engage with you and message you. All right, so the pitfalls to avoid when generating content, thinking that you're going to have it figured out overnight. Okay, this is like anything. It's going to take time and practice, but it is one of the most powerful skills for a small business owner to master. All right, next pitfall, not being consistent. It requires consistent applied effort. Thinking that everybody has it easy but you, that everybody, just magically figures it out immediately, but you're just the special one that it takes a bit longer for. Nope, it's everybody, has to learn how to do it correctly. Caring what people think, all right? Don't worry about it. And you've got the ability to filter out your friends and family by creating lists on Facebook so that some people don't see some stuff. And the last biggest one is just overthinking and overanalyzing. Just implement, post content out there, see what the response is, and adjust based on the market feedback. All right. So let's talk about creating a content funnel, and this is how you want to think about it. Okay, I'm just going to draw a really simple visual here. This is how you want to think about it. All right, so let's just say you're in a few groups, right? You're in a few groups. Doesn't matter if you're B2B or B2C. 4 groups here. This is group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, right? They're coming to your profile and you're connecting with people in each of these groups, whether you're adding them as a friend and then starting a conversation with them, or you're posting content in these spaces and you're connecting with people after they've liked and engaged with your content, which means that the amount of people that you're connected to is going up, right? And every time that you're creating content and you're connecting with all of these people are likely to see your posts on your profile page. So this is your Facebook profile page, for example. Every piece of content that you post is going to be seen by these people that you've just engaged with. So if you're reaching out and connecting with 250, new people per week, right? And you're posting a piece of content that's getting good engagement on your wall, and you're doing this 4 times per week, you're serving like 1,000 new impressions, just new impressions, because this doesn't take into account who you're already a friend with on Facebook. 1,000 new impressions per week for people that are in your market that are interested in what it is that you potentially can help them with. Okay, this is how to think about the content generation funnel. And remember that the social media platforms are wanting you to succeed at this, because the more, content engagement, the more likes you get, the more likes, the comments and shares that you get, the higher up people's newsfeed that you go. And because you're posting stuff on your own wall and you control your own wall, 1 in 4 posts, you can have a call to action that says, look, book a call with me if you're interested, because you own your page. So this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to create engagement and relationships with people in other groups so that they become connected as a friend with us, so that they see our Facebook page, our profile page, where we can basically advertise to them for free and make pitches and offers to book calls with us, right? Doesn't matter what strategy you're using. This is a powerful way to think about how to grow your audience and consistently generate content that's going to book calls. The longer you do it, the more you exponentially move towards, booking more than 1, 2, 3. We have some clients in our mastermind booking 4 and 5 calls per day doing this. Why? Because they focus on this idea of bringing more people in to their network and getting better at creating content. And those two things compound. All right, so like we discussed that just before, in regards to you posting content on your Facebook page and only on your Facebook page, every 4th one, you want to have a call to action. And I'm just going to talk you through how to think about that and how to do that properly. So here we go. Every 3rd to 4th piece on your own wall, you want to say something like this at the end of the piece of content. Okay, guys, thanks for reading this. If you're struggling with this concept, I want you to click the link below and schedule a call with me. What we're going to do is take you through everything you need to solve this problem to get to the result. Here's what we'll do on the call. First, we'll help you diagnose what's been stopping you from doing this. Then we're going to give you the tools and resources to solve that problem so that you walk away with actionable steps. Then I'm going to walk you through the 3 steps to take you from X to Y. And if you're ready to take the next step, then click a link below and find a spot that works. We do many of these calls, so our calendar has limited availability, and make sure you click the link below before we fill up. Okay, so we're offering a really valuable offer, what they can move away from the call, even if they don't move forward. So we're selling the value of taking the next step, and we're adding scarcity. Okay, that's how to book calls on your own profile. So let's break down your daily content creating process. And this is really simple. We're going to give you a really cool tool here to have a look at. It's called the Content Creator. All right, you're going to see a link for this guide just below this video. We're going to show you how to use this now. But when it comes to creating content, all you're going to do is follow these steps. So open up the Content Creator in the link below, save your own copy. And with your own business model and problem that you help business with in mind, delete the content genes that don't apply to your situation. Okay, so what I mean by this is you'll come over here and we've broken down good content into these areas. It's always the mistakes the market are making, the pain of the mistakes, right? The pleasure of fixing that problem, and then the actionable advice so that you can create value in the call, in the piece of content. And then 1 in every 4 posts on your wall, you can obviously give a call to action to promote people to do something else. So each of these individual squares represents a gene. Okay, and what you want to do, step number 1, is come in with your own business model and delete situations that don't make sense for your business and the problem that you're solving, or that you can't adjust so that they make sense. And then what you want to do is add onto each column at least another 20 new content genes. So think about your situation and your market and the problem that you solve. What are some more mistakes the market are making, right? What are some of the pains of making that mistake from their customer experience? What are the pleasures of fixing it? So what are the awesome benefits they'll get out of solving the problem you can fix? What's some actionable advice that you can give them that demonstrates your authority and shows that you know what you're talking about? And what are the different actions that you could get them to take to, move to the next level and potentially speak to you? All right. So that's how you modify the content creator. And then what you do when you want to post a piece of content, you open the content creator, you very simply pick the type of medium. So you go, okay, well today, you just randomly select one of these. You might go, oh, today I'm going to do, a text long form. And then you select one gene from each of the remaining column. And this is what allows you to create a different piece of content, right? So you might pick this thing here as the mistake they're making, which you're going to discuss. You might talk about this thing here, the pleasure of fixing it, the idea of taking your kids on holiday, and some actionable advice, like so. And we might have a call to action. All right. And then what you do is you use these as the structure for the piece of content, right? And the more you do this, the better you get at it. And I can guarantee, and everybody that goes through our mastermind, by the time they get to 20 attempts at creating content, they're an insanely good copywriter. Why? Because you very quickly learn the relationships around how to go about it. Okay. So for example, what we might do here is just literally go, okay, this piece of content is really, for people that are wanting, let's say, they're wanting to build a new website to better communicate their products in their business. All right. So this is for like e-commerce store owners, for example, right? Who just really want it to be clear exactly what they need to get out of their website in order to make more sales on their online store, right? The pain of that mistake is the fact that they've just got nothing to show for all of the hard work that they've done, and they don't feel like their website reflects where they want to be moving and who their best customers are. And the reason that they want to be able to do that is because they want to not have to work on weekends, because they want their website to generate more sales, which will allow them the time to feel like they can relax on a Saturday and a Sunday and take their kids out to the park or doing, any sort of family activity. And the actionable advice that you can give them by framing that problem and saying, look, is this a problem you've got? A lot of people have this problem. And when they do have this problem, they just feel like they don't have the time to deal with it. And if they can just address this problem, it frees up a lot of their time. Well, here's the actionable advice for you guys, if that's you. All right. Stop managing time around it. And it's just so much easier to follow these 3 or 4 steps to get to an outcome quick. So here's the 4 steps to quickly move towards achieving this really quickly without doing this, right? If you want more information on that, once you've given them the 4 or 5 steps of actionable advice, which might be focus more on, clearly communicating who your best customers are, get a better about section in the website so that people get what you're all about and what your why is, and, write better features or benefits on each individual product page, and consider whether your photography fits the overall brand value of the company. So that might be the 4 pieces of actionable value where we've demonstrated our authority. And if you've got a call to action on the back end of it, you might be like, look, if you want more information about this is something that I help all of my clients with. All you got to do is click this link to watch my latest training, and we'll take you through like another really 4 or 5 really important points. Okay, so you can click whatever you like here and see that basically by creating each of these little genes here, you're creating all of these like multitudes of different options around all the different combinations of content that you can produce. Some won't work. That wasn't a bad effort by me, like off the top of my head. Some won't work. Some will work amazingly. Your job is to just keep trying to guess combinations and see if you can tie them together, and you'll become a content genius like in literally no time. All right, so the other thing to do is just look for inspiration or for guidance by just simply referring to our content swipe file. Okay, this is just a very small sample of what we give most of our paying clients, okay, just to help you get up and running and start building some momentum so that you can see what a general kind of slice of what your regular cadence should be from a creating content standpoint. Okay, so like we've said, you've got access to both of these things, the content creator and the content swipe file, just below this video. So you want to start playing around with those, making adjustments to the content creator, and you're going to be able to get started. So you just got to remember, creating content, it's massively powerful. Every successful business owner has the ability to do it because it is the key to marketing, right? But it's like building a muscle. You don't start strong, but you got to start and be consistent. And within a short while, you'll start to notice big changes. So you shouldn't look in the mirror after day one and expect to be 10 kilos musclier. Otherwise, you're just going to be depressed with your efforts. So it takes time to truly master, and you have to be okay with that. And here's the thing, if you're okay with that and you're just going to play the long game, you'll start generating opportunity like really, really quick. Okay? It's more about just committing to the cause. Just like the gym, you're going to feel sore, but that's where the growth is going to be from. And, it might be hard at first, but then the brain adapts and the muscle adapts to the idea of doing it daily, and it grows and it prepares itself for its new condition, and repetition improves the performance dramatically. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. The last thing I want to stress is if you're doing the B2C strategies, posting in LinkedIn groups or posting in Facebook groups, do not include call to actions, getting people to click something or getting people to do anything other than start conversations or share. Okay, don't try to get people to go to your page or book a call, because you'll get kicked out of groups immediately. And there might be groups where there's going to be a lot of opportunity for you long term. You don't want to get locked out of those forever because you've just said goodbye to a really good prospect market pool. Most people find in their design business, in the mastermind program, that they get 90% of their online opportunity from literally 2 or 3 groups. So it's really important that you abide by the rules in those groups, and make sure that your content adheres to those rules that they've got in those groups, because this can be an insanely powerful long-term strategy for those that are doing the B2C strategies, but also for those that want to bolt this on to the simple idea of connecting with people and starting conversations, which is massively popular. So that's it for this video, guys, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to this video called How to Close Strangers into Projects at Higher than 50% Conversion Rates. Okay, which means that for every 2 people that you speak to on a sales call, you're able to at least close one of them. All right, we're going to take you through the same sales process we use and how you need to think about sales, which is completely different to most design businesses, which is why their sales close rate is so low. Not to mention the fact that they're trying to sell design services when people are trying to buy solutions to problems. Okay, so this becomes the next really important system within our business. Okay, because right now, what we've done is we've gone through everything that we need to know from a mindset standpoint. We've organized our day, right? We understand how to improve our offer and look for a better offer. We understand how to book calls. Now the big bottleneck becomes our ability to communicate and educate people on our value and pitch them and sell them into a project and deliver projects. Okay, so here's what we're going to cover in this video. We're going to go through understanding sales and what the key foundations to sales are, the science of it, how we turn, cold prospects and book calls into revenue. Then we'll go through very quickly just some key tips on how to build an amazing proposal, which is counterintuitive to what most designers have been told to do, and how to really protect yourself when it comes to agreements. So understanding sales to start with, because first what we have to do is debunk a lot of the myths and the illusions that designers have when it comes to sales, all right? So most of the myths here, we just need to debunk them. So the first one is that salesmen are born and not made, okay? It's just not true. There's thousands of case studies and testimonials. We have dozens and dozens of people that have proven this not to be the case, where they didn't feel confident about sales. And it was the same with me. I was useless at sales and just taught myself how to be dangerous. Okay, invested in help, and It really helps when you've done over 550 sales calls for your design business. You just get good at what you do consistently and a lot of. All right? Sales is only for smooth talking, extroverted people. Not true. At best, I'm an introvert and I still beat extroverts at sales with what I'm going to show you here. Sales is a high energy, fast talking and aggressive, sport. It's not. I'm super calm, collected and quietly spoken on my calls, and it works just as effective. Sales is all about the follow-up. It's not true. It's about closing first time on the call and the minute that you send out a proposal and forgetting about everything else because you're focusing on what matters, putting a real solution in front of somebody, not just design services and your time, which is a cost. Okay? Then sales is only for outgoing men. It's a big myth and illusion most people have. It's not true. I've trained quiet, shy men and women to sell like masters because it has nothing to do with your personality. It has everything to do with how you understand what the sales process is and how it ties into what people are looking for. So, like we've seen already, in the previous slides here, sales is absolutely mandatory because this is the thing that prevents us from turning eyeballs into revenue. Okay, so it's a massively important thing that everybody has to understand. And without strong salesmanship, you and your business will just experience nothing but rough seas, and all of the work and attention and effort that you've applied up until this point is just going to not be converted into opportunity. So let's go through the science of sales, all right? Because the minute that you understand what you're trying to achieve with the sales process, it allows you to much more clearly communicate your value. So the science of sales is really just the ability to understand the process of turning interested prospects into a paying client, all right? And why is it so important? Because all roads lead to sales call, all right? If you're selling something that's more than $2,000, all the way up to 100,000 or multiple six figures, like design projects, you need to run a sales process, all right? Because the minute that something becomes more expensive than $1,000 or $2,000, people need to speak to somebody to gain the confidence that it's going to be the right investment. And most designers struggle at sales for this reason, okay? They think that people want design. So that's what they talk about and that's what they pitch. All right, and this comes back to the perspective law. They think that what people want is design is because that's what they want to deliver. And it's not the case, okay? The reason that people, book calls and speak to designers is because they come across some sort of message or ad or piece of communication that a designer's put out there, and the prospect in their current situation decides that this thing has agitated where they're at, right? Which means that they've seen you, and at that point, they've made a distinction that, hey, I'm not where I want to be. I want to be this red dot. And because they're not exactly where they want to be, this is what creates the agitation that leads somebody to respond to you because they think that you can help move them towards this red dot. Okay, so it's the fact that people are here, the blue dot, and they're not at the red dot that leads them to go respond to you thinking that you can help them. So they'll go fill out your form or they'll start speaking to you to book a sales call. All right. Then what you're doing is hopping on that call. And what we're supposed to do whilst we're hopping on that call is not talk about design, even though they've reached out to us as a designer who sells design. Our responsibility is to ask questions and figure out where they are now and where they're trying to get to in the future. So we're asking, what's the problem that you've got right now? Describe your business, describe your situation. What have you tried to do to fix this problem? How long has the problem been around for? How many clients are you getting? Who else is involved in this problem? What other designers have you worked with to fix this problem? Where do you guys want to be 6 months from now? What's stopping you guys from moving in that direction on your own? What does success look like? And every question that we ask is allowing us to clearly define these two states. Okay, the first is where they are right now and the problem they believe they have at hand, and then clearly define the measurable end result that they're wanting to move towards. Okay, this is why people invest money, right? Because they want to move towards a measurable end result. They don't want your design services. They see design as something that's going to allow them to get closer to this measurable end result. So if you start a sales process where you're extracting their current problem and you're talking about what it is they're trying to move towards, this by itself drags the project fees up, because now you're anchoring based on what they want instead of not what they don't want, which is design services. What you'll realize is that if a client gets great design and it doesn't get them any closer to the major reason that they were looking at design to start with, they have not received any value at all. You are just a cost. Okay? So your responsibility becomes to clearly define where they are right now and to separate where they are right now as far as you possibly can from where they want to get to, so that you've got the best understanding of both of these things. And then if they're a good fit, which they should be because you're continually trying to go after your specific market, you position you and your offer as the thing that can take them from here to here. All right? Define the problem, figure out the result, and position the offer that they feel like if they just multiplied this with you, that they're going to get this. And this is the science of sales conversion. It is creating separation from the agitated current state to a clearly defined and separated state over here. All right, so you're basically trying to separate these two states, where they are right now, where they're trying to get to. And once you've created that separation between these two things, you position yourself as the offer and the offer as the vehicle to help them bridge the gap so that they can go from here to here, right? Truly masterful salespeople create separation from this agitated situation, right, to a clearly defined situation, clearly defined current state, and a clearly defined measurable end result. And then what they do is they position themselves as the offer that allows people to go from here to here. To put simply, truly masterful salesmen don't sell things like design, they sell the future, right? Your sales process is about focusing on the future state of where somebody wants to be, because that's what they want to invest in. Simple. So the art of sales is not to sell design, it's to create separation, right? So read that again one more time. But to put simply, truly masterful salespeople don't sell things, they sell futures, right? Your responsibility is to figure out what the underlying motivation is for somebody to reach out to you to start with, to figure out exactly where they are right now, figure out exactly where they want to go. Remember perspective law. And then your job is to position you and your offer and your design services as the thing that can help them get there. And if they believe that it can help them get there, you have a client. And if this, desired state is a high value transformation, you can charge high value. But if it's not, you can't. And that's why we want to specialize in situations where our offer helps get people to really powerful transformations, right? So the art, I just want to reiterate that because it's super, super powerful. The reason most designers suck at sales and why they can work so hard to get people on the phone and not close them and just never hear from people again is because they're trying to sell design services. They never talk about the problem. They never aggravate the problem, which is what leads people to spend money. They never actually talk about the results that the people want to move toward, which is the only reason they want to spend money to start with. And they just talk about design services and their process, but with no relation to how it helps with the transformation. So create separation in the sales process. So best practices, print out a survey of questions that you want to ask will give you an overall kind of format for, what you're trying to achieve with each of your questions in your survey. Look through it for 10 minutes before the call and look over it. Be in a quiet room without noises and distractions. Use headphones, if it's on the phone, or use Zoom. Face-to-face, you can do all the same things here. And in front of you, you just want to have a notepad and the prospect survey. I recommend printing out whatever your sales script is, makes it so much easier, right? People appreciate the fact that you're writing things down and you're getting to the depth of what it is that they want to achieve. Okay. I preferably like audio only via phone. This is content from our mastermind training program, directly ripped from it. This has changed. I actually do prefer Zoom now. I like the face-to-face, but it's entirely up to you. But when you're just using audio, you can still use silence, but we're going to talk about silence as a secret weapon here. And it just allows you audio just by itself, complete focus. But you don't want to be doing anything else other than listening, no searching on your computer, right? People can hear when you're not entirely focusing on them. Then what you want to do is release all emotion from the day's stresses or previous calls, and you just want to be in a tranquil state and ready to give your prospect your full undivided attention. So the best tip and advice I can give you with this is that your job on the sales call is not to sell. Your job is to do this. Just create the separation. Figure out where somebody is, figure out where they're trying to get to, and then if you feel like you can help them, we'll go through what to do there. All right, so you want to use silence as your secret weapon. So when you ask a question, shut up. All right, let people finish their muddled sentences. Never speak over them, because the more you let people talk about their problem, the deeper and deeper they'll get to what the real problem is. So silence on your end allows the prospect to think that they will speak, giving you essential clues as to where their train of thought is leading. And this is what you use as your ammunition to anchor your value. All right. Silence also makes the prospect worry whether their answers are good enough and that you might not take them on as a client. And it flips the power to them being the needy, troubled ones. Okay. The next thing you want to do is let people sit with the weight of their pain. So whatever you do, do not solve the prospect's problems and pains on the call. When your prospect states their current situation, problems or pains, do not jump in and start coaching or solving their problems. Just say, got it, or okay. Your prospect has a problem, and when you ask a question that dredges up the emotion and the pain attached to that problem, do not solve it because it releases the pressure of that pain, okay? The entire sales process is about building up the pain of the problem so that they're willing to do something about it, take action and invest in a solution. And if you're going to try to partially solve things to communicate how smart you are on the call, you're actually taking away the buying temperature. So just say, okay, keep letting them ask their questions and let them sit with the pain and the seriousness of their situation. And we're not on the call to solve, we're on the call to diagnose, like I've said. So this is how you want to think about it, right? This is the 13-step process, Okay, I'm going to take you through right now. And it's really just based on this. Creating the defined current state, figuring out where they are right now, running through each part of this to create the separation, to figure out where it is they're trying to get to, what is the measurable end result they want to achieve, and then you positioning yourself as the offer that can help them make this transformation if you believe you can help. All right, so sorry, this should be 12 part, so ignore that 13th there. So step number 1 is just small chat for 2 to 3 minutes where you're just building rapport and just finding out where people are, talking about the weather, anything that you can, develop a bit of human interaction with. And then you set the agenda and say, look, this is how the call's going to go. I'm going to ask you a few questions about where you're at, where you're trying to get to. And then you're asking questions. And what you're trying to do from this point on is achieve the objectives here. So 2 to 3 questions that'll help you figure out why they want to speak to you. 2 to 3 questions that helps you understand their current situation in relation to the problem. 2 or 3 questions that gathers the information you need and causes self-inflicted pain. So we find what part of the problem is seriously painful to them. 2 to 3 questions that helps us figure out what it is that they want to achieve, right? And then number 7 is 2 to 3 questions that helps us and helps them realize that they might not have control of this and that they're admitting that they need help, okay? So here's what you want to realize is that up until this point in the sales process, step 7 of this, that what we're doing is we're clearly defining where they are now and the problem they've got and where they're trying to get to. And part 7 is really releasing admission that they understand there's a gap here where they either 1, have an inability to get there on their own, 2, they want to get there faster than they could by themselves. Or 3, they want to use a proven system and have guidance from somebody who has actually done it. All right. If people don't have one of 3 of these thoughts, or a combination of any of them or all of them, they're not going to move forwards, right? If they feel like they can get there themselves and they feel like they're not going to be able to get there faster without you, with you, and they feel like they've got a proven system or somebody's got a more proven system, they just won't invest with you. Okay, so what we're trying to get to here is get people to either admit to one of these things or a combination of any of them, right? So then the next step is really, what kind of questions can we ask to get them to gain commitment that this is a serious problem they want to address, right? Then we acknowledge and just explain that we understand and we can help. And if you like, I can give you a bit of a rundown as to what I do, which it can be like a 30-second rundown. You state what you specialize at, which is all based on, becoming a specialist at what it is that you do and focusing on a niche and a problem. You explain how you work and just a 10,000 foot view of how your offer works. And then what you do is you say, obviously, inevitably, they're going to want to ask questions. You let them ask questions. You can answer anything that they want. They'll get to the point where they ask about price. And what you can do is say, look, I can definitely help you. What I'm going to do is get back to you in the next 12 to 48 hours with a proposal that goes through everything that we've discussed. How does that sound? This is the best sales process for design businesses, right? Because it gives you the time, if you've been taking good notes, to go away and build a really powerful proposal. Okay, so again, your job with the sales call and the sales process, right? It is to create the separation so that we can understand where they are, where they're trying to get to, and then what the offer looks like when we build the proposal so that we can clearly communicate that we understand their entire situation, right? Our job is to sell the future, not to sell design. So below this video, you're going to see a link in the info and about section to this post. You're going to see a sales cheat sheet that really just bangs home the most important point about sales, which is to create separation. Okay, so a big reminder there that our focus is to create separation. And then we just take you through the 12-part sales process. And these are each of the 12 objectives that you want to achieve within the space of, 35 to 45 minutes. Okay, so here's a really good cheat sheet. Feel free to start populating out what questions you think are best suited, for your scenario and the problem that you solve. This is something that we help our mastermind clients with. Okay, we help them build out and structure their sales process so that it's a perfect fit for their situation so that they can communicate their value in both the sales and the proposal process. So there's the sales cheat sheet. Feel free to download your own copy of that right now. But what we're going to do now is go into proposals. Okay, so the major reason that designers don't hear back from proposals is the fact that, again, they haven't created the separation. So the major reason designers just go to all the effort of sending out a proposal and it's massively detailed and they're following all the advice in the industry around a big, beautiful 25-page, beautiful color, beautiful font, beautiful layout proposal is because they haven't created separation and they haven't figured out what the real problem is that people are trying to invest in. So it doesn't matter how impressive your portfolio is, doesn't matter how many awards you've won. If you haven't aggravated the problem and defined what the transformation is that the client or the potential customer wants to make, then your proposal isn't going to make sense because you're not communicating that you understand what it is that they're going through, what it is that they're trying to achieve. And you'll find most designers send a pretty proposal that takes people through their itemized 10-step design process that they think is amazing. But what is happening is the prospect isn't seeing the value in each of these steps because they're seeing and they're going, this doesn't contribute to my goal. This step here doesn't contribute to my goal. And they see a lot of what you're itemized as things that aren't pushing them towards their desire or their valuable outcome. And this is why most designers don't hear back from proposals. So the key to great proposals is really just simply this: one page. Not kidding. If you can't clearly and effectively communicate you know what your proposal offer is for your clients in one page, then you're overcomplicating things. And people don't buy complicated stuff. They never have, and they never will, right? This is why most designers buy Apple, because it's simple, effective, minimal design, right? This is why most people don't buy stuff, because they don't get it. The more information that you have on the proposal that they don't get, the less likely you are at closing them. So all you have to do with a great proposal is these things, right? 5 pieces of information. This is all it has to be. First, communicating that you understand their overall goal, right? This is why we create separation. The entire sales call process is the tool to extract the information we need to build and populate a great proposal. That is literally all the sales process is for. It is not for selling design. It is not for selling anything. The proposal is for selling. So the key to a great proposal, first thing, showing that you understand their overall goal by clearly communicating it the way that they communicated it to you. Second, communicating that you understand the specifics of that goal so they can see exactly what you know and that you're aware of exactly what they want to move towards in its specifics. Then, you showing them a simple to understand offer that might be 3 or 4 steps that just becomes blatantly obvious that that's going to get them and move them towards their goals, right? Then when they can expect to get to the goal and the main, keystone deliverable dates, and then what the investment is going to be to make that transformation. This is why most designers don't close from their proposals and they don't hear back from their sales process, because they're talking about design instead of clearly communicating the overall goal of the market or their client or their potential client. They're not breaking down and getting to the specifics of what that goal is that they want. Their offer is talking about the step-by-step process it takes to deliver the design deliverable instead of solve the problem, which means that half of what you're talking about doesn't make sense to them. And if you're giving an itemized breakdown, they're not seeing the value of major steps, which is exactly why people come back and say they think you're too expensive, because you're not talking about what they want to invest in, right? Then, when can they expect to get to that goal, right? And what's it going to cost them to get to that goal? And if you're focusing on design, the investment isn't going to make sense because people don't want to spend money on costs. They want to spend money on investments and valuable transformations. So that is the key to a great proposal. And just quickly, I just want to run through agreements because this becomes a pretty important component to the sales process. But you got to understand that you need an ironclad agreement. All right, it's super important that you create boundaries for your clients, because when you don't create boundaries, right, they want to walk everywhere. And if you just very blasé kind of explain when the project finishes and they don't get to the result that they want because your offer isn't focused on it, they will keep asking for more features and more features and more work until they feel like they've got value for money. This is why it's super important for you to create boundaries, right? And just explain where the engagement ends, what particular outcomes they can expect, and where things stop. All right. And the minute that you've clearly defined the boundaries of where the engagement ends from a communication standpoint, what you can expect to deliver, you can put a clause in there that says, look, if you want anything out of what we've agreed here, it incurs a fee at $200 or $300 per hour so that it de-incentivizes them to ask for more stuff. Okay. So it's really important that you get the sales process right so that you can build an effective proposal. And then you need to protect yourself with that proposal by making sure the agreement matches up with it, but you clearly define the boundaries. So this is the most important last thing that I want to leave you. There is no such thing as bad clients, just bad offers, bad proposals, and bad agreements. Okay, so that is how to think about sales and how to close at more than 50%. And again, it just comes back to not selling design. It comes back to selling separation and the art of separating those two states and positioning yourself as the bridge and just having a proposal that reflects that you're the bridge and an agreement that clearly binds the boundaries of that bridge. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to this video called How to Hire and Delegate Marketing to Virtual Assistants. So this is a very foreign idea for a lot of designers because they don't think of their business as a system where they're the engineer and they believe they have to be an active participant in each of these areas. All right. One of the key things we do with our mastermind clients is help them vet virtual assistants and help them set up virtual assistants to run their marketing for them once they've proven they know how to get in front of their marketplace and book calls. Okay. Believe it or not, marketing efforts are massively important, but they're not the most valuable activity for business owners to be spending their time on. All right. They're absolutely vital. It doesn't mean the business owner should be investing their time long term here. It just means it needs to be done. So every progression in a growth company gets to the point where they have somebody who runs the marketing. All right, you need a machine that continually generates opportunity in order to continually close sales and continually just keep delivering value. Okay, so in this video, we're really going to just cover the basics around figuring out whether hiring a virtual assistant is the right move for you right now or in the future, and then basic instructions for how to do it. Okay, so is hiring a VA the right move for you? So this method is going to be right for you if you adhere to one of the following criteria, right? You've started with the marketing methods and you're generating calls and sales, which means that you've got proof of concept. All right, you've figured out the problem that you're solving. You've got an offer. You know the market to go out to and reach out to. They're responding to your messages. You're booking calls within KPIs using our marketing strategies, and you're able to close them into sales at more than 20% conversion rate. All right, this means you have everything that you need to move to hiring a VA. All right, on top of that, you know your numbers, and investing in scale makes financial sense. So you are charging at least the bare minimum $4,000 to $5,000 to $10,000 per project, where it makes sense to spend, $200 to $500 on generating a qualified call. And that just is $200 to $500 of a virtual assistant's time to find the next opportunity. All right. And then the third criteria, that you just want to leverage your time. And obviously hiring VAs allows you to do far, far more with less time. And here's the really cool thing. Hiring virtual assistants just allows you to repeat what you've already proven to be successful. And there's nothing that says that you just stop at one VA. All right, I've got 2 VAs working full-time in my design business, reaching out to businesses using Google and LinkedIn, All right, so your ability to scale is only limited by how many virtual assistants you want to bring on, but it only makes sense for you if you've got proof of concept, right? If the projects and the sales that you're making, right, have the profit margins that it makes financial sense to be spending, anywhere from $300 to $500 per qualified call, okay, then you're going to be able to scale using virtual assistants because it's going to allow you to do far, far more with less time. So these are the basic virtual assistant hiring instructions. Okay, this is something we take responsibility for with our mastermind clients. We literally train their virtual assistants and show their virtual assistants what to do to keep booking them calls. But if you want to do this yourself, this is basically the order of events. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is create complete training documentation, videos and documents going through the entire process in microscopic detail. Okay, so the content should be built in a way that you could give it to a 10-year-old and they'd be able to do it with no question. So very similar to the over-the-shoulder videos that you've watched from me here when I've gone through the marketing process, you need to do the exact thing so that there's no questions or misinterpretation. Step 2 is to find the ideal candidates using outsourcing platforms. So Fiverr, Freelancer, Upwork, onlinejobs.ph as well. I highly recommend onlinejobs.ph. This is where I get my virtual assistants from and where we hire them from inside the mastermind. But you ideally want to look for candidates who speak English well enough for you to speak on Skype fortnightly or monthly. All right, you decide on an hourly rate initially, And then what you do is you just send them, and feel free to send them a base or commission in the future once they start generating results and sales have been started to be generated. Okay, so what you want to do then, step number 4, is once you've brought somebody on, you might bring them on for a trial, but you need to give them user access to your software and clear instructions on how to use, which kind of ties back into point number 1. And then you want to make sure that you give them clear information on where their role starts and ends. And this is more to do with where they get up to and what step in the sales process. A lot of people prefer for their VAs just to create the opportunities so that they get entered into the software. A lot of people let their VAs do the next 2 steps and allow them to pitch the value of a call, where then the owner of the business or the designer who comes in, they run the sales process from there. So you need to be super clear with where their role starts and ends from a responsibility standpoint. Then step 6 is really just a weekly Skype checkup call that goes for about 20 minutes. And then initially you just want to do this 10 minutes per day until they get into a good rhythm. Okay, so there's going to be a learning process for having a virtual assistant. But the thing is, anything that you're manually doing, right, especially when it's not required to be face-to-face with the client or a customer, can be outsourced. And long-term, if you want to scale, it's going to be a very good investment in your time to start training virtual assistants on how to do this. And the other really important thing is that you create super detailed documentation that you can give anyone, right? So that if you want to grow, you can just literally duplicate another virtual assistant, give them the same instructions, or if that virtual assistant, leaves you for any reason, you've got the ability and the training to just get somebody else to very quickly replace them and for them to be a functioning part of your business. Okay? This is a super, super important gambit of information and a way of thinking that allows designers to move beyond just earning freelance rates, because at the end of the day, building a business is about building a team, and it's about building the system that allows the value to be delivered. Okay? So if you're prepared to open your mind to this, this is something that a lot of our students in our mastermind training program have mastered. And now they literally just open up their calendar to booked calls because their virtual assistants manage the process for them, and they keep in good contact with them and make sure they're heading in the right direction. Okay, so super powerful thing to be doing once you get to this. You get to proof of concept and the math stacks up, which is something that we went through in Money Math. This is why the mathematics at the start is so, so important. So that is how to hire virtual assistants, guys, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay guys, Patrick here. So you've got to this point, we've gone through the entire program now, and we've come to the last video, or you've skipped ahead to see what we're talking about with what's happening next. Well, we've got a couple of options from this point on. So option 1, the first one, is that hopefully this course has been incredibly helpful for you. It's allowed to see your design business in a different light. It's allowed you to have some sort of game plan to move towards, take some action, and get some results. If that's the only interaction you have with us from this point onwards, I'm massively happy. Okay, this was very much the intention. I just wanted to put something out into the marketplace that was really good, that made competitor stuff just look stupid. Okay, and all I'm trying to do here is help people and add value to people and just try to get people up and running and just build some more momentum, because a lot of people in the design space really haven't learned the business fundamentals that'll allow them to grow. Now, if you want more than that, then that's totally what we're going to be talking about from here, and really what's next in some possibilities. So like I talked about earlier on in the training program, our clients have generated over $20 million in 2020, generated revenue, and that's pretty unheard of. But the reason that we can do this so confidently and successfully is because of how our mastermind program is set up. So the average client of ours, and just to bear with me for a sec, taking the average client, meaning half do better than this. Okay, the average client doubles their average project value in less than 60 days. So let me break this down. If somebody comes to us charging $5,000 per project as an average, it means by 60 days of working with us, the average person can now charge $10,000 per project and successfully close. Now again, this is the average, meaning that half do better than this, and we've got plenty of case studies of people that are even able to 10x and 20x their fees and hit incredible numbers, but the bare bone average of people still double up their project values within 60 days. And it's because we've had hundreds and hundreds of case studies of people that have worked with us and learnt how to charge at another level and build real profitability, because they're moving within the laws of business, not the confines of the design industry. Okay, people like Dave here, who was able to go from $10,000 to $50,000 per month in 60 days. Louise was able to increase her average project value by $10,000 in 60 days. Heather was able to hit $20,000 in the first month of working together. Carrie was able to go from $5,000 a month to $25,000 per month with paid traffic. Okay, she never knew how to use paid ads before coming into the program. Adam added another nearly $100,000 into his packaging design business in 12 months just through Facebook groups. Okay, Ivana went from literally starting from scratch to $50,000 per month in 60 days. Laura did $14,000 a month in 30 days. Jesse was able to go from $5,000 projects to six-figure projects, okay, over the space of 6 months. Kyle went from $5,000 to $20,000 projects. Alan was able to increase his average project value by 7 times. Eric was able to double up his average project value. Matt went from $7,000 to $45,000 projects. Cam went from $6,000 to $25,000 per month in his design business over the space of 12 months. Okay, and you can have a look at plenty more case studies and stories from the clients that have been through our mastermind program at profitabledesigner.com/game plan. So, what does this have to do with you? Well, firstly, I'm not asking you to buy into our mastermind program right now. We obviously have a mastermind program. It may help you, but that's not really what I'm asking you to consider right now. We don't necessarily know each other. I'm not making false promises and saying that we can definitely help. But what I am saying is that if you're a design business owner who's looking to build more profitability and get on top of the business aspect of your design business, there's an incredibly high chance that we can help. And the easiest way to find out if we can help, or if we're a fit and we're a good match together, is to just book a call. All right, these calls are no pressure. There's no credit card needed. There's literally nothing for sale. It's just literally a quick chat to see if we can help and direct you towards your best next steps for you and your design business. So there's absolutely no pressure whatsoever. This call is really about you, and it's not really about us at all. So if this sounds like something that you want to take up, then go ahead, click the link below this video. You can book a time with one of our team, and we would love to chat with you to see really where you're at, what your bottlenecks are, and really formulate a game plan to see if we can actually help. And if we can help, we can obviously talk about some possibilities from there. And if we can't, we're pretty well connected in the business space and industry, so we can hopefully point you in the right direction. So with that being said, I don't want to take up any more of your time. Go ahead and click the link below to book a call, and I look forward to seeing you on the other side.